It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Tuesday stream with everyone's favorite, constantly tweeting Adam Friended.
Curse tweeter. That's what I am. What's
You're
up,
causing
everybody?
so much drama and conflict on Twitter 24/7.
I did some tweets today about veganism because someone in the Discord wanted to talk about wanted to come on the show and talk about veganism. So I've debated vegan gains and ask yourself. I mean, I debated the vegans long ago, yeah, but we haven't talked about. Have you and I ever talked about veganism? I don't think we have. Yeah,
because I don't know. I find it a very boring topic,
But today we have two guests. We have Danimal DeBruce and we have Edgier Than Thou. And we're getting together because Adam tweeted out some incendiary stuff. Well, actually, I don't. Incendiary obviously is in the eye of the beholder. I don't see it as incendiary, but I could see how other people might find it incendiary. So I basically tweeted this out. I retweeted someone named Mario Novel, and they said transgender people have been recognized for thousands of years through various cultures. What made the issue so polarizing today? And I retweeted that tweet and I said, the rampant misdiagnosis of innocent children with a broken heart. So my take is this is why, it's a big issue today because parents are worried that their children are being misdiagnosed with gender dysphoria and put on a treatment plan that we haven't got a lot of scientific data to figure out if this is like a good course of action. So they're very, they're very concerned that this might happen to their children, and their children may take a path in life that they may regret someday. So I also understand that there's kind of this catch-22 thing, because if you are transgender and you want to go male to female or female to male, you will pass better if you do your transition before you actually go through puberty. I have problems with that. Obviously, I'm sure many people have problems with that. So a lot of kids are being put on puberty blockers to delay puberty until they make a firm decision on whether or not they transition or not. And I think if you go on puberty blockers, there's like this sunk cost psychology that kind of pushes you down that path, even if maybe it's not something you would do if you hadn't gone on puberty blockers. So I think the psychology is kind of working against this treatment plan there. So, but Danimal's come on, and he, I think, is going to kind of, well, I'll let you explain each of your positions. Danimal, you want to go first?
I was brought here under false pretenses. I thought we were having an intervention over your hatred of Weird Al.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
yes.
Okay.
You know what? I'm so glad. That was actually what was happening here today, Adam. We didn't want to tell you this, but we're sick of it.
Okay.
We're sick. The community's just sick of your hatred and your bile.
Okay. Well, I'm never going to change on that. So this is going to be a short stream. No, in all seriousness, Danimal, why are you here aside from your witty sense of humor?
I think I disagree with both you and probably Kai as well on this, because
so wow, so we've got like a 3 positions here.
Yeah, we might have a 3-way fight here. So misdiagnosis. I think that gender dysphoria is probably being, in a majority of cases, correctly diagnosed. But the problem is the treatment plan. I mean, there's a few decades worth of prospective studies that show that, desistance is always higher than persistence in terms of childhood presenting gender dysphoria, that at the onset of puberty, they will typically desist the majority of the time. Ranges from 55 to 92%, average is about 80%. Usually on the lower end of the spectrum, when you're seeing the 55%, that's the female to male being tracked, which are usually very, very, very poorly represented in those studies. And that's kind of a new group that's come up recently, where the more prevalent ones are females transitioning to a masculine gender. And that wasn't apparent in the previous studies in the past. But I think that it's probably being correctly diagnosed. I think it's being I think the treatment isn't aligning with what best practices are.
So just to kind of steelman your position, you're saying that a lot of kids get gender dysphoria and it's properly diagnosed, but that you have a problem with the treatment plan because gender dysphoria, is it some kind of like normal phase kids go through?
I think it can be a normal phase that maybe some kids go through as they're maybe dealing with issues or even dealing with their own self-imagery as they grow up, as kids will do, as teenagers will do.
Okay.
With the past treatment plan, which was the Dutch protocol, and basically hang on, I have notes here. Just give me 1 second.
No, that's fine. Take your time.
Okay, so Dutch protocol was a recommendation of treatment up to and including puberty blocking hormone treatment if gender dysphoria intensifies with the onset of puberty, and then that would also be coupled with psychological support for the child and the family, as well as counseling and information dissemination. Family support was a big part of that, but the key part of Dutch protocol was that you would wait until the onset of puberty to see if there was desistance or persistence and intensifying of the dysphoric feelings and requiring treatment.
Okay.
That seems to be getting cut off at the knees with it being earlier and earlier.
So that's called the Dutch protocol. So the Dutch protocol was
That's
basically
the Dutch protocol.
Yeah, we wait until puberty and we see if the gender dysphoria subsides or if it gets worse.
Now that's been misinterpreted quite a bit, where it's just saying that, the course for any kind of presentation of gender dysphoria requires puberty blocking hormones immediately or social transitioning immediately. Even in the original paper, they talk about social transitioning as requiring further study. And I think now the NHS has classified it as an active treatment rather than a passive treatment based on studies that have come out of that.
Okay.
And hormone blockers have been, or puberty blockers, I should say, have been rolled back in a few European countries based on basically a lack of data.
Sitch, you want to say anything before Edgy lays out their position?
I don't know what anyone's positions are, so go nuts.
Okay. Edgy, you want to lay out your position?
Kai.
I swear to God. Oh
Well,
okay.
I mean, Edgy's on the screen, though. I don't have Kai on the screen, and I didn't know.
That is perfectly acceptable.
Yeah, I didn't know if you wanted. Well, just, for clarity of the viewers, so.
Yeah, perfectly fine. Yeah, so my initial response, right, to your tweet, and like the concern that I had, was I responded to that by saying, why are the D-trans rates so low then? Because every, like you talked about, freaking, what's the word?
Psychology?
Well, no, you're talking about the sunk cost, right? Like the whole,
yes,
we
the
start this treatment early.
of it. Yeah.
Right. We start this treatment early, and then it's going to lead to this this sunk cost, fallacious experience that's going to lead to somebody going down a route that they wouldn't have gone down otherwise.
Just to be clear, and I hate to interrupt, but do you accept this? There is like this psychology where people, they sink a lot of time and energy into some sort of project and they continue even if they shouldn't?
I mean, that definitely exists.
Okay.
And I would imagine that when it comes to like transition or whatever, like it is a phenomenon that probably occurs, but
okay.
the frequency with which that occurs is, I think, as far as I can tell, massively overstated, and is something that can be alleviated not by screwing over all of the trans folks who like actually are benefiting from that are actually benefiting from the healthcare, right? Because that's kind of like the concern that I get into is when we start to put this like ridiculous heavy focus on the folks that are being either misdiagnosed or who are going down a route that maybe they wouldn't have gone down had they not had this like affirmative care model. And then basically just like leaving everybody else in the dust, everybody who actually did need this shit. And I say this as a person who, like, growing up experienced what, as far as I can tell, is gender dysphoria. I didn't really I had no interest in, the healthcare, any sort of like transition, whatever resources, anything like that. which suggests to me, and obviously this is solely like I have based on the data, this seems to kind of correlate, that the folks that seek it out, that the people who actually are trying to get a hold of gender affirming healthcare are the people who are most likely to benefit from it. And you talk about, right, like this whole sunk cost fallacy. And I mentioned regret rates in that tweet thread, and I posted screenshots from a couple of studies where we look at like the rates of regret for like trans related surgeries, which is obviously like basically towards the end of the line in a person's transition experience. And the regret rates are ridiculously freaking low, which suggests to me that either it's not that big of a deal anyway. Like if people are being led down this path that they wouldn't have gone down otherwise, like it's not really hurting them. Which is not to say that we should just like that we should just randomly apply this to everybody. Like I'm aware of that, but or that they're doing a pretty dang good job of weeding out the people who don't want to further their transition, if that makes sense. Is that clear what I was trying to say?
Yeah, you're saying there's low regret rates. Just I want to make sure. Just lay out your position. Have you done that? You're just saying. Can you just give like a quick overview of your position on just the whole trans topic?
Yeah. So, like background, right? Like obviously trans people exist. I think trans people can either have or not have gender dysphoria. Like that's whatever, right? We talk about.
Okay, that's blah, blah, blah. See, that's why I asked, because that's people differ on that. Some people say you have to have gender dysphoria to be trans. You saying no, you can be trans without gender dysphoria.
Yeah, and I think there are definitely differences in those experiences, but I think like the broad definition of trans that I think makes the most sense is a person who identifies as a gender other than that which they were assigned at birth. And so I think that includes binary trans folks with gender dysphoria, binary trans folks that don't have gender dysphoria. I haven't interacted with anyone who has that experience, but it wouldn't shock me. Non-binary people with or without, like they're under a similar umbrella. And then obviously there are going to be different issues that you're going to face, because I'm not going to have to deal with the trans healthcare situation because I just don't I have no interest in engaging with it personally. As far as I can tell, this is a position I hold pretty strongly, like affirmation of a person's gender identity is both morally and medically, to the extent medicine is involved, like the right thing to do. I don't think that that's really all that different from validating the gender identity of a cis person. There's just a little bit more work involved in that whole exchange. I think that to the extent that people try to treat it as this reality denial, like you're going and you're denying biology or whatever, I think is kind of asinine. I think gender and sex as well are both like socially constructed phenomena, and they should only serve or they should only be used to the extent that they serve and benefit us socially. And I think that the trans affirming position is the one that serves not only trans people, but basically freaking everybody, because I don't know. I don't necessarily want to say that I would go down like the entire like gender abolitionist route or anything, but like I do think that to the extent that we can lessen like the effects that like gender roles and gender expectations have on people, the effect that it has on people, pretty much everybody's going to be better off, because you're more free to be who you are and like experience things honestly and openly.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, continue. I was about to move on to like the next part.
Well, just on gender abolitionism, I mean, I feel like, you could probably classify me as a gender abolitionist depending upon the definition, because like I don't think people should be forced into strict gender roles, like for jobs or for dress or any of that kind of thing. So I'm with you there, but you also said that you think biological sex is a social construct. So I just wanted to make that clear.
That is something I'm happy to clarify on. For one, like I know y'all probably know this, but to anybody who is not familiar, like when I say something is a social construct, I'm not saying it doesn't exist or that it's like completely made up or whatever. I'm saying that we organize things both like socially and physically and scientifically into categories based on like their utility to us, right? Like a phylogenetic tree is socially constructed. We've decided that the best way to categorize animals is based off of their is based off of their ancestry, is based off of their evolutionary relationships to each other. We could conceivably organize animals based on size. We could organize them based on number of legs. We could like all of these different things. And so we pick the things that make the most sense to us. So biological sex is a component of biology. There's no denying that, but it's not, the way that we categorize it is not this super black and white. It has to be, sperm and egg, and that's it. That's the only way that it works. And a lot of people seem to treat that, even biologists who like don't totally seem to understand like the trans argument, seem to think that that's the point that we're making, is like these things don't exist, and like obviously they do. It's a matter of how we categorize them, and there's not one intrinsic like law of the universe that says it has to be categorized one way or the other.
Yeah, but the categorization doesn't change the physical aspects of the thing. Like, water is H2O. We can call it H2O or we can call it water. Right?
Yeah, south of the border it's called aqua.
Yeah, so we can the categories that we put it into, like compound or element or liquid, all these different categories, those are socially constructed, that we're combining them with other things. But there is a reality to a glass of water that is unchanging, right? Universal.
To the extent that we can be sure that we're experiencing reality, yes.
Right. And but sex, we do categorize according to the process of reproduction. That's why the categories exist at the way they are. So, but we could change the categories. We could call women men and men women, and but the underlying reality of sexual reproduction isn't going to change. Correct?
Yeah, well, so I'm not so interested in the idea of completely switching the categories or anything. I'm more interested in looking at the blurred lines between them and the extent to which those influence like social forces. So like, for instance, how do I put this in? The idea that, as far as I can tell, seems to mostly come out of the anti-trans movement, like this idea that biological sex is entirely based on whether or not you produce sperm or eggs, and like that's it, right? Because obviously you can't.
According to biology, yeah, and every species too has that same thing: the sperm versus ovum.
Right. Not every species, but yes.
Oh yeah, I guess you're right. So there's some. Yes. Okay.
But the point that I'm getting at is that if you're going to define it simply by that, for one thing, lots of people don't produce either, and also, good Lord, I'm losing the words here. That doesn't necessarily tell the entire picture, because there are a lot of physical and mental attributes that go along with the producing a sperm or an ovum, right? That are very heavily correlated, but that don't track 100%. That's why we talk about like hormone levels are also a component of sex. Well, your secondary sex characteristics are also a component of sex.
This is why I find this separation, and I didn't come up with it. This was like the gender ideology, a year ago, where you separate biological sex and gender is, the expression, and biological sex is the biological reality. But I don't know, I can see some utility in that. But if you're saying, there's no difference between biological sex and gender, they're both social constructs, then there is no point in separating them.
I think they're social constructs in different ways, if that helps, because I think there's something different between like the way that we categorize the elements, for instance, right? And we order them, and it's basically just based off of raw utility. It makes the most sense to organize them by their electron orbitals and like all of that business, and in order of increasing mass and whatnot. That was the old
covalent versus ionic bonds and whatnot.
Right. It makes sense to do that, and obviously there are also lines blurred between those. But when I'm talking about like social constructs in a purely like societal context, I do think that that's a lot more, I guess I would say fluid, right? Like it's just, it changes so freaking constantly. It's why you can listen to someone, I randomly heard fucking Todd Friel talking about this. I don't know if he did it recently, where he was like, they deny the pink and blue boy, girl, whatever dilemma and dichotomy. And it's like, the fact that you can confidently assert that pink and blue is the the dichotomy is just absolutely hilarious to me, because obviously, right, like that has changed so much over so much time, and there's like our engagement with gender as a concept is just ridiculously fluid throughout history.
Well, I mean, I would definitely call
well,
that a social construct.
I,
Go ahead, Sitch. You want to get in?
I have a question. So I understand that when you say that sex is a social contract, I understand what you mean. And you're kind of taking the stance of, all categories technically can be construed as social constructs. But when it comes to sex, I do believe there is hardwired into us biologically some kind of understanding or definition of sex that goes beyond a social construction. Because, I mean, otherwise, if someone had gender dysphoria and want to transition, they wouldn't need to enact physical changes on their body to achieve an internal feeling of being that sex. They could just socially construct a different version of being a man and woman and be fine with it.
I definitely think there's something really interesting there that I don't fully have the education to like completely unpack. But like it definitely does appear to be the case, right, that there's some understanding that we have of secondary and primary sex characteristics that seems to be like innately understood, or it's something that we're just really impressionable on, and so as we develop, like it becomes ingrained into us, and for all intents and purposes at this point it's kind of the same thing. But I guess like the ultimate point that I get at when I'm talking about like sex being a social construct is the fact that like we are humans, we build these ideas, these concepts and whatever ourselves, and they should bend to our will. They should do whatever benefits the most people. And so when people start using this like, you guys are engaging in reality denial because you deny the fact of biological sex or whatever, it seems like you're not really engaging with the actual like facts of what's going on. It's more deciding that this biological construct that we've asserted exists is 100% true without I shouldn't say 100% true. I think it's true insofar as it describes biology, but like is 100% objective, is the way that we need to describe things, and anything else is denial of reality. When I've never at any point in my life met a trans person or a trans activist or whoever who claims that there's a third gamete, or that there is like an entirely different sex expression beyond what's accepted by biology. Like I've never ever encountered somebody who's literally denying the chemical reality of biology.
Yeah, I agree, but I don't like the concept of sort of attacking an idea that's true or useful just because an ideological opponent maybe is using that idea in an incorrect way. I mean, I see this a lot from people who basically attack the idea of science just in general because they feel like, the left is using science, in some dishonest way, so they're attacking science. I'm like, well, wait a minute. Don't attack the concept of science. Attack the bad science. Attack the corrupted institutions. Don't attack the institution, the existence of science. To me, that always leads down a bad path. So I understand what you're saying about like, well, people, are using the idea of sex to try to win an argument, which they might be trying to do it in a dishonest or incorrect way. But I don't think that means that we should give up on what to me seems to be some kind of objective truth about what sex is and some sort of biological reality of certain categories existing, inherently in nature.
I guess I would ask, what do you think we would be giving up based on the position that I've asserted here?
Well, I think if we give up the idea that sex exists, well, first of all, the big problem is then the entire concept of gender dysphoria and transgenderism doesn't even make sense. Because as I said, the whole point is people are born with some innate sensation that makes them feel like they should be the other sex, and that sensation causes anxiety, depression, and negative feelings. And if there is no innate category built into people's brains, then how does that even make any sense? How does that happen?
I mean, also just to pull in on like a medical side for a little bit, the way that like drug trials and drug dosing has worked in the past is just assuming that males are the like baseline, and then dosing goes from there. But as they're finding now with getting into things and how drugs are actually working with the body, because we have ways that we can measure that we didn't have in the past, that females interact with drugs in different ways than males do. So the dosing guidelines, may have extreme adverse effects for females that they wouldn't have for males. So you can't really view medically sex as this sort of like flowing thing that you have to view them as male and female to get the correct medical treatments.
Okay, I would have to push back on that just like a little bit here, in that when we talk about drug trials and everything, like that's 100% true. Like we focus to a ridiculous extent on generally like stereotypically male bodies or whatever, and to the detriment of female bodies. But like you do need to consider which elements of sex are causing that, right? Is it to do with hormone levels? Is it to do with organs? Is it to do with secondary sex characteristics or whatever? So it is, to a degree, assuming every single drug difference isn't caused by one singular trait, like it is to a degree something you're going to have to regard as, the word used was flowy, but like right, like a cis woman with unusually high testosterone levels is going to interact with certain drugs differently than a cis woman with average testosterone levels, and probably differently from a cis man with average testosterone levels. So it's not like you do have to regard it as more than a binary, even in that case.
Well, number one, when you have like these kind of like, I understand what you're saying, but when you have like these really widespread, analyses, you kind of have to use general categories to an extent. But again, I go back to what I said. I don't understand how transgenderism makes any sense without a inherent biological category of sex at all.
Well, it kind of depends on where you're at, like historically, then, because I think with the modern kind of hegemonically enforced like gender binary or whatever, I think that like trans experiences or whatever are just kind of like just a logical like byproduct of that. But if we were to go towards like a more like gender abolitionist type of future in which there's no clear role assignment at birth, there's not like this huge difference in socialization beyond what is like physically necessary, then you're probably, I would imagine you're basically just seeing people like experiencing the wonders of transhumanism, of the ability to just look and be how they are. I don't disagree that there's probably some level of sex like innately wired into people's brains, or at least most people. I do definitely question the extent of that, because like humans in general have evolved to not have very many like instinctual or very many instincts compared to a lot of other animals. But
well, we cognitively downplay them, but we still do have instincts.
No, yeah, I'm not denying we have them, just like to a lesser extent, at least as far as I'm aware. If I'm wrong on that, like feel free to.
Well, no, like all the psychologists like to say humans have no instincts except brooding behavior. I completely disagree with that. But I understand that's my own personal feeling of how we're defining instincts. But you're not saying, to be clear, I'm trying to say you're not saying that if we lived in the gender abolition future that no one would have gender dysphoria. You think people would still be being born with gender dysphoria even if we lived in this perfect gender abolished society, right?
So obviously, not having the ability to even gather data on this, I can't assert that for a fact, but I very strongly suspect that would be the case. Yes.
Oh wait, okay. So maybe I shouldn't have used negatives. So you think if we did live in the gender abolition future where there is no gender, people would not have gender dysphoria?
No, sorry, other way around. I very much
they would. They still
have.
Okay,
yeah.
Gotcha.
I don't know if we would necessarily still call it gender dysphoria, because that feels right. But like, there would be that like physical dysphoria, like discomfort.
Well,
is my very strong suspicion.
Right. I know we kind of just got off on the sidetrack, but I don't know. It's just, to me, it seems like the utility of the concept of a social construction loses so much usefulness if we're going to apply it to basically every category. Because then if you have a label that applies to everything, then the label almost becomes useless. But we could talk about something else.
Sorry, I got a squeaky chair.
Yeah, geez. Get the
You can't help it.
WD-40 out, animal. Come on. But okay, so what did you want to talk? What did you, Danimal, want to talk about? What did you want to yell at Adam? So are you guys arguing each other? Are you arguing with Adam? What is the context?
I think it's
of
going to
this
be a
conversation?
three-way. I think it's going to be a delicious three-way.
It could be a
is what's gonna
four-way.
happen.
I could
Like,
be in here
oh,
somewhere.
hey, all
Okay, at the
right, Sitch.
outskirts, poking and prodding.
Look, Sitch
What,
is
you're going
like,
to sit in the hotel cup chair and watch it?
Why can't I be involved in this?
Listen,
Look,
when I see three guys getting into it, hot and heavy, I want to be in there. I want to be in
Yeah.
the thick of it.
Look, Sitch, we want you right in the middle of it. It's okay.
Thank you.
Don't you worry. So yeah, I just, this sparked an interesting dialogue on Twitter. This tweet got a lot of reaction from people, and I feel, I guess maybe the thing that I'm interested in, Edgy, from your perspective, is if you can at all empathize with the parents, because as you say, the desistance rates are low, so it's only maybe a few kids that embark on this and decide that they've made a mistake.
I assume you mean persistence rates, not desistance.
You said desistance rates are low.
Other way around. Persistence would be the people who continue to go through. Persistence rates are low. And
No, I believe it was detransitioning rates are low.
Yeah.
Okay, I assume we were talking about the thing from before. Sure. Yeah, detrans rate. Cool. I'm with you.
So so you're basically saying, we should affirm these people who have gender dysphoria. They should go on puberty blockers, and if they continue and feel that they've made a mistake and stop taking the puberty blockers, or they've actually had some of these procedures, they've had their breasts removed or any other procedures that might affect their infertility, and they decide that they've made a mistake, they turn around. They call themselves detransitioners. A lot of them are going on YouTube. They're making videos and warning people. A lot of people don't like this because they say, oh, this is just, these accidents are very infrequent. I want even though they're so infrequent, the parents are all going to worry that this is the situation. They're going to worry that it's their kid that is going to be the one that is misdiagnosed and detransitions, even if it's low. So, I mean, do you understand that is what the freak out is all about? The tweet, obviously it says, why is this issue so polarizing today? I think a reason why some people on the affirmative care model side don't understand that is because they can't empathize with the parents who are, I don't know if my kid is going to be one of the detransitioners.
So, okay, I do definitely disagree with the idea that that's where the outrage is coming from, but we can get into that in a minute. When it comes to the experiences of parents in any given situation, especially parents on like the newer side, if this is their first kid going through, whatever, like preteen years and everything, I very much understand that a lot of them are fucking terrified, and that the concept, like the idea of making the wrong decision, especially when it comes to a person's health, is a huge deal. What I think is kind of a concern that I've noticed a lot, not just with respect to trans issues, is that we seem to put like an undue amount of concern on parents' feelings about things. And I've interacted with parents in a lot of different contexts, got a large extended family, have had parents myself. And what I've noticed with a lot of people is that there are things, right, that they will not let their kids do. And oftentimes it's usually something that they had a bad experience with growing up or whatever, right? And it's something they're terrified of, and they like irrationally say, yeah, this is off the table. Absolutely not.
Well,
no night swimming or whatever.
Yeah, name one of those things.
Night swimming, maybe.
Night swimming,
right? Something. Okay. But they will allow their kids to do something that has a statistically higher risk of actually injuring them. I don't know, like friggin' dirt biking. I don't know
Getting
if
in
that's
a car.
specifically right. Exactly, that sort of thing. And
Right.
And it's one of those things where it's like, okay, I 100% sympathize with why this person has like trauma associated with this particular thing or is afraid of this particular thing. But I am concerned with the idea that we should put like this entire, like we should just basically give all of this deference to parents who are afraid of something statistically not as rationally as it appears on the outset, I guess.
So,
I don't know if that
go ahead, Sitch.
I wasn't gonna say anything.
Oh, it
Okay,
was
so
me. I was going to say something.
Go ahead, Daniel.
I was going to say that I think there's a legitimate fear there, just because like when we're talking about the treatment and that puberty blockers are being pushed as well, what puberty blockers were originally sold as was that it gives the child time to wait and kind of feel themselves out, so then they're not being distressed by their secondary sex characteristics coming in. But with it being in use for the past, almost decade, we're seeing that the vast majority, like up to 99%, 98% of them, progress onto seeking cross-sex hormones and continuing along with transitioning. Whereas before, we wouldn't see that. We would see a much higher desistance rate. We wouldn't see 99% persistence. We'd see maybe like 20, 30, 40% persistence. But now we're seeing 99% persistence. So the question that the parents have is the treatment causing my child to continue along the path of transitioning, which has effects on fertility, it has effects on quality of life. Even if you're looking outside the medical, on social life at the moment, I mean, it has deep effects on them. And that's something that parents are afraid of with it.
No, so I think that's an interesting like statistical concern. And I don't I've looked at like a little bit of the research on this, but if there's more related to what I'm about to say, I definitely would like to see that. One of the things, and this is based off of my impressions of the research I've seen, as well as my impressions from my own experience, so grain of salt, all that, is I probably, like if I were included in one of those studies, would probably be included as a person who desisted, just based on like the way that I would have described my experiences and everything like that. But I'm also someone who at no point would have ever wanted to go on hormone blockers. Like it would have just never been a concern for me. And so the impression that I get is that the folks who go on hormone blockers tend to be the ones who were already going to express interest in further, right, in cross-sex hormones, in further medical transition care and whatever. Not to necessarily say that it is literally as high as 98%. I'm not going to confidently assert that. I'm sure there are plenty of other variables. But I would, at the very least, if you were to like present me with this information, or present me with like the very basic information that asked me to predict, okay, are the kids who go on puberty blockers going to have higher, lower, or the same desistance rates as kids who were not taken care of under that model, we're taking care of under the Dutch model or whatever? And I would guess that the rates are going to be higher, just based on the fact that by taking that first step, like you're already someone who's probably going to express more interest in the future.
But when we're talking about prescribing puberty blockers, we're talking about doing it at Tanner stage 2 and Tanner stage 3, which is at the lower end 8 and at the higher end 16. I mean 8, 9, 10, 11-year-olds, can they really make that kind of forward thought in their decision? Just like, well, this is something that I want to seek in the future.
Well,
I'm not sure they can.
I don't necessarily think that that's the case. I think I saw a freaking a comment about this that kind of caught me on it, whatever. I don't think that you can necessarily make that planning ahead of time or whatever. I'm very much someone who's like, nothing is sacred, like nothing is necessarily what our impressions are, but that seems to be the case. I could be proven wrong.
No, go ahead, take your time.
Yeah, sorry. I'm like, but I do think that at least to an extent, hormone blockers do still serve that initial purpose of giving you time to consider it, right? Like there are obviously people who are desisting after using puberty blocker. Those are at least some percentage of kids who are being weeded out of the system, who are being taken out, that maybe wouldn't have otherwise if we were really going like all in on affirm, don't ask any difficult questions or anything like that. I definitely had something else I was going to say, but it has escaped my brain.
Well, let me ask you something, Dan. Well, you were saying in the beginning of this, you said you thought that the majority of diagnosis for gender dysphoria is correct. But you think that there's a fear of puberty blockers essentially preventing natural desistance, right?
Yes.
So are you saying that are you defining gender dysphoria as like the diagnosis originally is correct, as opposed to like it's correct in terms of matching the criteria, but not correct in terms of maybe the person doesn't have whatever the biological thing is that causes it in the first place?
Yeah, I think there's probably a variant of gender dysphoria. Sorry for my squeaky chair. There's definitely a variant of because like we were talking even before we were streaming, where there are like the Zhao and Breedlove 1995 studies. That kind of were the foundation of what's called the opposite brain theory, although that's not really how they characterized it. Where they did identify structures in people who were transgenders' brains that were different from their corresponding natal sex counterparts. And that's been replicated. So
Yeah.
they're and there's also research going into I mean, this is only recent research, and I say recent within the past 15 or so years. And we were talking about body ownership networks, and kind of the study that really shows what parts of the brain light up for body ownership networks is the rubber hand illusion, which is where they have somebody put their real hand behind a divider, and then they have a rubber hand out in front of them, and they do the same stimuli on both the rubber hand and the real hand, and then they stop doing the stimuli on the real hand and continue to do it on the rubber hand, and the person feels it.
Right.
What you're seeing with transgender individuals is that body ownership networking has a deficiency in neural connection, and when they go through, this hasn't been replicated as far as I've seen, but I've seen studies that show that when they do go through the hormonal treatments, that the hormones themselves, because we're talking about parts of the brain that work with the neuroendocrine system, kind of help that neural connectivity and increase that. And maybe that helps them get, kind of more, what am I trying to say, congruent with their body ownership then. And so then they feel better. It assuages the dysphoria. So there definitely is a variant. I think there definitely is a variant of gender dysphoria that is biological in origin. I think that in youth, a lot of gender dysphoria may be just because of changes in the bodies. It may be because just kids just kind of hate their bodies sometimes.
I don't think that should be called gender dysphoria, though. I think that's the problem.
Yeah, that's so. Then we're talking about maybe updating the criteria for the DSM, and then well, I mean, I think that needs to be looked into as well. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I think they're being correctly diagnosed with the standards that are out there at the moment.
Would either with you or Kai, how would you feel if they started to say, in order to diagnose people, whether they have gender dysphoria or not, we're going to put you in the brain scan. And even, and if your brain scan comes out and it's completely all, if you're a male and your brain scan comes out and it's 100% male brained, they're not going to give you any treatment. How would you both feel about that?
Oh, if there was like an actual medical test where it shows up positive on the sheet and that, yes, you have.
Well, I'm saying they start like,
benefit from this treatment.
Because they have multiple, as these studies that you were talking about, they have multiple studies where they, look at people's brains and they see a very strong statistical difference between men.
The caveat to those
brains,
is that it's adults. Yeah, the caveats to those is that it's adults. I don't know if any of this research has ever been done in children.
Okay.
Well, I think
those are already developed adults.
I would also push back there a little bit, rather than saying if you have the commonly like medically accepted like male brain or whatever, I would be much more interested in having like the specific characteristics associated with people who would benefit from that sort of care. So even if you do like look stereotypically male in the head, to the extent that we can test that, like I don't necessarily think that should be the criteria. Like I think we should be looking for whether or not that would is likely to make your life better. And maybe that overlaps almost 100% with like stereotypically like accepted. I'm not using that word to be glib or anything, but like maybe that does. And if that's the case, okay, cool. But I don't think we should be looking for like whether or not you fall within the sex binary so much as whether you fall within particular.
Well, it would be so like if they do have this, they look at the kid's brain, they're male, they're born male, they say you have a male brain, we're not going to transition you, and then they do this over many cases, and they find out that, like, 99% of the time the kid desists, and it's a totally good outcome, right? So
I mean, if that in that hypothetical is how
Right.
it worked out, then generally I would say, yeah, that's probably the way to go. Again,
Okay,
like
right, yeah.
assuming that is what would
yeah, like if they did the brain scan and it was like, they didn't do any treatment, and then 80% of those kids go on to kill themselves, obviously that wouldn't work.
Yeah, well, and I just like I don't necessarily want it to be construed as like, oh yeah, so this is what, like, we just need to develop this brain test and then everything will be fine. Like, I don't know if that.
Well, we don't know,
right?
But I suspect that would be a big help in this sort of conversation, because I think if there was some physical test, it would be a good way to kind of assuage the fears of over diagnosis, and it'd be a good way to push back against people that the Michael Knowles of the world who just want to eliminate it entirely.
I would say that I think the brain scans might be a wrong road to go down when you're talking about a masculinized brain, just because autism, let me just say autism real quick. The main thing in autism is that the brain is hypermasculinized for both males and females. So a hypermasculine brain predicts autism.
Yeah, but that's something that could be teased out if they did these tests.
Sure. And there's also, I mean, in the brain scan studies, let's kind of go a little deeper into that, is later they were starting to factor out for sexual orientation. So people that were, natal sex male attracted to males, homosexual, people that were natal sex male attracted to females, heterosexual. When they looked at the transsexual individuals that were gynophilic, that were attracted to women, they didn't see that same feminization in the brain.
Right. Well, my problem is, I feel like if we started right now, okay, and they said, listen, anyone that comes in here with gender dysphoria, or people that said they had it and then desisted, and people that haven't desisted, if they started saying, okay, we're going to do this massive study, we're going to get as many brain scans of people that are trans and not trans as possible, and they put it in a machine, learning algorithm, I could bet you that in a year or two, they have a very, very high correlated confident brain scan machine algorithm derived formula that could figure this out. But the problem is that it's just not something that is being advocated for or pushed for, and it's not going to happen otherwise.
Sure. I don't know if that would work with children, though, because a lot of the brain development is going to happen at the onset of puberty or after, in terms of masculization or feminization.
I bet it would. Brain. It's got to, if it's biological, it's got to be in there somewhere. We just don't see it, right?
Yeah. I mean, that is definitely possible, but like, I say definitely, like, hypothetically possible or whatever. I mean, you do have to account for the fact that in certain cases, like, there could be just a ridiculous number of variables. Like,
but that's why the machine, like, we can't look at it, but I think the machine learning could figure it out.
Well, maybe, but I mean, there are you talk about, obviously this is a different scientific subject or whatever, where you talk about like predicting like the quantum states of an individual atom, and once you get to like larger atom, like computers just can't fucking handle it,
I'm sure computers could handle this, though. They did a computer algorithm that was able to tell the male eyes from female eyes just by looking at the iris. Humans can't tell the difference, but evidently the computer can.
Well, but once again, that's going to be in adults, though, not in children.
I'm sure they could do it with children. Thickness, sure, it's just a different state. Yeah.
But again,
retinal thickness increases with age, and then
it's not the retinal thickness; it's the pattern of the iris.
Oh, the pattern of the iris. Okay, sorry, I thought you said retinal.
Again, if gender dysphoria is biological, it has to be in there somewhere, right? It has to be in there.
The retinal thickness doesn't change at puberty either, Danimal. It's a number of.
It increases with thickness with age, and then decreases after.
Every time you have sex, your retinals increase.
Right.
No, it's a number of P cells versus M cells. The P cells are much bigger.
How do you think you get your P cells?
Yeah,
by putting your P in things.
Right. It doesn't. They don't. Your eyes don't. Engorge during puberty. So.
Anyways.
Well, you go through bigger growth development.
Do you know about these other sex characteristics, Edgy?
You're talking.
Yeah, men and women have very different retinal thicknesses. Men and women have very different hearing. Men and women have very different parasympathetic nervous systems. Like, they've done all these studies now where, you know, even fight or flight, they're like, men really have a fight or flight response, but women have more of a tend and befriend response. So
I'm familiar with a lot. I don't know if I was familiar with the parasympathetic nervous system, but like I'm familiar with those being differences. I mean, once again, I would generally expect those are going to be correlated and not 100% like across the board.
What do you mean?
Right. Well, as in,
well, no, this is an interesting thing, because so you're saying there could be women that have thicker retinas.
I don't know with that specific trait, but I would imagine the way that it's probably going to be like a bimodal distribution. I don't know what that specific, like I have not looked into retinal thickness, so I don't, like, I'm not going to confidently assert that's a fact.
There's not, well, I can show you the studies. There's not overlap though. The retinal thickness of the men, you know, span a spectrum, and the retinal thickness of women span a spectrum, but the spectrums don't overlap. And also, I mean, it's the same thing with height, right? Men are generally higher or taller, but there is overlap in the height thing. But I wonder if we could just, like, if women have masculinized eyes, if that could be some sort of tell for transgenderism. But
that seems pretty unlikely. Like, that seems, because what we're talking about mostly is like I would imagine, a psychological experience. It would kind of surprise me in a lot of cases if you're going to see that, like, that physiological change. I could totally be wrong on that.
So, but you're not postulating that transgenderism has to do with masculinized or feminized brains?
I think what I'm saying is I don't necessarily mean that that's going to impact like other parts of your biology. Like I would genuinely surprise me if
testosterone masculinizes the brain the same way it changes the structure of the eye.
Is that the hormone that interacts with, like, is that how that interaction goes down? Because
testosterone and estrogen.
Yeah, but I don't know if with people that are trans, it's like, oh, they have less testosterone, right? It could be a completely different function that's causing gender dysphoria. I mean, it's possible.
Yeah, I don't think
it'd be worth checking, but I don't know. It's not a certainty.
I mean, there's been a correlation with homosexual men that they have lower testosterone, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. So do you guys want to touch on
bigger penises?
You guys want to touch on, first of all, Edgy, is there anything that we missed that you want to bring up, or?
I mean, there were a couple of topics I was interested in, but we might just kind of move into that naturally.
Well, no, we left a thread hanging on. I think you wanted to talk about the bigotry of parents and the thing that's going on with the parents.
Yeah. So what was the freaking, there was a project that I worked on recently where I had to talk about this, and I can't remember the
Project
details.
Veritas?
yeah, that's me. I'm the one. No, but basically where I like dealing with the fact that it is undeniably the case that, like, parents have, assuming parents that are trying to do a good job and not be the fucking worst, are going to have a very difficult time making decisions like that, participating in decisions like this with their children. Because I don't think they should just be making medical decisions explicitly, in some cases. But I'm definitely pretty sympathetic to that. I obviously have not raised children myself, but I have taken care of quite a few of them, especially with, younger relatives and stuff. And I've had the secondhand, holy shit, if something went wrong here, I would be devastated for the rest of my goddamn life, and so I can imagine that, right? Compounding, empathize and whatever. But I think the solution to that is twofold. One, obviously, just increasing education on it. Parents are going to be more scared of this if they're listening to Michael Knowles every day, which is obviously not going to improve their children's well-being if that child turns out to be a trans kid, right? Yes, they're afraid, but they're listening to somebody who's compounding that fear unnecessarily.
Can parents encourage their kids to be trans?
Well, I mean, you can physically do that. You could physically encourage them. I don't know the extent to which that would really.
I mean, we've all seen Sleepaway.
Well, I mean, say you've got someone who's watching, Brianna Wu all the time instead of instead of Ben Shapiro. So they've got the opposite kind of inclination.
So I would imagine, in my experience with all of this, that you could probably, based on like your interactions with your child or whatever, like lead to them being more interested in considering like a non-binary or similar type of identity. I don't think you could I don't think it would be, at the very least, I think this is a baseless assertion to say that parents could encourage their children to develop dysphoria. Well, that would be a very
I'm only pointing it out because you're saying like the parents want to put a thumb on the scale in their kids not developing dysphoria. And I'm just asking, well, are there parents that want to put a thumb on the scale as their kids, encouraging their kids to develop dysphoria?
And that seems very unlikely to me to be something that you could really do. I'm not going to pretend. I'm sure that there have been parents who have like pushed their child down a medical route that they should not have gone down. Right. I mean, I think that would be pretty silly to deny, especially given the fact, like, you can see Jehovah's Witnesses like raising their children to not get blood transfusions, and those children voluntarily choose down the road to not get blood transfusion. Like, okay, it's probably possible, and probably has been done before, but I don't think that you can reliably predict a person's propensity to have gender dysphoria based off of like the way that their parents treated them growing up. It kind of like, it rings to me similar to people saying that parents are raising their children to be gay. And I think like there are probably elements of a person's upbringing that are going to influence their sexuality and everything. I do not think that it is something that you can plot out from the beginning, that you can say, all right, I'm going to do these 10 things and this is going to lead to, or have a 60% chance of leading to whatever. Like, that would require
the difference
a lot
for
of
me.
evidence.
The difference for me between homosexuality and the transgender stuff is just the transgender stuff seems far more subjective to me. With homosexuality, I mean, it's pretty easy to determine what you're attracted to. I mean, you know that. But if you ask yourself, do I feel like a man or a woman? I feel like that's a much more subjective proposition. Not as tangible. So,
I mean, I definitely think there's more subjectivity in a person's sexuality than probably, like, I feel like that might have been a little bit reductive, just because what a person is attracted to, one, obviously changes over time. And also like specific characteristics and whatever, like you'll find like people will find themselves being attracted to a person that on paper they would have never expected based off of like all previous evidence, whatever. So working that out, I think, is a lot more difficult. But I agree that there is a lot of subjectivity in a person's experience. And that's part of the reason why I generally think that like gender, at least gender roles, like as concepts, are something that we should be moving towards getting rid of. I'm not of the opinion that like we should drop it all tomorrow and like, free for all or whatever. Like it's something that takes time. But I think that as we started to do that, like people are going to just kind of feel more comfortable, like calling themselves whatever they want, performing activities that they want to, regardless of, gender expectations and stuff. And then like the only folks that you're really going to have any sort of difficulty with working out are going to be people who specifically are seeking medical transition. And that is something where then we can talk about the biology and the psychology and the whatever. But like social transition, I feel like should basically be a free for all, honestly, to the extent that that's possible.
I mentioned something about empathizing with the parents who are worried about their son or daughter, transitioning and then detransitioning. And you said that you thought other things were going on. It wasn't just, they were worried about the safety of their children. What are the other things going on?
Yeah. So my impression based off of this, and this is not going to apply to everybody involved by any stretch of the imagination, is that when we talk about this concern with like puberty blockers, with trans healthcare, whatever, it's almost never isolated. There are almost always other tangential issues that people are focusing on, that people are losing it over, that suggests to me that it's more a problem with trans people than it is with like their child's well-being. Which is not me necessarily like accusing parents of lying or whatever, but like that their priorities are maybe out of whack, or that they're not really thinking super clearly about some of this stuff. And the reason I say that is because right now we've got this like ridiculous culture war narrative or whatever around like the concept of drag queens reading books to children that is talked about in the exact same sentence as people talking about their concerns with like with gender affirming healthcare or whatever, which like those are two fundamentally different concerns to have.
Well,
Like
isn't that to teach people that transgender people exist? I mean, isn't it kind of planting in the minds that, you know, you could be born in the wrong body?
I mean, in the case of drag queens, I wouldn't say so. Like there is obviously education and stuff around that, but generally speaking, like at least the drag shows that I have interacted with, I don't really go to them. I mostly look at the ads and talk to people afterwards. Like it's basically just generally cis dudes dressing up in fancy wacky costumes and whatever, and like reading stories and putting on like a performance art or whatever. But like you see people again, right, like the Daily Wire people of the world or whatever that are that say make claims like drag is an inherently sexual act, and so the people doing this are pedophiles and like whatever, which is obviously
trans
like
strippers. That's the word.
Yeah,
they use.
yes, exactly. And that sort of like the fact that those conversations are like almost synonymous. Like if I were to go to, I live in a pretty conservative area. If I were to go and chat with somebody about this issue, bring up, you know, puberty blockers, it would probably be like 10 sentences before they've brought up drag queens, before they've brought up, you know, like library books, before they brought like all of this other tangential stuff, before they brought up fucking Dylan Mulvaney or whatever. And it's like, okay, this suggests to me that there's something of a disgust response that's going on here that is not rooted in a concern for a child's well-being. And I've definitely seen plenty of like individual examples of this online to a ridiculous extent. Obviously that's not data, but I remember seeing, watching like a performance of like a freaking, oh God, I wanted to say, I thought I knew the name of the person, of like an obese woman doing a performance in like relatively, I don't know what's the fucking word, skimpy clothing, you know what I mean.
Lizzo, any
it was
Lizzo
I don't
performance?
think it was Lizzo, but that was the person who was saying, I don't even know. But right, it was like watching that video and somebody commented on that and was like, what is so different from that than watching Olympic gymnastics? They're watching the same, like they're wearing the same amount of clothes or whatever. And somebody, a few people responded with, yes, but she's a fat slob, so it's different. And I was like, yeah. Right. And so like obviously that's just kind of like a microcosm of this whole thing. But like seeing that, it suggests to me that it's because like it's more related to being grossed out than it is to being.
Can they have a discuss response and still be, you know, be concerned for the health of their kids though? I feel like those things aren't mutually exclusive.
They're not. And I think the disgust response is obviously triggering a lot of people. However, yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean that there's an incorrect reason for it. I mean, like with the example you brought up, the gymnast versus the fat person, right? There's a difference between like, you know, you look at the gymnast and they're wearing their, you know, their tight little outfits to accentuate their bodies as they're, you know, very in shape and they're performing some activity that you're supposed to, as a society or as an audience, you know, look at with awe or you know, triumph at what they're able to do with their bodies. And so you're kind of celebrating their like fitness level and the attractiveness, I think, that comes from it. Where if it's like someone that's morbidly obese and they're wearing the same outfit, it's like, well, what exactly are we supposed to be attracted to at this point? We're not.
Well, the more cushion for the pushing, that's what you're supposed to
do. Well, there you go. Unless you're really into, you know, the BBW stuff. But so I don't think that's necessarily a good example. But I want to go back to what you were saying with the drag queen story hour thing, because for me, I mean, from my understanding, most drag queens are not trans. There are a couple, but most of them aren't. But the purpose of the action is to essentially normalize queerness to children. And to me, that's definitely an ideological push. And I don't think that that's something that should exist in, you know, public schools or anything like that.
Do you think that of all ideological pushes, or is it like something, is there something unique about this
like
one?
If there was, you know, if the Mormon church was like, you know, we want to, you know, read stories to kids that maybe aren't even necessarily religious, but the goal is to sort of, you know, indoctrinate children or to open the door for children to ask questions or to, you know, become Mormons. I don't think that should be, you know, government funded. I don't think that should have nothing to do with public schools or public education.
Well, so to I'm trying to like keep the edgy atheist takes out of the conversation here. No, the concern that I have with that, I guess, because I mean, obviously, like I would agree, I wouldn't want money going towards that, is that like school is by its very nature, and I'm talking about like straight from friggin' primary school, like is going to have politics innately baked into everything that students are learning. Sometimes it's fairly inconsequential and it doesn't matter. But I mean, you go to any history class and the political biases and interests of the people writing those curricula and the teachers teaching it to you fundamentally color your perception of it. So and to an extent, I think that needs to happen. So I'm not like the idea that it's an ideological push to me isn't the barrier. It's more
okay. But like, so yeah, like we can construct an argument where everything has ideology, baked into it, obviously. And I agree with that. But when it comes to public education, that ideology has to be something that's considered moderate, that's considered like something everyone will, try to agree upon. And it should attempt to be as neutral as possible. Where if you're trying to promote basically like say, well, oh, because I mean, like drag is just, it's literally an aesthetic used to promote queerness. That's all it really is. And to me, I don't understand why that's something that should be taught to children more than like, I don't think it'd be weird if the government was like, hey, I think we should have, big titty goth girls, read stories to children to promote like the goth identity. Like it doesn't make any sense.
What? That would be awesome. They get to sit
I know,
around
that
listen
would
to
be
Bauhaus
amazing.
albums.
There you go. Maybe it's a bad example, but you know what I mean.
So I don't necessarily think that it needs to be moderate or that it needs to be agreeable to everybody. I think the most obvious and like I don't think incendiary is the right word, but like the most explicit example of that would be like integration in schools. Like I would very much be in favor of like, yeah, no, we're gonna like this is just gonna happen, and parents who have a problem with it are just gonna have to get over themselves. Which some of them did, and some of them formed segregation academies.
At least
whatever.
with integration, that was based on the liberal principles of our society. I don't see how like queerness and that ideology has anything to do with, the liberal well-being of our society.
In my experience, queer ideology is anti-integration.
Yeah. Definitionally,
go ahead.
Queer theory is definitionally. I don't know what queer ideology. I depends how we define queer ideology.
But. Well, that's what I mean when I say queer is queer theory. Yeah.
I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on that, but because that definitely hasn't been my impression. But what I guess I think that conceptually doing like having activities or interactions or whatever that normalize queer identities to the extent that any given thing is like age appropriate or whatever. I'm not talking about like right,
no
yeah, exactly. I think is broadly a positive thing because it leads to children interacting with each other better, treating each other more kindly, and like being generally more respectful. It is similar to a lot of like anti-bullying efforts and things like that. And some of those anti-bullying efforts go along things like racial lines or whatever in areas where that's necessary, or cultural boundaries or whatever. The school that I went to had a lot of people trying to get rid of that because they were upset that it was teaching, like citizen of the world ideology instead of like citizen of America type stuff. And I feel like this is just kind of a repeat of that, where ultimately I don't think that we should be having classes where the goal is to convince people to be queer or whatever. And I don't really think that anybody outside of Twitter is proposing anything even remotely like that. But I think that normalizing identities is a positive thing.
So if we have, say it's like the 60s and they have, we're going to have Black people, read books to young white children so that young white children will understand that Black people are like everyone else. It's like, okay, fine, great, wonderful. It's the same thing. Like, even if it was, they had trans people come in, like, that would still be within, even if I'm not in favor of that, that would at least be within that like vein, that ideology of like acceptance. But with drag queens, that's like it's a pure aesthetic thing that has like, it's not an identity that needs protection. Drag is just like an aesthetic choice for some people. It's a fetish for other people. Like, it's just a weird thing that this bizarre identity has to be, pushed on children.
I don't think I've ever met a drag queen where it's a fetish.
You've never met a drag queen where it's a fetish?
No, it's a performance art.
All right.
Yeah,
Sitch.
I don't agree
Okay,
with
how
that,
many
but
drag
okay.
shows have you gone to, Sitch?
Countless.
Countless?
Every weekend.
Every
I
single
go to a
one.
drag show.
Every single weekend? Oh, okay.
Every single weekend.
Well,
You've never been to a drag show.
If the sole purpose was simply to promote like the idea of doing drag as a performance art, like if that was the only goal, then I would agree that seems like kind of pointless. And I don't really like have an ideological issue with it, which is like whatever, like do what you want, I guess. But I think broadly, like promoting, I guess promoting might not be the word I'm looking for, but like promoting acceptance of gender non-conforming behavior, I think is a very positive thing. Again, someone who grew up in a fairly conservative area who saw and also received like quite a bit of bullying and mistreatment for acting in non-stereotypically masculine ways and whatever, like stuff that teaches kids to just generally be accepting of people who fall outside of traditional social norms, assuming those social norms are not like, dangerous. Don't bite people, is just generally a positive thing. And so like drag is one way that can be done. It's not a performance art I find particularly interesting. But like, I don't see any ideological problem with it. That's not.
It just, to me, drag seems like literally the worst one. Cause like if they had, what you're talking about, like if they had, gay people come, both effeminate and, very, bearish or whatever word we're going to use, come and read books to kids, I fine, whatever. I don't have a problem with that. Because it's just like, oh, look, they're like gay people, like everyone else, right? It's just drag to me. It's just so like the only reason it's accepted is because people associate it with trans when it doesn't really have anything to do with trans. It's basically like this weird thing that's snuck under the acceptance label because of the trans stuff. The same, which I think is kind of the same thing with non-binary, but that's another topic.
I think that's pretty goddamn new, the trans association with drag, like at least in the broader, like social.
You're right. But so is Drag Queen Story Hours very new too. I mean, it was not something that existed until recently.
Yeah, and I think that association with drag and trans isn't necessarily something that conservatives did. I think that's something that activists put.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think they did, and they did intentionally.
I think there's probably like a little bit of a mix of the two there, because at least in my involvement with folks involved in like those movements and stuff, like didn't seem to have very strong opinions on drag and LGBT identities being interlinked to the extent that they are until very, very recently. But I guess like my point is just like drag has been a thing forever, right? And like we're now proposing anti-drag measures to the point that like realistically we could be banning Mrs. Doubtfire or Mulan for being like sexual performances or whatever. Drag does not interest me. Like I don't care that much.
I mean, it's fine if it doesn't interest you.
It's just whatever. Yeah. I don't mean like I'm bored of the conversation.
I know what you mean. You're not interested in the actual, the drag performances, which is fine. I'll just say, and we can go on to something else. Drag has been around forever, but the whole, as we were saying, the whole, kind of reading books to children and trying to involve children in some kind of drag performance is a relatively new phenomenon, at least in America. And I think that's, what's causing this reaction, whether it's overreach or not. So anyways,
I have a question.
Yeah.
So I'm a parent and I'm nervous about my kid. My kid has claimed to have gender dysphoria. I don't know. I'm going to listen to the professionals and do whatever seems appropriate, but I'm nervous about detransitioning. I, fully support trans rights. I voted for gay marriage. I'm essentially, not a person that hates trans people. How do I avoid the bigot label?
I think that the way that you engage with the issue is definitely pretty important here. I think that if you go onto Twitter and start like talking, basically just like laying out the least refined versions of your thoughts or whatever, like, yeah, people are going to probably get pretty upset with that. To some extent reasonable, to some extent unreasonable.
Well, who are you fearing the bigot label from, Adam?
Well, I'm just saying, like, if you're
That's a good
just
question.
nervous, if you're nervous about, a possible misdiagnosis, maybe you seek other parents that are in a similar situation. Are you going to, if you join one of these groups, are you going to be considered a bigot?
That very much depends on the kind of group that you're talking about. If it's, if it's parents of detransitioners united or whatever, then like there's a very good chance that that's just going to be an anti-trans group, because like that just seems to be the way that it works
Well,
out.
but these are the parents that have been most afflicted by this. Obviously, they're going to form a group together. Why are they bigots? They're the ones that have actually had their kids go through this process and detransition.
To be clear, I'm not saying they're intrinsically bigoted. I'm saying that just seems to be like that.
Well, you
seems to be
kind
a
of did
correlation.
say that, actually.
I was saying probably. I'm not trying to say that it's a 100% correlation or anything.
If I'm worried about detransition, the first place I'm going to start looking is probably the parents that have experienced detransition, so I know what to look for.
And I think for the most part, that's probably fair. As like a direction to go. The things that I think are important to keep in mind when doing something like that are, one, legitimately look into the motives and the behaviors behind organizations
Yeah,
that
but
are
how
promoting
do I
stuff
do
like
that? Obviously, they're going to say, "Oh, we're fine with trans people." Like, how do I? This is the thing. It seems like you have to do a bit of mind reading here, because I feel like and even when I brought it up, you were like, well, I don't know if I believe the parents, are really worried about their kids. I think more likely they're the bigots.
Well, okay, to be clear,
how do
I'm
we
not
separate the parents who are genuinely concerned, which I think every parent would be, from the bigots?
So, okay, just really quickly to make it clear, I'm not making the claim that all of the parents that are concerned are bigots, or that that's like
Okay,
necessarily
good.
the case. I'm only making the argument that in a lot of cases, particularly in like the conservative movement, that is influencing their opinions on it, and they would be more rational about it were the bigotry not there. Regardless, I think there are definitely individual silly people on the internet who are going to be unreasonable about parents asking difficult questions, not being totally sure about any given like medical decision that they're making for their child. I think usually those are going to be particularly young people, usually people that don't have children themselves on average, which is, I mean, not to say that every opinion they have is discounted. Like, you can not be a parent and still have correct opinions about parenting, but there's a correlation there, sure.
You're so reasonable on this, Edgy. I love it.
I guess I'm just what I'm like. To me, the way that a person engages with this issue suggests a lot about what their priorities are. And it's kind of like it's kind of like a microcosm of like the J.K. Rowling phenomenon or whatever, where she talks about like feminism and being a huge advocate for women's rights or whatever, and then the only thing she ever talks about is trans people, and then compound upon that, she's willing to interact with anti-feminists and engage with and support them and whatever when they agree with her on the trans issue. And so when I see that from like parents or whatever, or from parent activists and stuff, where they're like, oh, we're just concerned about this, we're not like anti-trans or anything, but also we are going to be working with the Heritage Foundation and focus on the family and like all, it's like, okay, but yeah, you are like, yeah, that's what you're concerned about.
The problem though in the J.K. Rowling case is that their desires are in conflict. So J.K. Rowling can't, be the kind of pro-trans advocate that the trans movement wants her to be without giving up what she feels are women's rights. So
okay, I don't necessarily like, I don't want to get into a huge J.K. Rowling discussion for a variety of
Right.
reasons.
I just wanted to point out that the values are in conflict. So there's no way to resolve that without somebody losing. It's a zero-sum game in that situation. She wants to protect women's spaces, and the trans people want women's spaces to be available to them. No, that's a zero-sum game.
What I'm getting at with the J.K. Rowling situation is the fact that she's willing to engage with people who, or not just engage with, but like work with and befriend people who are ideologically opposed to her, or at least purportedly ideologically opposed to her, when it benefits her on the trans issue specifically. Why she interacts with and is friends with people who are like directly tied to the Heritage Foundation, which is not a feminist organization, and so it's like, okay, she claims to be all concerned about like women's rights and stuff, but like this is the only right that seems to matter to her. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I see when I see parents and like activists or whatever who say like, oh, we're just concerned about this. We're not anti-trans. We're not, we're not bigots or anything like this. But also all of the people that we're friends with are out and out bigots. But like, yeah, also I'm retweeting Matt Walsh every day. It's like, okay, I don't trust that person's outward self-assessment because their actions seem to betray that they're more focused on the trans thing than on the children's well-being thing.
I can
go ahead, Animal.
I was gonna say I can agree that sometimes you can see what somebody's motivation is based on what, well, like where they're getting their information from and who they're spotlighting. But I think with somebody like J.K. Rowling, like let's just say somebody like her, not her herself, but I mean, just based on what I've read in her letter and stuff. I mean, you can assess her motivation based on other things that she said, but I'm just basing it on her letter that she said. I think it's more of a commentary on the exclusivity of kind of where the trans rights movement is, that they wouldn't accept somebody who shares views like J.K. Rowling does, like in her letter, for example, as opposed to ulterior malicious motivations. I mean, I think like diverse viewpoints should be included in the trans rights movements, and I see that as a very exclusionary movement at the moment.
We're at an hour and 20 minutes. So, and I have two things left to talk about. Maybe you should start off, Danimal. Do you have a position on the social contagion?
Oh, wait. Let me read two super chats before you continue.
Okay, go ahead.
John M., thank you so much for your very first super chat and the $100.
Yeah, that's very nice of you.
Says, enjoy Taco Tuesday. I'm stuck on a hairpin drip for a week, so thanks for the entertainment today.
Wow.
Sucks.
Yeah.
Hope you feel better. That's hairpin is used to decrease the clotting ability of blood and help prevent harmful clots from forming in blood vessels. Well,
yeah. Hope you get better. Definitely.
Yeah, we're hoping you're doing better. Thank you for the $100. Well, we'll do all we can to provide some entertainment while you're stuck.
Yeah. And
thank you so much, our surrogate father, Daddy J-Mac. Thank you so much for the $300. Thank you so much, Jay. It says anything that can lead to cosmetic surgery and or sterilization will rightfully put parents on high alert, especially when we're talking about the psychology of children. I have kids, and you can bet your sweet cheeks that I'm going to be hyper vigilant to social contagions and gender ideology.
Well, that's the perfect super chat for this, because I do think we need to talk about social contagion. So, Danimal, do you have a position on this?
Yeah, there is psychological research, obviously, that supports social contagion as a concept. I mean, you talk about it often when you talk about how the news reports on like suicide of celebrities or things like that. And it even ties in the research on like mass hysteria. What's a famous example they always pull up in psychology classes? The mad gasser of Mattoon, although that might have actually happened.
But that underground, what was it? The school where they said that they were like taking kids to
the
underground dungeons.
Oh yeah, the
satanic panic.
Yeah, where they put those preschool teachers in jail over it. But so there is psychological research to support social contagion. In terms of something like ROGD, rapid onset gender dysphoria, when I look at Littman's original paper on it, it's not a conclusionatory paper. It's just pointing towards a research avenue like, hey, this is a trend that we are noticing, that we are getting these reports from these parent groups. Some of these parent groups were what Edgy was talking about, where they might, be in, or what you were talking about as well, Adam, where they're in support groups for children that are transitioning.
Yeah.
But not detransitioning, but transitioning, and they're having stressors and things related to that, as any parent would. So they're getting reports from that and saying like, hey, this is a trend that we're noticing. Like these parents are reporting that within their friend group, so many, they're seeing some transitioning, or people wanting to change genders in this trans group and identifying as different genders. I think the social contagion aspect, I don't really see those stories borne out beyond ROGD, where it's friend groups. I haven't seen that being widely reported. What I see more widely reported is isolated people that maybe don't have a lot of connection with the outside world. They don't have a lot of friends, and they're in online spaces more so. discords, Tumblr, Reddit, where people are encouraging them to, hey, this sounds like this is what you have. This is what you should say to the doctor so you can get on hormones and be like us. It's going to be great.
Right.
I see that more happening than what was pointed to in the ROGD studies in terms of just anecdotals.
You want to respond, Edgy?
Yeah, so I at least okay, to the extent that I'm familiar with this topic, I think the number one like concern that I've had with the whole discussion surrounding it is the fact that people's basically like just assert that when you have a friend group with more and more with trans people or trans accepting friend group or whatever, or trans accepting family and everything, you're more likely to identify as trans later in life, and like assert that there's that statistical correlation as evidence that there's a social contagion going on. And I'm not comfortable with making that logical leap. I'm much more interested in looking for the actual causal relationship there. And also on top of that, I think that it's important for a person to justify why they prefer one quote unquote social contagion over another, because in order to assert that trans identities are in some way socially contagious, you have to bite the bullet and accept that the same is to some degree true of cisgender identities. And so then I have to be like, okay, why is one of these identities fundamentally preferable to another, assuming you're even willing to like accept that fact. I don't know if that made sense.
It's preferable only like if we lived in the future where, I say this a million times, if we lived in the future where you walk into your Fallout, New Vegas character customizer and you could change your body however you want in an instant with no physical repercussions, then none of this would matter. But we don't. And so, to have the social contagion of being cis is going to confer that a person doesn't need to, have surgery or, go through any of that process, or to be trans is going to confer all these additional problems and stressors and difficulties in your life.
Okay, good. I would agree then generally, like that would be the concern. That's just one of those things where I want to, I guess like get it out of the way, because to some folks it's like, no, yeah, being trans is just kind of worse. So it's like, okay, yeah, if you're like,
it's the physical reality,
the concern
not
is
the idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And at that point, I have to then ask, okay, what evidence do we have that is suggesting that people are actually developing gender dysphoria, which is the thing that's generally going to lead to medical intervention, from social forces surrounding them? That's where I'm like, because like I could 100% see that for like non-binary identities, whatever, for a variety of reasons. I could talk about that for fucking hours. But with specifically like binary dysphoria influenced medical interventionist identities like that, you got to provide like some really strong evidence of that.
I don't know if they're developing gender dysphoria. I think that they're getting the answer sheet to what they should say to get the treatment that they want. Isn't that what Philosophy Tube talked about in the video that we watched together?
Sorry,
she was saying that people were lying that she had lied to the doctor.
Yeah, she was saying that they basically
that you don't need gender dysphoria to transition.
Well, so her position was you don't need gender dysphoria transition, which I don't remember if you said you agree with that in the beginning, Kai. But then Philosophy Tube said basically everyone that she knew and herself would go online to find the answers to the questions that psychologists would ask in order to determine whether you have gender dysphoria or not, and they basically just regurgitate them to the doctors.
These social contagions are adoptive behaviors. They're not like some sort of biological thing going on inside. Like anorexia is one that has been studied as a social contagion, which, I mean, that's just the person modifies their behavior and stops eating. Suicide is one that's been studied frequently. That's just a modified behavior, right? Taking one's own life. So these social contagions are just behavioral. They're like, the reason why the suicide is interesting is because, obviously the media has these reporting sheets on how they're supposed to report the suicides of famous people, because they've discovered that when you report a suicide of a famous person, there'll be a string of suicides after the fact of people who are the same age, race, and gender as the celebrity. So they just assume that it's like a correlation that, people are inspired to take their own life because some successful person ended their own life.
So I guess I would be interested then in like the conclusions that we draw from the idea that people are, because I'm familiar with that like phenomenon existing. I wasn't aware that it correlated with demographic factors though. That's kind of interesting. But what conclusions we draw from the idea that folks who are seeking out gender affirming healthcare are going online and searching for the answers to those questions, because that's not necessarily an indication that there's something wrong with the trans movement. Like that could very easily also just be an indication that there's something wrong with the testing or something wrong with the way that we're evaluating people for gender affirming healthcare, right? If someone's
Right.
so certain that this is their experience, that this is what they're going through, and the doctors just aren't listening, like that is, I think, an equally possible alternative explanation for this. Obviously, it could also be like a joint explanation.
Well, this
and so
is why we were talking about the objective test, because then they can't fake it.
I mean, we've seen that phenomenon happen with other medical conditions, though, like where people will go on WebMD and say, I got this, and go to the doctor and say, I'm feeling this, this, and this, when that's not actually what they have. I mean, that seems to be more of a phenomenon with the information age than anything else.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that like people, once they've decided they've got like a particular condition, sometimes will basically then just do everything they can to convince the people around them or their doctor or whomever that they have that
and even themselves.
Yeah.
This is the reason why I think this is something to beware of is because like we have certain rules around reporting celebrity suicides for this reason. And this is granted, I think, why Jordan Peterson got in a little hot water over the Elliot Page stuff, because
Well, he was also being mean as shit, though.
Well, yeah, no, I don't. First of all, I don't condone any of that stuff that Jordan Peterson did over Elliot Page. But the underlying idea that a famous person who has an abundance of success, they do something, other people are going to do that as well. I think the same kind of thing happened when I think Angelina Jolie had like a double mastectomy because she had some gene that gave her a high chance of getting breast cancer, and the double mastectomies went up. So you have to be aware of that stuff happening.
I don't know. At that point, then this feels like it's not really a trans conversation. Like it feels like we've kind of moved a little bit beyond the scope of that, and we're now just talking about like how we interact with culture and celebrity in general, which is a perfectly fair conversation to have. It just feels like this isn't like unique anymore.
Okay, well let's move on.
It's
yeah, I don't
unique.
believe it to be a unique phenomenon.
Yeah, it's not unique, except in the case, like going back to the Angelina case. I guess the only issue would be that it's not just like, oh, a celebrity did something. It seems like there's a lot of, and obviously this depends on where you live, but depending on where you live and also what kind of area of the internet you go on, there's a lot of celebratory attitude for someone coming out as trans, which I think causes an additional social contagious
Pressure,
element to it than some of these other things don't.
Conversely, there's also an attitude of telling people that if you're having these gender feelings, your life will be shit.
Yes, that's a good point. Yes.
You will be, you won't be able to function. You might even kill yourself unless you seek this out, this treatment path.
Right.
We can move on. The last thing was there's a trans person in our audience, Danimal, that we started talking about before the live stream began, that wanted you to tell me something, or
Yeah. They wanted to push back against you in the TJ stream, saying that gender dysphoria is akin to religion.
Okay.
What was your position on that again? Can you restate it?
Well, I just look, I see a similarity. I think of gender ideology as a set of beliefs that kind of orients you to interacting with the world in the same way that Christianity or any religion is a set of beliefs that orients you into interacting with the world. I think a central belief in the gender ideology is this idea that, you can be born in the wrong body. And like,
so just to stop you real quick, are we
Okay.
clarifying from, because I believe the original claim was gender dysphoria is a religion, but you're clarifying that's gender ideology.
yeah. Well, hold
Okay.
on a second. What gender dysphoria is the feeling that you've been born in the wrong body, right?
Well, gender dysphoria would be
Of
that would be
extreme discomfort with your biological sex.
Yeah.
Am I okay? So the idea that you can have an extreme discomfort with your own biological sex without feeling like you've been born in the wrong body. That adds a level of explanation to it. And I feel like in religion, we have a lot of these intuitions about the world, and we turn to religion to kind of explain those phenomenon. And when I talk to people about the experience of gender dysphoria, I feel like they're giving the same kind of answers that I would get from a religious person when I'm talking to them about why they believe God exists. They're like, "Oh, I feel his presence. Things have happened in my life that just are unexplainable without the idea of God." And when people talk about gender dysphoria, I feel there's some overlap there. They're talking about, I just hate my body. I just feel like I would be better suited to live my life as the opposite gender. Well, that's fine. I mean, that's acceptable, but I don't necessarily know that just from a scientific materialist perspective that people can be born in the wrong body. I think very much. I mean, and even if you're a gender abolitionist, I mean, if you're a gender abolitionist, it's impossible to be born into the wrong body, because you can be born a male or a female and express whatever you want, masculine or feminine.
I think the born in the wrong body narrative is an oversimplification of a very complex thing.
So if that metaphor is incorrect, I've heard it used a lot. What is the proper metaphor?
I don't know if I can come up with a proper metaphor to explain it. Just because I think just based on my reading of it is that I think it's a neurological thing where there's a disconnect between what I was talking about before with the body ownership neural networks.
Well, I do
go ahead.
I think religiosity, there's a biological component to religiosity. I think the ideology of Christianity is not true in the very fundamental physical sense. So I don't I sure something biological is going on with gender dysphoria. The explanations for it, nobody's giving me anything that I can say, this is concrete. It's not like the theory of evolution where I can quantify it.
I don't know if you're dealing with the mind, you can be concrete though.
Well, that's why
with anything.
This is the problem.
I mean, with depression, anxiety, yeah. I mean, with any kind of
hold on a second though. There is something concrete about sexual orientation. I can put a picture in front of you and I can say, rate this person. How attractive are they? How much do you want to have sex with this person?
Did you say rate or rape?
Rate, yeah.
Okay.
Is that see, I'm looking at the stream. The only picture I see right now is Adam. Is that who I need to rate?
Yes,
no.
Rate Adam.
Look, people do this all the time. They do it for fun. It's not difficult. It's not something. So for me, it's very easy to say, okay, if I put 10 pictures of males in front of you and 10 pictures of females, and you may rate all the males 10 and all the females, 0, that's pretty, I know what's going on here, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I fundamentally, and the more you study this stuff, like the more you know about the biological sex differences. Like, men get excited about beating each other up. They get high off it. Some men enjoy it, right? Women don't get that same feeling. They don't.
On average.
Yeah, obviously on average. But so I'm saying once you realize that there are so many biological sex differences, it's very hard for me when people say, I was born in the wrong body. I feel like a woman when you don't even have the right eyes to see like a woman. Right?
Yeah, but so your main contention is just this terminology, right? Like, it's a very low resolution, simplistic way to try to explain a complicated idea.
What is the complicated idea?
That there's some kind of self-image. There's either some kind of gendered brain difference that some people are born with the opposite gendered brain than their body's born, or that there's a self-image processing problem in certain people's brains that leads them to have gender dysphoria.
How do you know these aren't just rationalizations because they want to live as the opposite sex? And there should be nothing wrong with that. I don't have any problem with that.
Well, based on the available data of brain scans and things that we've been talking about earlier, it seems like there's some biological process going on here.
Okay.
Right? I mean, so I don't understand what you're asking.
So you are saying that they have a female brain and a male body?
Well, it's possible. We don't know with 100% certainty what exactly causes it.
So if we have a female brain and a male body, we have two choices. We can we can be gender abolitionists, and we can say, look, it's fine for a female to express as masculine. We don't need to transition.
But that might not solve. This is where we're going back to the whole sex social conscious thing. Like, if I don't believe if a person has gender dysphoria, like actually has it, and say it's true hypothetically that it's because of their brain is sexed wired the other way, right? I don't think just living their life where they identify as the opposite sex is necessarily going to fix the internal feelings they have.
Right. Well, the internal feelings that they have are, they feel I would feel more comfortable living as the opposite sex. And I think society is running in to find rationalizations for that. And I think since we live in like a scientifically minded society, those rationalizations are becoming things like brain scans and stuff like that. Maybe in a different time, it'd be different rationalizations. God put you in the wrong body.
Okay, but I'm struggling to understand what your position here is, because I thought you were on board with the idea that according to our current understanding, gender dysphoria seems to be biological.
So according to our current understanding, religiosity is biological as well.
But what is it? Okay, and so what? What does that have to do with this?
The apparatus that society constructs around the ideology I don't see it being tethered to some sort of physical reality.
Yeah, but okay. So it's true
how do you
believe that the amount of religiousness a person generally has could be tied to functionings in the brain. Right. That's what you're talking about, right? When you say religion. Okay.
Fear of death, impulse, various different settings, that are biologically induced.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. But that doesn't, so that would only be important in this context if we lived in a society where essentially we were outlawing religion to the point where it was causing, horrible, anxious depression and anxiety in people's lives just because they're not allowed to be religious, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, but then that would be the relative comparison. So that's why I don't understand I don't get exactly what you're trying to hone in on here. Are you saying that we should basically just say, fuck it, people shouldn't transition, or?
No, I think people should be able to transition without, even if they don't have gender dysphoria.
That's right. So you're saying
we disagree on all
this the
I think all of these are, post hoc rationalizations about people have certain desires, they have certain projects that they want to embark on, and they need some sort of justification that they can give to their friends and family. And so we cook one up. The same way we do with religion.
So, but you don't believe
what is different?
So, but you don't believe any of the, twin studies, brain scans. You don't believe any of that. That's all just bullshit.
I believe what they show. Yeah, but What?
Well, then
What?
how's it
was-
Yeah, they're
so
not
hold on.
necessarily
Hold
showing
on.
that's what it is.
Tell
They're
me.
just
Tell
showing
me
a
what the
correlation.
twin studies are showing. Like a twin. So if one twin transitions, has the desire to live as a woman, the other twin has a higher propensity to have the desire to live as a woman. You haven't
Right.
told me anything. You've told me
Well-
that they have some sort of biological inclination to embark on this project, but
Yes.
that you haven't told me. All you've done is rationalize the project for both twins.
It's okay. What do you mean when you say rationalize? Maybe that's the problem here.
Look, do you disagree that religion is a way to rationalize your understanding of the world?
I don't know what you mean when you say rationalize.
Something happens to you that you feel like there must be a presence. There must be a God. Don't you think that God is the rationalization for what those things that you're experiencing are?
Okay, so I just look at the straight up definition of rationalize as an attempt to explain or justify one's own behavior, attitude with logical, plausible reasons, even if these are not true or appropriate.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So to me, when you say rationalize in this context, it almost always has a negative connotation because it's saying from the way of I define rationalize, it means a non-scientific way. It's like, well, I'm just trying to justify something based on my intuitions or lived experiences from a non-empirical scientific standpoint.
Right.
Okay.
Well,
So
tell me the scientific. I mean, you're trying to do it from a scientific perspective. I just don't know that you're there. The intelligent design movement tried to use science to rationalize
And
the
they
existence
failed.
of God, and they failed.
Yeah.
Yes. And what I'm saying is all of the science I've seen so far that rationalizes transgenderism in the same way that they did with intelligent design, it doesn't, like, so if you're talking about the brain scans, you're basically saying I have scientific evidence that women or men can have the opposite biologically sexed brain, right?
Right.
So you
Right.
are making a scientific hypothesis that people have the wrong brains. They're born in the wrong body.
Right.
That's your scientific hypothesis, correct?
Right.
Okay. I don't know that scientific hypothesis has been proved. I'm
No,
willing to admit
you're
that
right.
maybe it will be someday. But
Okay.
at this point, I don't know that we should be restructuring all of society based on a scientific hypothesis that we haven't verified.
Can I
I
just
don't-
interject with something?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
For the opposite, where you're saying a female brain and a male brain, that's like I said, that's an oversimplification of what it is.
Right.
Where
Okay,
it's just hang on. It's just identifying that these structures are different in this group of people as opposed to this group of people. It's not making a determination that this is a female brain. This is a male brain.
This is the language we have to use to talk about the concept. in
Yeah.
a
Okay.
simplistic way.
Yeah, it does have to be simplified. Okay.
With homosexuality, it's very easy. It's like you have a person that's same-sex attracted, right? And they want to embark on a project that allows them to, have relationships with the same sex.
Why should we allow that?
And that's fine.
Why should we allow that?
Why should we allow that? Because
Yeah.
we should allow people to embark on their own individual projects without.
Why?
Why?
I think that causes harm to the overall community. I think we should be a lot more collectivist in what we advocate for, more unified.
I disagree. I think people should be able to embark on their own
Why?
personal projects. The place that I have a problem is
Wait.
is when
why?
you're going to come in and tell
Why?
me, look, give me whatever answer you're looking for me to say.
Because what I'm trying to get at is if we go down this chain of why, we're both of us are in favor of liberalism and individualistic kind of ideologies, it's all going to lead to a place where I could say, well, you're just rationalizing those, Adam. The same way that you're kind of criticizing people trying to find scientific understandings of gender dysphoria as being rationalizing.
Yeah, you
that's why I
wanna
don't
hear my
understand exactly what you're
rationalizations?
saying.
You want to hear my rationalizations? Because my
Yeah.
rationalizations are based in scientific reality,
Yeah, but
in
that's
truth.
That's what we're trying to do with gender dysphoria. We're trying to base it on brain scans and twin studies. Now, does this mean with 100% certainty that that's the case? No, but we have to do continual study. But that's the best available evidence we have so far. and so that's what we have to rely on.
Right.
Right? Okay. So then how is that a rationalization? I don't understand.
Well, it depends.
A rationalization would be if you had no basis.
Yeah.
Look, oh my God.
That's why I feel like you're using rationalizing in a way
let's
that I'm
find
just not
let's
understanding.
let's find a different word than rationalization.
Okay.
The word reason.
Yeah.
How about that?
Okay.
This is
that's a completely different connotation.
This is the reason.
Yes.
This is the reason this happens. Okay?
Okay.
If people want here, my problem is people want to embark on this project, and how the reason why they want to embark on that project, you're saying, is biological. There's some sort of biological thing going on.
Well, the reason that they would want to embark on it is alleviating the dysphoria and being able to live a healthier life.
Or
how do you know that?
Or the social contagion, or they think they have something they don't.
The reason for it.
Right.
Yeah, there's a million different reasons why they could want to embark on this project.
Yeah, but that's but that's my whole point about whenever we talk about this stuff, is trying to ferret out those that have the biology and those that are just think they do, but maybe they don't.
Well, with religion, there's a lot of religion is a perfect example, because there's a reason why they want to embark on the project that is completely different than the actual underlying physical reality that's taking place. Like, religions have a evolutionary advantage. They give people an evolutionary advantage. They have an adaptive working. You understand the underlying adaptive workings of.
I feel like we should just move on.
Well, sure, the religions that have survived into the modern era.
I don't understand what the point of this sidetrack is, and it feels like it's a lot of us quibbling over vocabulary and Sitch's law, and I'm not sure where we're going with any of this.
You're the one that brought it up. Look, you guys are supposed to be asking me.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about? You're the one that brought it up.
You've not.
This was in the context of you comparing gender dysphoria / gender theory to religion, and this brought us down this pathway.
There's two possibilities here. There is, people have some sort of inclination that they want to live as the opposite sex. Okay. Mm-hmm. What's going on there? In reality,
right?
That's what we're trying to find out. We're trying to use science to do it. Your hypothesis is what?
That for some people, there is some kind of biological function in their brain that makes them feel that way, and for other people, it's social contagion / they think they have that for whatever reason, and they don't actually have that.
Feel what way?
That they have a sensation that for whatever reason, when they look at themselves or look in the mirror and they see that they have male body parts or female body parts, that seeing that causes anxiety,
panic,
and depression to a massive degree.
Okay. And that sends him on the project to avoid that, those feelings.
Yeah, to avoid that anxiety and depression, yes.
Right, okay.
Right. And if there were other ways to alleviate the anxiety and depression through other means that were less intrusive, I would be in favor of it, obviously.
Okay.
I don't think that there's a lot of people with religious ideation that move towards religion to alleviate what Sitch was talking about.
Yes, they do. Death anxiety. What are you talking about? There's a million things.
In it, though.
What are you talking
usually
about?
They're raised in it.
Look,
in a foxhole or prison, yeah, for sure. But
there's a story in the book Why We Need Religion that he tells about a woman who, her son was brutally murdered and she couldn't get over it. She couldn't escape the depression, and she had to turn to religion basically to have some sense that there would be justice in the end, and his murderer would see justice. But does any of that really exist? Does any of that stuff actually exist, or is she just turning to them to satiate some sort of psychological need?
It does. I mean, people find religion in a foxhole. They find it in jail. They find it at the most depressing moments of their lives a lot of the times.
Yes, but it doesn't mean that God exists.
Follow religion. It's because they're raised in it. It's because that's what's keep, has brought them a lot in their life. They find a lot of meaning in it. I don't know if it's necessarily to alleviate
It
something
can be, but it's not for everyone.
It can be, yeah, but it's not
Right.
for everyone. I don't know if it's something as.
Does that mean that her son is going to that she's going to get justice for her son? Does that mean that God is going to reach from the sky and stamp the murderer out?
No,
Does it mean that the murderer is going to burn in hell for 1,000 years?
Okay,
Are any
so
of those
I
things
think I
really
finally-
going to happen?
Right. I finally understand, I guess, what your point was, Adam.
Yeah.
And what you're saying is that, so someone has a psychological fear of death that leads them down, that is a real thing. They have a real
Very real
experience.
biological
Yes.
fear of death.
Right. They have a real internal experience that's based off of something traumatic or whatever that caused them to have this fear of death. So in order to alleviate that fear, they turn to religion, which does actually create the alleviation of fear internally in their brain. Okay.
Yes.
And you're saying, well, with gender dysphoria, there's someone that has a real internal sensation of this anxiety or fear or dysphoric feeling, and they're turning to something like transitioning in order to alleviate that. Right?
Correct.
And that's the comparison. Okay.
Yes.
I would say that's
go
different and not the same, because the thing is that with religion, the difference is someone has, and as you said, Adam, someone has a fear of death in your hypothetical. Obviously, people can be religious for reasons that have nothing to do with fear. But in your hypothetical, where someone turns religion out of fear, they're turning to it because of some event that happened to them, and the religion is the cure. With gender dysphoria, the idea isn't, let's not figure out the underlying cause. Let's just transition to solve it. I'm saying the underlying cause of the anxiety in the first place is the gender dysphoria, and that the treatment directly targets it. And I think that's why I don't agree with this comparison you're making.
Well, I mean, in the religious example, though, we can link what's going on to, obviously, genetically, she's suffered a huge loss in losing, a son.
Yeah, but it's not like her lack of religiousness is what caused the feeling in the first place. So she's seeking out religion to fix the original problem in her brain, right?
Right.
So with gender dysphoria, I'm saying...
Well, you don't, but I would say you don't know this.
Well, we don't know it 100%, but we have strong reason to believe that it is true, based on current scientific evidence, that there is some kind of biological issue in some people's brains that makes them feel that way.
Right.
And now, if there was a way that you could give someone a magic pill that would fix whatever it is in their brain that would make them not feel dysphoria, obviously I would be in favor of doing that. We don't have that technology, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where transition comes in from.
Right. Well, the problem is to sort the people out that... Do you accept that there are people that don't? Obviously, there are people that don't have dysphoria and they want to transition anyway. What's going on there? They just want to embark on this project.
I think they're confused.
Okay, but you don't want them to embark on that project.
No.
Okay. I think that's why we have such contentious conversations about this, because it's essential to your argument that there is this thing called gender dysphoria that is biological, that comes in the brain.
If there wasn't, then I don't think anyone should transition at all.
Okay,
there's no reason to do so.
So if this is why, I think this is why the contention between you and I on this topic so much is because I'm saying, look, I don't really even have enough evidence to know there's this thing, gender dysphoria. So,
yeah, but there seems to be, and there has been for a while now.
Well, how do you know? How do you know that like the woman who has lost her son and can't escape the feelings of remorse? How do you know that when people look in the mirror, they don't say, "Oh my God, no one is ever going to love this body. Like I'm going to be an evolutionary dead end here," and they have all that distress is caused by that. And that's what gender dysphoria is.
Well, that wouldn't. So that person who just they just think they're ugly. Is that what you're saying? They're just like, oh, I'm ugly, right? And maybe that they'll be less ugly as the other sex. Is that what you're suggesting?
What is the difference between I feel like I'm in the wrong sex body and I just don't like my body? What is the difference?
Well, in terms of the science of it, presumably, if you had someone that just said like, oh, I don't like I think I'm ugly, right? I don't like my nose. My nose is too big,
Mm-hmm.
or, my boobs are too small, or my butt is, not thick enough, or whatever it is, right? Presumably, those people wouldn't have brain scans that would show that they have, the cross-sex brain structures of their minds, right?
Leave the brain scans out of it for now.
Well, but I can't, because I'm basing
because
this
that's
off.
your rationalization. I realize.
It's not a wait, that's not a rationalization. If there wasn't
I did
any,
that. I did that.
if they did
that was a
brain
little
scans,
far. I did that to trivia.
Okay.
If
There were no brain, listen, if there were no brain scans that showed any difference between people that are trans and people that are not trans, and there were no twin studies that showed there's the increased likelihood for twins that transition, then I'd say there's no evidence for this being a thing. It could all be entirely psychological. Right?
Well, but
there is. That's what I'm basing my opinion on.
You say that again. If there are no brain scans, this could be completely psychological, right?
Well, I said
if it's just studies, completely psychological, it's going to show up in the twin studies.
No,
they
it's
have
not.
the same brains.
No. Okay. So the thing of the twin studies, the thing that makes it interesting is that when you compare fraternal to identical twins, you had this massive jump up. Right?
Yes, because the fraternal have different brains.
Oh, wait. You misunderstand what I mean when I say psychological. When I say psychological, I mean in terms of that it's something that there's not an inherent structure in the brain that makes them feel that way. It's just maybe something happens to them, or they just trick themselves into feeling this way, or whatever.
Let me ask you.
It's not like a real thing.
Let me ask you one more question.
That's what I meant when I said psychological. I shouldn't have used the word psychological.
Let me ask you one more question, and then we need to check in on Edgy, because I'm curious what Edgy has to say on any of this stuff. Yes. So when someone looks in the mirror and they say, I'm ugly, I wish I looked more attractive, that's a situation we can all understand. When the transgender person,
not you, Adam, you're beautiful.
No, I could be 2 inches taller. When the transgender person looks in the mirror and says, I would look better as a woman, are they saying, do they care if they're an ugly woman or an attractive woman?
I don't think they're saying I would look better as a woman. I think they're saying,
well, they're saying I would feel better as a woman, right? But do you think, so they would feel, would they rather be an ugly woman or an attractive woman?
Well, everyone would rather be attractive.
Okay.
Obviously, right?
Right.
Now, the question that would be interesting would be if you asked people that had gender dysphoria, would you rather be an attractive version of whatever gender you were born with versus an ugly version of transitioned one? Which one would you prefer?
Love to ask.
Now that would be an interesting question.
Now we'd be digging into some real science.
Right. I think it's kind of like, I do think that there is, I think it's especially true with young girls. I think there's a lot of young girls who they start going through puberty and they start to feel very weird about their bodies, and they feel very weird about the sexual attention they're getting. And so that can cause them to think they have gender dysphoria when they don't, and get their breasts removed or whatever.
Right.
And I do think there are some people, and I don't think this is well studied, I do think there are some people that have body dysmorphia, but about sexual organs, and that gets lumped in with gender dysphoria when it shouldn't.
Right. No, I totally agree.
It's kind of like what you're asking, like how do we know body dysmorphia is a really weird thing too. It's like someone gets an anxiety OCD disorder about a specific body part or perceived flaw in their body that no one else really notices, to the point that it basically ruins their life.
Why are we separating gender dysphoria out from body dysmorphia?
Because it's essential. That's part of the question. Should it be separated out? Is it related or not? It's kind of a very contentious issue. Body dysmorphia is considered an anxiety OCD compulsion. I don't believe gender dysphoria is considered a compulsive disorder.
Edgy?
Yeah. Oh boy. I've the last little.
I figured we'd get an oh boy, but
I've had some. Yeah, I've been having some thoughts about it, and the last little bit has been less something I feel like I can comment on. But I guess what you're talking about, the comparison between like transness and religion, the thing that kept like jumping out to me is just that like we're talking about, when we talk about religion and religious beliefs, a person is generally speaking making a claim that there is a physical or non-physical, which I think is basically kind of like a nonsensical idea to begin with, reality that exists. Whereas when somebody's talking about like their experience with gender, you're really talking about like your internal monologue, like your own experiences. And so like in the most literal sense, I don't think that there's
non-physical though.
I guess, okay, when I say non-physical, it gets dictated by physical processes. Whereas when someone says that there is a God, assuming they give a definition or whatever, it's usually like a timeless, spaceless, that is a thing that I think conceptually is nonsensical.
Well, but I'm saying also
you,
the
continue.
I'm saying born in the wrong body is equally not the reality of the situation. I mean, it could be. I admit, maybe I could be wrong, but
well, and so that's where I guess I would have to, like, you would have to ask the specific person what they mean by that. Because if they mean literally they were spiritually born in the wrong body, then like, yeah, I just think that that's just not a fact of reality. As far as I can tell, that isn't a thing that exists. But if you're talking about using it as a metaphor or whatever, I think that makes perfect sense for some folks to describe, like to analogize their experiences in a similar way that like in a biology class, when you talk about mutations, we usually talk about them as errors or mistakes. That's not really true.
you're right.
There's no, like, nobody's doing the supposing with a mutation. It's just a chemical process that happens to not always be predictable. And so like, that's what I get with when we're talking about gender dysphoria and the feeling of being born in the wrong body, is that it's just like it's a quaint way to analogize your experience, but I don't think that it should be treated as a literal fact claim.
Yeah. I think that the question for me is if it's really, I don't know if the gender dysphoria is being produced biologically or socially. And I think that's the trip up that I have. I mean, it could also be both. It could be, both to different degrees. So
yeah, I was going to
say
say
epigenetic.
Yeah, that's one of those things where it's difficult to perfectly, like, first you have to very clearly define exactly what is considered biological and what isn't, because like those lines are pretty blurry anyway.
Well, it sounds like you understand. I mean, it sounds like you have a background in biology, so you understand when we're talking about the religious perspective, like the woman who lost her son. You know what's going on there from like an evolutionary sense.
I have an understanding of it. Yeah, I think that a lot of that is going to be related to social stuff. I think that if that person had never been introduced to the concept of religion, she probably would have found another coping mechanism.
Yeah,
can't guarantee that, but that seems likely to be the case. But with, at least when we come to discussing like gender dysphoria and that sort of an experience, that seems to be a thing that's fairly consistently present throughout history, even if it's not, even if it's obviously it's not going to be as prevalent as it is today, because we're treating people differently. But like you can go and find stories back, frontier days, like a kid who left home to go and live as a woman on the Western frontier or whatever. Like those sorts of things happened and existed. Oftentimes, you find out after they die, they're like, oh shit, this person was not who we expected them to be. And so it's one of those things where it's like, at the bare minimum, this does seem to be something that arises independently with enough frequency that I would say, like, yeah, it is a genuine like psychological and biological phenomenon.
Have you read Galileo's Middle Finger? She goes into, I mean, I was surprised how frequent these kind of intersex-ish type things are not actually intersex, but how frequent they actually are. So I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I haven't read that before. Definitely looking for shit to spend time looking into though. Yeah, I guess it's one of those things where I care ultimately about like the utility of something. That's just always been the thing that I'm concerned about. And so as far as I can tell, we have better ways to cope with emotional issues than religiosity, at least for the most part. For some folks, I don't think that's always the case, and whatever.
This is an interesting thing, because you're saying, listen, for the distress that the transgender people feel, it's fine if we allow them to socially transition, but for the distress that the religious people feel, they shouldn't they should not be able to turn to religion to alleviate that stress.
I don't believe that. No, I don't believe that at all. I think in general, I'm of the opinion like you should believe at your own risk. Like if you start to make that make your beliefs something that you use to as a cudgel against other people or try to push people.
Oh, I don't think you should do that.
Like that sort of thing. Like my impression is that there are healthier ways to deal with mental anguish than religiosity. But that does not necessarily mean one, like do whatever the hell you want. It's not my problem. And two, I'm totally open to the possibility that for some people that is the best course of action. The main reason why I say I don't necessarily think it's the healthiest way to deal with stuff is specifically because anytime that you start to believe in a religious proposition or whatever, you very much have to, even if a lot of people don't, accept the possibility that you're going to stop believing that at some point. And if you allow yourself to basically push all of your like emotional troubles, particularly with respect to death, off onto this religious belief, if you come across a situation or an argument or a person that throws that bit of doubt into you, you may well have to deal with something significantly worse than you would have if you had just dealt with the problem at the time.
That's an interesting perspective. What would be the alternative for the woman that her son was brutally murdered? What would be the alternative for dealing with the stress?
I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea.
Okay, well, this is interesting because you said there is an alternative. Like this is the thing, because in the transgender situation, there's obviously an alternative. Like they can work psychologically to identify with their birth sex.
I don't know if that's ever worked very well.
Yeah, it seems to be the case that unless somebody is like already ambivalent, like any form of like attempt to convert them one way or the other is not going to be helpful. The reason that I say I don't know in the case of that woman is because like you need to know so much about this person's like experiences and whatever. Like I'm not her therapist, and I never will be her therapist.
In the story, it's so Stephen Asma was the guy who wrote the book. He was a college professor, and he was basically an atheist, and he was saying atheist stuff in the classroom. And a kid came up to him after class and told him the story about his mom, who fell apart when his brother was brutally murdered. But the part of the story that I haven't told yet is the guy that told Stephen Asmus this had a younger sister as well. And they were very young when this happened, and they just saw their mom falling apart. Like they thought, this is like the end of us. She's not going to be able to get it together and take care of us. So it's like even more tragic.
Did the kids turn to religion too?
I don't know that the kid did. He doesn't really say in the book if the kid was actually religious, but he did say, listen, there's a perspective on religion that you're missing here with your atheism talk. And I mean, this story is one of the things that really started turning me around on the idea that, well, there is she basically had 3 kids, that she could have lost all 3 kids, which is an evolutionary disaster, obviously, if she doesn't get her shit together. But she became super religious, and she believed that, there would be justice in the end, and his brother's killer would see justice in the end, and it let her turn her life around and start taking care of her other 2 kids.
Yeah, I definitely would have to think more on like the specifics of that, because I like as I run it through my head, like there's a variety of different things worth considering there. I will say personally, like when I am dealing with whatever, like heavy emotional shit, not anything to the degree of having a child be murdered or whatever, there are totally like fables and whatever that I like tell myself that I don't literally believe to be true, but that are comforting.
Yes.
And so like I understand that, and I'm definitely able to make that leap, and like I'm comfortable with that or whatever. I am concerned about the potential both individual and like broader social effects of like actually just accepting those to just be facts. Mm-hmm. And so that's where like I'm cautious about it, but I'm not gonna make any 100%.
Well, and I'm not asking you to. So, we've been going for close to 2 hours, so we should kind of wrap it up here. I mean, this has been a fascinating discussion. Is there anything we left out, Edgy?
The only other thing that I was interested in discussing, I think, was the relationship between like non-binary people and and like the trans movement or whatever, or like people with or without gender dysphoria, not like a huge thing to
Okay.
get into. But
Daniel, you want to go? Well, Edgy, you want to go first, and then Daniel, and then Sitch. I know has some opinions.
Oh,
yeah,
on the non-binary thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it should be seen as categorically distinct from trans, because I think the needs of somebody who is bucking against kind of social trends, and just when I'm speaking to people who identify as non-binary, I read their works, I read their words, I listen to them and their explainer videos and kind of explaining it. It always seems to be very tied into social expressions of gender and bucking that, as opposed to something where we were talking about gender dysphoria, where it's more like I just can't even get out of bed. I just don't even want to look at myself in the mirror. I can't do any of that. It seems to be more of a bucking against that. So I think it's just categorically distinct, because I think the needs of those groups are different. And I think the non-binary discussion is more of just a discussion on it just ties into the general social discussion on gender roles that we've been having since the 80s, really.
Yeah, so I, as I imagine, you would probably include like non-binary people with gender dysphoria in more the trans category.
Yeah, if they're being diagnosed with it. I mean, like with non-binary people with gender dysphoria, those are typically people that choose that they don't want to go down the medicalization path, or they can't go down the medicalization path because of certain factors, like perhaps they have heart disease, and you just can't do hormone therapy if you have heart disease, or they got other kind of troubles with that.
Sure. Yeah, I guess I'm more thinking of like folks who have gender dysphoria, who go through like some of the medical transition, maybe not all of it, or like go through medical transition but don't like identify as a binary gender identity. Like I'm just assuming those people would be categorized as being trans under that definition.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. So I guess what my concern is in the most literal sense. I think that binary trans people or I should say trans people with gender dysphoria and trans people without, because that's generally how I would differentiate. There definitely is a difference in experience and in some of the issues that are faced there. But I think that from a social perspective, it makes sense for these communities to be like to be pretty tight with each other, at least for the time being, just because like the same social forces are pushing against us. Like you're not going to find a whole lot of people who are like totally okay with non-binary people but against medical transition, whatever. Like there's just not a whole lot of that in anti-trans whatever movements, and so it makes sense for us to...
I think it's more common to find somebody who's totally on board with trans people but against genders, non-binary.
Mm-hmm. Well, and you even still, those people don't really have like a huge movement behind them. Like they're not like there's mostly socially, I think, like there's the super pro-trans movement, the super anti-trans movement, and the people who don't really want to don't want to engage with it all that much, or don't have super strong opinions one way or the other. And so I just think that even if like, yes, there are different experiences that go into it, I think it makes sense for us to at least in activist groups and whatever to like kind of stick together in the same way that I think that like it makes sense to have the LGBT etc. community and not do the whole like LGBT without the T or whatever, because it's like, okay, yes, being gay and being trans are two different things, but like let's not pretend like the social forces that oppose being gay are not the same types of social forces that oppose being trans, and so I don't think there's like a spiritual connection or anything like that. I just think that that's how best we should be, or like how best we should engage with these issues. And I feel like debating it can, to an extent, just kind of like distract from stuff when like ultimately it's kind of inconsequential in the long run.
I think I agree entirely with what Daniel said in the beginning, that these are different communities that have different needs, and I don't think they should be lumped together. I understand what Kai is saying. You're talking about from kind of a practical, political perspective, that in order to get these things, culture to accept or society to accept certain things, you need to kind of form coalitions, which I'm empathetic to that idea. I just think the problem is that, I've said this from the beginning, when you have kind of like the non-binary issue in my mind essentially undermines the entire trans movement and gender dysphoria, the idea of gender dysphoria entirely, as does the kind of the reliance on gender being a social construct, I think underlies or undermines the philosophical ideological consideration for why anyone should transition. But I seem to be the only person that actually gives a shit about that, so I guess it doesn't matter.
Well,
I give
I
a
think
shit.
it also, I mean, just the trans people who are going through medical transition, they do want to live within that binary. They want to be seen as, the other end of that binary. And I think like when we're talking about getting rid of gender, getting rid of all that, that's making it way more difficult for them. I don't know. I just see that as oppositional.
I agree, but again, most people don't. I think that, people that debate this shit online like us, we develop a sophisticated understanding of these concepts where the average person has a very low resolution idea of like, oh, it's all the same thing, drag, trans, non-binary. It all just gets lumped together as like, not cis normal, heteronormativity. And so from that perspective, maybe it does make sense politically, even if it doesn't make sense to us, when we really think about it, maybe it doesn't make sense. But
It's easier to
Sure, yeah,
avoid the
pragmatically.
contradictions when you just keep it low res, man.
well, just people just don't care. People don't, I mean, generally people don't care to really
They
try to
don't.
develop deeper understandings of most issues that happen around them. So whatever.
Edgy, you understand the contradictions Sitch is talking about, correct?
Are you talking about the contradiction talking about non-binary identities undermining binary trans
Yeah.
identities? I would like to hear it stated to make sure that I'm understanding, like that I'm not misrepresenting your position, but I think so.
Well, I'm just talking about what I said in the beginning, that there has to be a biologically inherent category in our brains mapping onto sex. Otherwise, gender dysphoria makes no sense at all. And I think non-binary and the gender social construction idea basically destroys that.
So I don't necessarily think that there has to be an inherent understanding of sex in the way that we're defining it. I think that probably is where a lot of it comes from. But I guess like the reason why I don't think that there's a problem there is because ultimately, in like when we talk about ideal society, right? Say it's whatever, like gender abolition and everything, like people are just going to are going to engage with their gender expression to the extent that it still exists in a very in just a very hyper individualistic way. And so I think that like non-binary identities are just are kind of attempting to create that in within the bounds of like our current social structure. So I don't think that being non-binary would really make a whole lot of sense, whatever 2,000 years from now, whatever space, gender, and everything is what everybody is. It's one of those things where I think it's a very current phenomenon, and I think that like gender dysphoria and like wanting to have a different body, having issues with the way that your body is now and everything is something that will probably just exist because your brain sometimes is uncomfortable with the way that its physical its meat cage is constructed. And so I just I don't know, I don't really see where that contradiction comes in unless you're literally saying that the basis for being trans is the dysphoria, which I don't really think is necessarily the case. I should say when I'm saying trans, I'm talking about just like identifying as a gender other than assigned at birth, not
right.
Yeah.
Right. So because it's kind of two different issues. So with the non-binary issue, my problem with it is essentially I view non-binary ideology or the idea behind it as basically giving up, because it used to be like, oh, a man can do whatever they want and a woman can do whatever they want. They don't have to be a manly man or a woman doesn't have to be a girly girl, right? But then and I'm fine with that. I think that's the way it should be. But the non-binary thing is basically to say, well, we're giving up. We've tried to sort of abolish the ideas of strict gender norms. So instead, we're just going to create an entirely new category of gender norms to basically fit into, as opposed to abolishing the categories in the first place. So that's why I'm against. I think that's why I'm against non-binary ideas. I think it basically solidifies gender stereotypes by it has to by very nature. But that's a little bit separate from the idea of what I said about how, since I don't believe that I don't like the idea of the transgender label being applied to people that don't have gender dysphoria. So I don't like any of that. So from my perspective, as I said, you do have to, again, if people are born with gender dysphoria, or even if it's epigenetic, or people were just born with a proclivity towards it and an environmental thing can shift them one way or the other, any of that aside, it still has to have some kind of biological basis. It still has to be rooted in there biologically, in my mind, for it to be justified in any level. And so if it is biological, there has to be a biological mapping in people's brains of what sex means in the first place. And that's kind of you can't really get around that idea if you think there's a biological basis for gender dysphoria.
I think there's a biological basis for basically all of this if we're being like super, super strict with our definitions here. But I think that this is, to a degree, there's kind of a definitions game going on here. But what at least the way that I perceive it and experience it and whatever, the idea of creating an entirely new gender norm or a set of gender norms or set of sets of gender norms is one solution to the like gender abolitionist problem, basically, because like if we were to like if we're right, we take that to its logical conclusion all the way to gender abolitionism, what you basically have is 8 billion different gender identities, some of them very similar to each other, obviously, but right, like that's what that looks like. And so by continuing to scatter the categories, breaking it up and everything into smaller and smaller groups is one route to achieve that like ultimate goal, whereas the other route would basically to just try and like get rid of the concept.
It's going to work that way. People like categories too much. It's not going to abolish anything. They're just going to have a lot of categories.
Well, so I mean, I think to an extent that may well be true. Like I don't like when I talk about this like hypothetical utopia, like I'm not saying that's actually going to happen. I don't right. Like it's very much theoretical. But what I'm getting at is that if you break it up, if you scatter it into enough new categories, you come to basically an approximation of that utopia that still works within like basic human psychology, that still works with, so people can categorize themselves, but rather than only having two options, they've got 50 or 60 or whatever, and again, like I'm not super comfortable with categorization as much, but I think it's better than what we have now, where there's basically just two options.
I felt like we were on the path of allowing a pretty broad net of behaviors for men and women outside of the quote masculine feminine norms. This seems like to me to be a big step back. It kind of reminds me of certain third wave radical feminists who essentially, instead of saying, hey, let's lift up and validate traits that are considered feminine in society, and say that society doesn't appreciate feminine traits enough, instead of kind of taking that tact, to I think a bunch of third wave feminists essentially said, let's just make women behave like men. And or rather, let's have women behave to the masculine traits that society likes. And to me, that's basically giving up and completely missing the point on what we should be striving for as a society.
I think, to the extent that is what somebody's doing, I agree that is kind of a regressive solution to the problem. Whereas I think that like the correct route to go would be, you should act however you want to act within the bounds of like basic social, politeness and whatever. So obviously for some women that means acting more like men. For some women it doesn't mean that. For some men, etc. But what I see in my experience with non-binary identities is that there's not a whole lot of like rigid rule enforcement there. Like it's kind of just like a place where people can just express themselves exactly as they want to without having it attached to any other particular, like any other norms that other people would attach to it. And I think that for a lot of folks, that's liberating. I know that's generally how it is for me. And I think it's ultimately like at least a valid response to some of the concerns we have. I totally see what you like. I see the concern with somebody saying like, okay, well then at this point, like, isn't a feminine man just basically like not a thing anymore? And I don't think that's the case. I think that it really does have to do with your internal monologue and your own experience. Like, I think at this point we are almost entirely talking about a social phenomenon, and people who are non-binary in, I don't know, Montana, United States might not be if they had been raised in Tokyo, Japan.
Right.
The different gender norms or whatever would have led to them identifying differently. And so I think that at that point, we're really just talking about who you are internally and then expressing that however you want.
Well, I think, I understand what you're saying, that there's a pragmatic consideration. I'm very up in the stratosphere of like an idea, and there's a pragmatic consideration to consider.
So let's have the conversation.
But I guess I would be more okay with sort of what you're talking about if there wasn't so much, I don't know what the word is, like categorical leakage, where, once the sort of non-binary idea kind of becomes popularized, or once these kind of gender fluidity ideas become popularized, it seems like it bleeds into all these areas of like the whole, Matt Walsh, what is a woman conversation? And it kind of sort of toxifies all these other areas, it bleeds over and kind of creates this effect, which I think kind of poisons the discourse around it. But
I don't know, I guess like I can see that from like a lofty, like philosophical, like looking down on it perspective, making that prediction, but it just doesn't feel like it's borne out that way at least in trans inclusive spaces, because like when I interact with people, it very much just seems like there is basically no holds barred. You can be whoever you want to be in this space. Right. And like, not whether it's binary trans, non-binary trans, cis,
well,
like
what I
whatever.
mean is like, so like we were talking to amazing atheist on Sunday, and
the little bitch needs to text me back. Yeah.
And he said something that I've heard other people say, which is that essentially they think that there should be a complete abolishment of women's sports. And this is kind of the toxic bleeding effect I'm talking about. It's like, once we sort of remove this idea of gender having any importance or having any anything solid, I think it kind of basically bleeds in this idea of no, just get rid of everything, just get rid of women's sports, get rid of women's spaces. All this goes out the window, even if that's not the intention of the people who are originally pushing non-binary ideas.
So so what you're saying is that you're saying TJ was saying we should abolish women's sports. Was that?
Yeah, that all sports should be non-gendered, essentially.
That is an interesting like conversation that I've been having with people recently, where I'm like not totally 100% sure on exactly how I want it to go, but I think it definitely does like non-binary identities or whatever like do kind of raise some interesting questions related to that for, I don't know, I think fairly apparent reasons. And I guess my impression with the way that like the sports thing goes is that realistically unisex, unigender, whatever sports that are divided based on like specific physical attributes relevant to that sport make more at least intuitive sense to me, but I'm not like, I don't know enough about the sports to really like make a confident assertion in that one way or the other. I have a lot of thoughts on sports as a concept. Obviously that's not really like the primary discussion we're having here. I guess I don't know, this very much seems like makes sense in theory, but doesn't seem to work out that way. Like my interaction with spaces that are accepting of non-binary people is that they are the most progressive, the most like women can be whatever they want to be without being called men. Men can be whatever they want to be without being called women. Like it is the most like free space for you to behave as you are authentically, with the exception obviously of people who are like opposed to that.
Right.
But is there a non-binary Blair White out there? Like a non-binary conservative?
I could have.
That's an excellent question, actually.
I think I found a market niche to fill.
There you go.
All right. You know what? I get on it. Everything I said was a lie. I'm gonna move into
You're gonna hit it, yeah.
Get that dough. Get that dough. Get that green, son.
I
Get that
feel like
cabinet.
I feel like that's almost an impossible thing, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I just don't have the imagination.
Well,
So.
if I had never heard of Blair White and then you told me that she existed, I would have probably said the same thing. But
I feel like my intuition would say that, but if I really like boil down time, I'm like, well, no, someone could have dysphoria and have conservative moral intuitions. Those don't necessarily contradict. I think non-binary intuitions does contradict inherently with conservative moral intuitions, but
I think this would also probably depend on when a person like that became popular. Because if they did in like 2016, I could see that happening, or a little bit before then. But like now, like no way. Like I don't think there's a market for that. Like Blair White still exists because she was established before the super anti-trans craze, back when it was mostly treated as like just a funny, weird thing, just kind of on the edges of society. Like they'd make fun of trans people, but didn't go far beyond that.
Okay. Well, should I read super chats, Adam? Is there anything else?
No. Fascinating discussion. Edgy, I don't know if you have to run or not. And Danimal, I don't know if you have to run too. We're gonna watch a little bit of this Scott Adams video.
My husband has had dinner ready for the past 40 minutes, and
Well,
I'm hungry, so.
get out of here.
Go
What
eat.
are you doing?
Get out of here.
Well,
Thanks for coming on, Danimal.
Yeah, that was fun. That was a fascinating discussion. I forgot I was on the show, and I was just kicking back and listening for a while.
There you go.
Yeah,
Kyle,
I
what
definitely.
about
I got shit I gotta take care
Nice.
of. Yep, that's the joys of taking physical chemistry.
Hey,
Freaking-
Kai,
oh my God.
I linked your YouTube channel in chat. I'm going to go ahead and link it again. But
Yeah,
I think
I'll
you're
put it in the
definitely worth
description
watching.
too if you want to DM it to me.
Yeah,
Or
I'll
put it
DM
in the
to you.
chat or something.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, of course, fellow YouTuber. So
Well, thanks for coming on, Danimal and Kai. I thought it was an interesting conversation, and it was respectful and not crazy and horrible. So thank you.
Thanks for having
Yeah,
me.
next time I'll get drunk and yell.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, bye-bye, everybody.
Take care, you guys.
See ya.
nice. I guess I didn't really ask you. You were talking about, I mean, we don't have to watch this Scott Adams interview. We can just
I haven't even seen. You're talking about the Cuomo one?
Yeah.
I haven't seen it at all. Is it worth looking at?
Oh yeah. Oh
Okay, yeah, definitely. I'm definitely down. I'm not. It's funny. This is what I said would happen. We're like, we're gonna do short Tuesday streams, and then it's like, no, we're not.
Well, I'm curious too. Did you look into the stuff that I messaged you about the DC versus?
I
Heller?
didn't look into it.
Okay.
I didn't have time
Yeah.
on Monday. I spent most of my Monday trying to figure out how to switch the light switch in my room that I have my computer in, because I'm trying to set up lights for my eventual face reveal, and then realizing that I'm too stupid to figure out how to do it, so I need to just call someone to do it for me.
You don't look. There's YouTube. Don't call the electrician.
I did. No,
Don't
listen. Wait, no, wait. Okay, I went to the store. I got all the tools. I figured out, everything, and I was doing it safely. And I looked at like a million YouTube tutorials. So I unscrewed the light fixture, the light switch fixture. I pull it out of the wall, and I'm like, this looks nothing like any tutorial I've seen yet. What the fuck am I supposed to do here?
Yeah, our house is I mean, when they wired our house, they must have been high or drunk or something, because
Oh yeah, exactly. I'm like, what? I'm like, oh man, because I'm looking at this. I'm like, oh, you got to do the little loops on the screws, and
yeah,
I'm like, oh, because I'm like, this is not, they did something completely different than anything I expect. I have to what I have to do is I'd have to untwist all the individual wires, and then I'd have to figure out which wire is which I don't have the capacity to do, I don't believe. So
did you get the thing? Did you get the tester? God, I love
yeah,
that thing.
I got a breaker tester, and I got a hot wire tester.
I fixed,
and I know
so many...
like what you're supposed to do, which I don't know if I feel comfortable doing this. You're supposed to pull out all the wires, and then you're supposed to have them separated. Then you're supposed to go back and turn them back on again, and then test to see which one is the ground wire.
Yeah.
And which one is the common wires, whatever they're called.
Yeah.
But I don't know. And then there's supposed to be a neutral wire, and I was like, I don't even see that in the fucking box. So I don't know. I was just like, fuck it, I'll just get someone to do this.
I mean, sometimes.
See, I don't know. See, the things I saw, you're saying that the wires are colored. I don't know because
They're supposed
I've
to
seen
be.
other things that say that the colored wires might not necessarily correspond to it. And I thought, yeah, people are saying put in the Discord. I did actually literally think I could probably tweet this out or take a picture in Discord and someone would explain it to me, but I don't know. I was like, I'll see how quickly I can get someone to come over and how much it would be. I shouldn't be that expensive. There are some other electrical things that are way beyond my pay grade that need to be done anyway. So this could just be like, do that and then also this. But
That's awesome. We're gonna get to have a live stream where Sitch and I are both on camera.
yes.
That's gonna be
Yeah.
amazing.
So I got a really nice I got that if you know anything about lights, I got that Gove lamp, fill light lamp that has all the cool colors that you can put on a back wall. It looks really great.
Nice.
So,
Yeah, no, I need to. I mean, I got the neon lights, which are pretty cool. But
well, there you go.
mean,
We
there's
already
a
got
lot of other stuff.
I
you
have
can get.
91100 is an electrician. I don't know. Maybe listen. Maybe I'll grow up the energy again to outsource it to you guys. So
Yeah, I get that. You start working on a house project and all of a sudden you're like 3 days later and I haven't even checked my Twitter. I'm like, oh my God.
yeah.
Like this was only supposed to take 20 minutes.
Well, it's the thing because like I get the lamp and I install it and that didn't take that long. And then it's like I get the circuit breaker thing and it's telling me 2 different breakers are for the thing. I'm like, oh fuck. I'm like, wait a minute. So now I have to go around the house like checking all the different outlets to figure out which is the right breaker. So
Well, I went back and I read that book. Someone left a comment. This is on the gunfight book on gun control because we got like in a little bit of a heated back and forth on Sunday over gun control. And I went back and I read the last chapter and I got the Supreme Court case and I got the background for the Supreme Court case and all that stuff. So we'll be able to argue with the gun lobby in our chat pretty.
why not? Phil wanted to come on. I always
substantially.
like talking to Phil about stuff. So
And there's the comment that I got that always bugs the shit out of me is people accuse me. They say Adam says he read it in a book, so therefore it's true.
I mean, I say that. So all right.
Well, you should stop saying that because how many times have I said, I read this book and it's dog shit.
Yeah,
I've read this book and it's complete garbage. Yeah,
it's true-ish. Yeah, sure.
What do you mean true-ish? I say that on a lot of things. Look, I read FD Signify. I can tell if the book is using actual studies or not. Okay.
How do you know they're not rationalizing it?
Look, that's the thing. And I want to say this too to the religious people in the chat that were highly offended by the conversation that we have. Look, you can say that science is my way of rationalizing this if you want. If you want to say science is my way of rationalizing it and religion is your way of rationalizing it, knock yourself out, okay? I don't feel offended at all, but in the gunfight book, it's like a Supreme Court case. Like there's a case. This is why I sent Sitch. I'm like, here's the case. Go to the case file. You got to look up the case file. Anthony Scalia wrote the deciding opinion. Yeah. So we're going to be ready. We're going to be ready to argue this out.
Okay. Well,
this
anyway,
might be the next. This might be the next arc for us.
We'll get Phil on, even though I think most.
I mean, we have to get Solidoge on. What do you mean? He was the one that was calling us out and shit.
That's true. Solidoge did apologize to me, so
yeah,
I'm on good terms with Solidoge again. So thank you, Solidoge, for that.
Does that mean we can't destroy him in the look? I want to destroy him in a debate.
I mean, you can, but no, but send me the watch together. We'll watch this.
Well, it's
Scott Adams.
For some
Chris
reason,
Cuomo
it says
interview.
like you're already in the watch together. I think it might be the watch together from yesterday.
I don't have the tab open, but I can open the link from the other day.
Yeah, open it from yesterday's or Sunday's Twitter.
When you say it shows I'm still in, you mean it shows like the unlit icon?
Yeah, look, you just bounced in again.
Okay, so now I'm in it. Yeah, okay.
Oh, I didn't realize that. So the unlit icon. Oh, it did light up green. Oh, look at that.
Wait, I don't see the. Okay, there it is. Okay, so I haven't seen this interview at all. Scott said he wasn't going to do any more interviews, which is kind of fascinating. So he's talking to Chris Cuomo of all people. I didn't even know Chris Cuomo had a new show.
Yeah,
what is News Nation? What even is this?
Is this canceled on canceled violence here? I feel like maybe isn't Chris Cuomo canceled as well?
Yeah, he got fired from CNN. I didn't even know he got rehired for whatever this thing is, but okay, I'll check it out.
Okay, here,
Hit it up.
I gotta make sure I got the watch together, the right thing here.
So let's have the conversation right now. I bring in cartoonist, author, creator of Dilbert, host of the YouTube show Real Coffee with Scott Adams, the man himself. Thank you very much for taking the opportunity.
Hey, thanks for having me, Chris.
All right, so let's get the big things out of the way. People who are new to the situation and have heard that one soundbite say, the guy's racist. What do you say to people who heard that and say, Scott Adams is racist? Are you?
No. In fact, I often say it would be stupid to judge people any way other than individually. You would just be hurting yourself. You'd just be cutting yourself off from, half of the good people in the world or some number. So judging people by anything other than their individual character never makes sense. And certainly I wouldn't say that.
Did you know that this was going to happen?
But Chris, I intentionally courted controversy, but it's something I do often in my live streams. Mm-hmm. And I was trying to attract attention so that I could have a productive argument. Now, there's a frame or a context here that probably almost none of your audience is familiar with, and that would really change how they see this. Could I give you a little context?
Please.
So, okay. This comes up in all times. I've said this a bunch. I don't buy this. I don't believe this was intentional. I think that he was just upset and emotional, and he said what he said in a very bad way. And now he's trying to kind of salvage it by saying, well, it was intentional, which, fair enough, but, it is what it is. I don't buy this. He did it intentionally, controversial, it's just, no, come on.
I don't buy it either. I really don't. Hold on. This interview I watched yesterday, and this is the interview that actually made me start feeling sorry for Scott Adams.
Oh, interesting.
Like this.
What do you mean? Sorry, how?
This performance is abysmal. Man, it is so bad. And
his performance is abysmal.
Yeah. And I went through the comments, and all like half the comments are calling him delusional. It's just, that's why I was like, oh my God.
I know you have a lot of schadenfreude for Scott Adams. He called you because he artisted you.
Hold on. This is the interview that destroyed my schadenfreude.
Oh, I see.
I'm like, okay, he's dead already. Like, why are you continuing to beat him?
Stop hitting him. He's already dead.
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha.
I feel like this is, and it's just, you can't look away because it's like, the fall from grace is just so, he's been talking about being canceled forever. And I think he just got this idea that it would just never happen. He's like, well, I've been trying to get canceled forever. And so,
right.
But this is just,
okay.
Oh man.
That's what the whole conversation's about, Scott. Give me the context.
All right. All right, so if you knew me as a cartoonist and all you heard was the headline, you did a racist rant, and then you heard the video, there's really no other way to interpret it than the worst possible way. And I would agree with that. But if you knew me as...
Well, I'll say it's rather fair of him to say that. I have to give him credit for saying that, right?
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I don't think most people would ever say that about their own canceling. So...
what I'm probably had more impact on the world is some of these books, which are from philosophy to persuasion to how to deal with this situation actually, and other online controversies and arguments. But this one's the most effective one, and this is in the domain of personal growth, personal success. So I'm actually one of the most, I would say, noted people in the field of success and the tools of success. In fact, if somebody wrote a book on success today, they would almost have to reference my work. It's pretty much pervasive in other work as well.
This is where Adam is saying, "Oh my God, he's delusional." Is that? I can read your thoughts right now. You're just like,
not just me. Pull up the comments on this video. Pull up the comments. It's insane. Like I just couldn't stop reading the comments because the comments were just so. I mean, they were overwhelmingly like, this guy's just out to lunch.
Well,
Look, how it's just,
yeah.
how do you get yourself into this situation and then start talking about how you're the number one purveyor of how to be successful?
Well, he didn't say number one, but he said he would be a huge voice, I guess, and I guess what, teaching other people to be successful. Was that what he
Right.
was
As
suggesting?
you're on the
Right.
like, I fucked up tour. Like,
Well, I mean, that could be true though, right? That's not necessarily like a contradiction.
if you've been canceled,
you could do that and then fuck up, right? Those aren't contradictory ideas.
Yeah, but you look, once you are canceled and have the comeback tour, you can start talking about how to be successful.
Well, but we're talking about different things. But what I would say is, you know, he wrote the book he's referencing is How to Failed Everything and Still Win Big, or Win Bigly, or whatever the other book is.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't read them, but I have listened to Scott Adams for years. You know, he does say a lot of helpful things in terms of helping you be successful in life that I agree with. I don't know if I ever perceived him. Now, I'm not big in the field of self-help, self-improvement, success books. I've never viewed him as being some massive voice in any of these spheres. So I don't know what he's referring to. Or, I mean, this could all just be, you know, Scott Adams is a very big believer of self-affirmations.
Mm-hmm.
And so this could all just be a form of persuasion and self-affirmations. I don't know.
Yeah. He's willing himself into
right.
uncancellation.
Well, we'll see. We'll see.
So if you knew that my background included being a hypnotist, if you knew that I work in the self-development specific individual success field, and that I'm noted for that, and you know that I like to court controversy, because that's part of persuasion, you do a little hyperbole, your energy comes to you, and then you reframe it, which is what I'll do today for your guests. Then you reframe it, and then everybody leaves happy. So that was the model. What I did not count on is that my audience, they know me, so they would know what I was up to. In fact, they knew right away. As soon as I said it, my audience said, "All right, what are you doing? What kind of play is this? What's the long game?" And of course, I was explaining it to them the entire time. But what happened was it got bigger than I expected. It became a worldwide cancellation. So I had to wait a little while, let all the noise dissipate, let the energy dissipate a little bit. And then I thought, well, this is about the time. And you're actually kind of the perfect person to talk to, because I think the audience is going to say, "You're not going to let me off the hook."
Because you've been canceled. That's why I'm talking to you, Chris Cuomo. You're the perfect person to talk to. You understand what it's like to be canceled. You understand what it's like to do dumb shit and get fucking canceled.
What are your percentages estimation on Scott uncanceling himself in the future?
I made a prediction in a tweet. I wanted to get it down because I think it's very possible that Scott Adams could be working for the Daily Wire by the end of the year. So I was like, I think his brand as nonpartisan, persuasion expert is dead. And I think like the Daily Republican pundit is really the only option left to him. So sooner or later, he's going to move in that direction, right?
Well, I mean, he could work for the Daily Wire without the brand of Republican pundit. I don't think Jordan Peterson is a Republican pundit.
Well, you could be the lefty guy, right? That the Republicans always bring on.
Today, there was a person who actually quit the Daily Wire because of Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles' comments recently about trans people.
Oh, really? At the CPAC comments?
Yeah, which is kind of interesting. But I mean, look, you could be right. You could be definitely right that Scott will show up on Daily Wire or something to that effect. Does that count as being uncanceled? I would say no.
Okay, that's interesting.
I view uncanceled as getting Dilbert back in newspapers, but I think that lost forever. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm assuming he'll be able to find a way to get his books published again. So
this, I feel it's this interview, and I've been listening to Scott Adams every day. I didn't listen to him today, but I've been listening to his show, and you could see I mean, so much of his identity is wrapped up in the Dilbert guy, and they just basically just took his entire identity away. It's kind of crazy.
I don't perceive it that way, but we can continue.
Well, I don't think the punishment by any means fits a crime, obviously.
Yeah,
so,
I understand.
Yeah.
Well, look,
So
full disclosure,
little,
yeah, go ahead. But just, Scott, while
Yeah,
you get
so
whatever you want, I just want people to know, I called you because I said I got to know why you were doing this, because I know your work and you're too smart. And I've never, ever heard you saying things that were like David Duke. And you had to know that the outcry would be huge and that the intentions would be assumed. So I had to know why you did it.
Yeah.
And that's why I have you on tonight.
yeah,
Scott's heart just sunk when he primed everyone to see David Duke there.
I know.
So tell me.
right. So obviously the hyperbole I used, get away from black people, there's no way to do that. And, I don't even recommend it. It's not really a good idea. So that's what makes it high energy. It's sort of like when Trump says, if the wind stops blowing and the windmills stop turning, your TV won't work. I'm pretty sure he knows that's not the case. But it makes everybody go, what? You're wrong. You don't understand. And then all the energy comes to him.
See, and that's a huge fumble right there to mention Trump in this interview. Man, that's a huge fumble.
Well, it depends who he's trying to win over. I don't think he's going to win over anyone on the left.
Oh,
right? So maybe it is the right play.
This is the Daily Wire pitch that he's doing here. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, because the thing is,
they hate they hate Trump though at the Daily Wire.
Well, they don't hate him, but this idea that he's talking about, you say something very controversial, you get a bunch of energy coming to you, and then you reframe it. I'm not sure that's actually how it works.
Yeah.
Now, Scott, believes he has a lot more experience in this realm. So, take my opinion with a grain of salt. What I perceive happening, at least currently, is that someone says something controversial, they get a bunch of hate for it, but then a bunch of people that agree with them also end up signing on board with it. And they say, you know what? This person is right. No one is saying this. I'm tired of people being afraid to say what this person said.
Yeah, that seems like a more accurate.
Now, there will be generally a little bit of reframing where it's like, well, they kind of took something out of context, I said, to make it worse, but it's still within the same vein of whatever you're talking about. And I think Scott's problem here is that because he's the way he said what he said, and now he's like, well, it was hyperbolic. I didn't actually mean it. You shouldn't be racist against groups of people. You should treat everyone as individuals. It's so counter to what his original statement was. I just don't see it working the way that he's perceiving it's going to possibly work.
Yeah. If you go back to the original statement, and Sitch made me sit through it.
Yeah.
It's so grueling.
Yeah.
Because not only there's absolutely no walking it back, because he even goes into examples. He's like, here's what I did. Here's the neighborhood I moved to. Like all the stuff he just keeps digging and digging and digging. So the reframing that he's trying to do here, I'm like, I don't know how you reframe that.
Right.
He's trying though.
Right. So I've read.
I don't know that he knows that, but you do. But you do. And you're not going to get the defense that he will. With Trump, people sometimes write him off by, look, he just says things. You're a smart guy who we've all been reading and watching for years. So you knew it was going to go like this, and you still did it.
No, I knew it would go, it would create controversy in a small way, but I thought it would stay within my audience. Because my audience usually understands me and they kind of get the whole thing. So there's a reframe coming. They haven't.
That just sounds so bad. So bad.
Heard yet.
The dual interpretation here is my audience is a bunch of white supremacists and they get it. That's the way people are going to take that statement. I am really surprised that he didn't sit down and try to write some statement out so you just make sure that you get it right. He just went into this off the cuff.
But the notion is that race relations are terrible. The context was that there was a Rasmussen poll, which I did not rely on for my comments, but I discussed it as a starting off point. So the Rasmussen poll said there were some alarming percentage of black Americans It was a smallish sample, but it was still statistically within 8% of margin of error. That said that something like 26% would not say that it's okay to be white. Now, I have a problem with the question because I think everybody interpreted it differently. So we can, if you would allow me, I don't believe the poll is important to the point. So, after I talked about it, you'll see on the comments that I said the way things are going. The way things are going, the signals are blaring in every way. Social media shows an anti-whiteness bias. Businesses do, ESG, CRT, DEI, all these corporate and government things. They all start with sort of white people, which is true, were the source of racism for years. Still largely the source of continuing systemic racism, which I very much agree is a big deal, especially in the schools, especially in the teachers' unions. I think that's the worst place for systemic racism. And so you've got this entire environment, every commercial, every TV show, it's just everywhere. Now, what your audience might not know, is that when I complained about black people having a bad attitude about white people, that was me saying nothing about black people. It was saying, I don't want to be around people who have a bad feeling about me. Now, that's the only point that everybody should agree with. If we can only agree with that point, if you can stay away from people who have a bad opinion of you, that's a pretty good idea. How you know which they are, don't look at every black person and imagine that they're all the same. The most ridiculous thing anybody could imagine is that if I talk about black America, that I ever mean all of them. How could anybody think that? If I say black people like hip-hop music, I don't mean all of them. Like, nobody would talk that way. So when you see somebody say something that's like a global generalization, they're either using a shorthand, and they assume it doesn't mean everyone, or they're trying to get you riled up. I was kind of in between those two, a little bit of both.
I think that you needed to do some kind of huge disclaimer on it, Scott, where you're saying, I'm about to say something to try to rile people up. The only thing I'll push back on is,
Well, okay, here's the problem. Scott's argument is essentially, whenever someone makes a broad generalized statement about a group, they obviously don't mean 100% of all people in that group. They mean, the majority of people, some percentage of people, or they're just trying to trigger you.
Right.
I don't think that we live in that world. I think we live in a world where, yes, very often for the sake of conversations and the sake of ease of conversations, people will say, X group does Y or whatever, in some context, and they don't mean literally everyone, but some people do.
Yeah,
mean everyone.
that's what the stereotype is.
Right. And I think I think enough people do mean it in a way where it is everyone and it is bigoted, that you do, or you should, I believe, quantify or qualify, I guess I should say, qualify your statements. So to say, oh, well, I'm not saying every single person, right?
Yeah. I mean, Kanye obviously didn't mean everyone, right?
Well, that's a great example. That's a great example because
no one would ever say that, right, would they?
I'm so glad you brought that up. That's a perfect example because the most controversial statement before this was Kanye. Yes, he kept saying Jews this, Jews that, and every time someone was like, "You don't mean all of them, right?" He'd be like,
"Yes,
no,
I
do mean all of them."
I know. Yeah,
and you're like, Kanye, no.
Everyone tried to give Kanye a million outs.
Yes,
he wouldn't take any of them.
Which is, now you could talk about it. It's fascinating that how everyone was trying to give Kanye a million outs. No one is trying to give Scott any.
No, but yeah, of course not. Of course not. So, he's trying to dig his own out.
Right. So if you want to talk about, maybe is that because Kanye's more famous, or is it just because there's, it's easier to be racist or bigoted against white people in our current climate as opposed to black people?
Probably
I don't know,
both.
but
probably both.
Probably a combination of two things. But
yeah.
But yeah, no, Kanye's a perfect example. So
yeah. What do you think of the state of mind of Scott in this?
I mean, this is what he's been saying for the past week. So
right, but this has like a struggle session feel to it. That's like,
well, so I think I know why. His tone of voice, he's obviously more nervous here than you're used to hearing him, because when you hear him in his live streams, he's generally not nervous at all.
Right.
So I think that's coloring our opinion saying, oh, this is a struggle session. When maybe it is, maybe it's not. Maybe he's just nervous because he's on a big, a big channel. So
He gets stoned on his live streams. I was wondering how stoned he was when he made his comments, when he did the thing.
I don't think he smokes in the morning, does he?
He always talks on his live stream about how he smokes before the live stream. I always think,
does he? I don't
that's
remember him
not.
saying that. Okay. Well, maybe he should have took a hit before he went on here. Listen, I always take a hit before I go on. So.
Well, I'm like, you got the perfect excuse, Scott. Look, say I was high. What did you expect?
I said stay away from black people because I was high.
Yeah, I was high. I said stupid shit I shouldn't have said.
Because I was high. I got my comment canceled from every newspaper in America because I was high. Yeah, I don't know if that's going to work.
I wasn't going to get canceled, and then I got high.
I'll be honest. I don't know if that would be persuasive.
No, I'm obviously just joking around. Yeah. There's no what is the way out of this? There is no way. There is no way out of this.
There is a way out, to work for the Daily Wire. That's the way out.
Yeah, you're right.
So
I've read you saying that this was a poll that changed course for you. Rasmussen is not an outlet that we will reference as a polling outfit here or when I was at CNN. Nobody really uses their polls because they're a little notorious for clickbait and doing things just provocative sake. So as I said to you when I spoke to you before, I don't know why you would ever take anything they say as the truth of the matter. But more importantly, when you put the message out there has to be some accountability for it, because you know how fragile our fabric is. And the idea of white people get away from black people, there are a lot of people who really believe that, Scott. And now you are counted among them. How do you counteract that?
Well, Chris, the thing that your audience probably doesn't know, which is the hilarious thing that came out of this, is that it's almost entirely white people that canceled me. It might be entirely, because they're the ones who own the publishing companies and the newspapers.
You don't think the black people were offended? Tell me.
Let me tell you. So far, every black person I've talked to, and of course a lot of people contacted me, they said, hey, what's going on? And I said, look at the context. They would look at the context and they said, oh, I get what you're saying. That was kind of alarming the way I first heard it, but I get what you're saying. So black America is actually completely fine, both conservative and liberal, if they see the context. White America kind of acts like you. Let's talk about this poll. Why did you say the poll? Why did you say the thing? I just said the poll wasn't important. It was just a jumping off point. And you shouldn't take any of the hyperbole seriously. It was meant to get people riled up. I just misjudged how much. Now, in terms of accountability, I got canceled globally. Have I complained? That's accountability. I haven't complained once. I've simply described it. I did some things. I triggered a series of events. Other people have to be responsible for their roles, but I'm fully responsible for mine. So if global cancellation is my price for free speech, it was worth it. Yeah, I'm probably the only white man in America who has free speech today, because I can say whatever the hell I want, and I can't get further canceled. So I've had this insanely, weirdly good experience out of this that I can't explain. Black people are contacting me and saying, come over to the barbecue, let's talk, and all these things. But the main goal of all of this was the following reframe, now that I have your attention. And the
so let's do this.
Goes like this.
Scott, let's just do this. Let me take a break. When we come back, give us the reframe. Let's talk about what you see as the problems, but more importantly, while you believe there are solutions, which would be the opposite of anybody believing you want a national divorce or the split of the races. We're back now with...
Oh my God, Chris! No! What?
He kind of threw him under the bus there, didn't he?
Oh my God, that was it. He's like, okay, we're gonna go to a break, and then we come back and say why the races should be apart from each other. Like,
sure. Why you're full segregationist?
No,
You're
Chris.
gonna show us your white hood collection.
Chris, no.
It's
Oh man. That was rough.
He
That was
he
rough.
set up the reframing. Just oh god, you could see he was so demoralized when they were going to go to commercial break. He's like, I
Yes.
just primed them for the reframing.
And then Chris took a dump on it.
Yeah. Hold on a second there. Don't reframe yet. We want you to get your KKK stuff right after the break.
Yeah, how about before you reframe everything, put on your Klan hood and then reframe. Oh man, that was pretty rough, Chris.
The him there was a lot of comments too from black people that were like, Black America's not cool with this dude.
Yeah.
So I don't think that looks good. Him trying to say like Black America's like 100% on my side here, liberal and
Right.
conservative alike.
Right.
That's I think why a lot of people were calling him delusional, because that just seems like what? I don't think people would be canceling you if everyone was cool with it.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with that. I think woke white people primarily would cancel someone over perceived racial transgression that the minority group doesn't actually care about. I think that's 100% possible and likely. So
Right, but obviously black liberals are going to like
yeah, of course.
take out a right-wing opponent at
Sure.
Yeah.
Right.
So I don't think it's wise of him. I mean, a better tact would be, I pissed a lot of people off and I get it. But he's basically saying, "Oh, you have no right to be angry at me." Which I just
no,
I
it's
don't
not
think.
true. He didn't say. He said the opposite. No, he said if you just heard without knowing additional context his statement, that it's completely legitimate to be angry at him. So,
Right. And
So he acknowledges
the
that.
extra context is when he talks about the neighborhood that he moved to and how all neighborhoods with white people are low crime and all neighborhoods with black people are different than that.
So I'm not going to say the additional context.
So I'm just what is the original context that makes everything just fine?
Right. I don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah. I'm like
Well, no. So I guess the original context would be that he didn't mean literally all black people. Right. That would be the context.
He literally said all white people should like move away.
I know, but then he's saying, well, he was being hyperbolic, right?
Right.
He's
I
saying
got
that he didn't mean it to be taken literally.
Right. So the context was in his mind.
Well, yeah, I guess. Well, that's why he said this argument is that no one should take anyone saying that that in that way. But we both disagree that people do mean in that way. Okay, sometimes in our society. So you should clarify. But
Often.
Listen, he's got to make the argument, the best argument he can make for himself.
Oh my God!
He's trying.
Sammy G gave us a $50 super chat. I was wondering if I haven't seen Sammy G around in a long time. So, hey, what's up?
All is well.
We'll read super chats when we're done with this. So
right.
Scott Adams, you have been saying that you want to reframe the conversation, that this is not the way you wanted it to go. But I do think that we have to take one step just in terms of the fix before we can get to forward, which is I understand why you say that it's been mostly white liberals who came after you. But I'm on social media, too. You have plenty of people of color who are pissed about what you said and feel that either you're demeaning it or you're cheapening the situation. Even that thing about I identify as black, that's going to be seen as disrespectful by a lot of people. So you may be getting invited to the barbecue. But do you believe you owe people who were offended an apology?
No, because I did it intentionally. I offended people so that they'd be drawn to the solution. So, no.
I like that answer.
Okay.
It's like if you beat your wife, you intentionally you don't owe her apology. It's like, wait.
Well, no. You're not being fair, Adam. It's if I beat my wife because she didn't make dinner in time, why would I apologize? She didn't do the thing I want her to do.
Yeah. See,
right? If
I don't
it turned
know
out
that this is a great argument.
Right. If it turned out that I beat my wife and then she actually did have dinner prepared, then I would apologize.
I mean, I do think that this is a good argument for the reframing stuff, though, because oftentimes when you get in a fight with your wife, the makeup sex is like phenomenal. So that's when you do the reframing.
Jeez.
So, but you shouldn't intentionally fight with your significant other. So that's bad advice.
Okay.
No. Certainly I don't hurt people for no reason, and I don't think anybody was hurt by saying that I would feel uncomfortable around people who didn't like me. Is that offensive? So here's my experience.
No, it's Chris, the other part.
That when No, but But
Oh man.
Chris Cuomo actually being a journalist here, actually like pressing him a bit.
Sure, sure.
Look at this. No, it's not. Of course, no one wants to be around people that don't like him. It's the part where you said, like, all black people don't like you.
But the other part is hyperbole. Well, as far as I can tell, Black America, when I talk to them, and I say, well, that was hyperbole, they say, yeah, I know that. And then they talk about the poll. And I find that white Americans won't let go because they have to signal they've got to peacock the situation.
Sitch, are you peacocking here? This is
I'm always
also
peacocking. What are you talking about?
This is I can just see as being completely offensive to say that I'm when I speak to the black community or when I speak to the white community, like he's just got, some number on his phone that he can call that's, says black community.
How do you know he doesn't?
None of us do.
He has a phone that
doesn't
calls
exist.
the black community. Okay. It's the collective unconsciousness of all black people. And he could just talk directly to it. And it says, how do you feel about my statements? And they're like, we're cool, dog.
But you have to do it in the voice, when it's like 1,000 voices in the person's
That's
head.
right. It's a bunch of echoes. Yeah, exactly.
No, I don't. This is going to come off as offensive. This is the thing why I think he is kind of out of a little bit unmoored from reality here, because he's not able to see this clearly and for obvious reasons.
The question is this a form of delusion or is this an attempt of persuasion?
Yes, that is the big question.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that.
Which way are you leaning?
Scott, it's hard to tell. I've listened to him for many years. It's to me, it's never clear. Maybe there's no difference. Maybe it's one and the same. So,
yeah, I mean, people were this is one of the reasons why the comments were fascinating, because people were using the word delusion over and over and over and over again.
Right, but these are people that, like, if you're not familiar with what he's like trying to do, well, if you're not familiar with him talking about persuasion and doing all that stuff, then this 100% comes off as delusion. Like, no doubt about it. There's no other way to interpret it.
It is working on his audience to some extent, though, because I've seen in his live streams when he's talking to the audience, there are people that he's calling out that are saying, you did this on purpose, Scott. Like, there are people that are buying it. Yeah.
Right.
But black Americans were actually just interested. Like, wait, why are you saying this? What's up with this? What's the context? And once I explain the context, it's about how people feel about me. And would you move, let's say, turn it around. If you were black, would you move into a neighborhood that you knew had a high percentage of racists in it if you had a choice? Now, you can't tell who's a racist and who's not, but you're probably going to want to feel more comfortable if you knew there was some zip code with fewer of them in it. Now, there's no practical way that we can separate black and white. Nobody wants to do that. I literally don't know anybody who wants to do that. So that should have been viewed as hyperbole, but I have to admit, because I put a little emotion behind it, it seemed like it wasn't. So probably the energy I put into it changed how people received it. So here's what I'm going to offer. Instead of an apology, which I think does nothing for black America, I'm going to offer a specific reframe, which is what I do, by the way. That's what several of my books are about. That's what the newest one's about. It's about reframing a situation so you can get out of a mental trap. Now, the mental trap is that we have this, worsening racial divide, and I think the problem primarily is that we've monetized racial divide. If you can get more clicks, I mean, this is a perfect example. My situation got lots of clicks, and everybody's like, hey, racial divide, let's get some more of that. I mean, I'm on your show because of racial divide. We've literally monetized racism so that everybody can be a little bit madder at each other. If you monetize racial divide, you're only going to get more of it. I did a poll on Twitter just earlier today. Now, of course, the Twitter poll is highly unscientific, but when it's 9-1, it's telling you a little bit. And 9-1, I asked people, just everybody on Twitter, do you believe that there's there's more anti-white sentiment? There's a trend toward it. And 9-1 said yes. Now, those are mostly people who follow me on Twitter, so it's probably 80% conservatives. Even though I'm not conservative, I'm left of Bernie. But my audience is mostly conservative. So within, let's say, probably mostly white, it was 9-to-1 feeling that there's a worsening of anti-white behavior. Now, the obvious reasons for that are that there's a backwards-looking philosophy that's taken hold in the country. It's not good for black people. It's not good for white people. It's not good for anybody. And it goes like this. If you're looking backwards at the history of, let's say, discrimination, and you're using that as your focus, you can never accomplish anything looking backwards. So I'd like to reframe that to what it would look like to look forward. And the reframe looks like this. The conservatives and black America have one problem in common, which is our school systems are absolutely broken, completely broken, in my opinion. And I think that's an interest where they could work together. They have exactly the same goal, probably more choice, but there are probably other ways to school choice. There's probably other ways to go about it. But if you can get a handle on that, that's number one. So we should not be talking about our differences, and we should not be talking as much about the past. But by the way, talking about the past is important. So you don't want to lose black history. You don't want to lose the education. But if you're focusing on it, there isn't a single person in the world who knows anything about success, personal or business or any kind of success, who would say that's going to get you a good result. But if you learn to focus on the future, using the tools of self-improvement, anybody, black or white, who is low income, as long as they can get that good school, because that's the most important part, they can use the tools of success to slice through systemic racism like it doesn't exist. An example would...
So here's the problem. So what he's saying is true. I believe it's true. I think that most people, if they do attempts to be, I think most people are motivated to do well in school and get a good education will generally have good life outcomes, regardless of their race, regardless of their starting economic bracket. Now, obviously, getting people motivated to go to school is that's the difficulty, and to pay attention to school is the difficulty. But I think the problem is, I don't. It's not like, oh, Scott said this thing that's offensive, so a bunch of people are going to pay attention to him, and then he's going to give them the solution to fixing the problems, and they're going to go, so suddenly that idea is going to take root. I could be wrong, but I don't see that as working that way. I see it more like all the people that are going to attack him are going to attack him for their own, because A, they think he's racist, or B, they just want to knock him down a peg because he was so pro-Trump. And then it doesn't matter what he says after that. It'll just get ignored or tossed into the ether, and it won't really grab hold with anyone anyway, except for people on the right who've been saying this about, pull yourself up by your bootstraps in education for, decades and decades and decades.
Yeah. I mean, perfect analysis. Yeah. I mean, he does have the answer to systemic racism here. So I feel like.
Right. But the way that these kind of massive political changes take hold is you have to have someone who's big on the left.
Yes.
Would have to have this message.
Yes, totally.
To kind of bring back kind of the liberal ideas of liberalism, as opposed to sort of whatever woke ideas of everything in society is racist, to step forward and say, no, don't concern yourself with racism. Racism exists, but if you fixate on it, you're just going to have bad outcomes. Fixate on getting a good education, blah, 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 blah. If some big person on the left said that, I think that would have or potentially could have a massive impact. I'm not sure that the person canceled for racism saying it is going to have a big impact.
Yeah. So the argument is Scott Adams committed a racism to get everyone's attention so he could tell them the right-wing solution to systemic racism. This was planned. This was planned out. You don't write that on the whiteboard and go, this is gonna kill it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the reality is more like now that he has the energy on him, he's going to try to leverage it for good, which I appreciate. I don't think I could be wrong, but I'm skeptical of it being successful.
Right. And both of us disagree that it was at all intentional. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Would be Let's say you're a young black kid, but you managed to get a good education. If you go to a Fortune 500 company and say, I'm here to apply for the job, you go right to the top of the list. That's the current situation, because companies are dying to get more diversity. They really need it. So there is a path and a strategy, if you're black, that is really clean, and it'll just take you through systemic racism. You're going to get some cobwebs on you. You know, it's not going to be easy, but you're going to slice right through it. And everybody would have the same possibility. So it's not a black thing. It's just a tools thing.
See, and now his right-wing audience is like on fire. What? Are you talking about affirmative action here? You're in favor of affirmative action all of a sudden? Like, this is why he's going to be canceled. Look, Daily Wire just hung up on him after that.
Well, that's why it was. I thought it was so kind of bizarrely offensive what Brianna Wu said in her conversation, where she's like, "Scott's always been against affirmative action since the '80s." I'm like, that's not true.
Yeah, of course it's not. He's sticking with it now, even though.
Yeah. No.
I teach is the tools of success. My book, How to Fail at Almost Everything and Still Win Big, and my next one coming up, Reframe Your Brain, are all about how to reframe your situation so that you have a forward-looking set of tools. For example, you'd want to Google, if you're trying to figure out what I'm talking about these tools, Google talent stack. That comes from me. Systems better than goals. That's a good thing. You would learn about reciprocity as an operating system for your life. Instead of seeing what you can take, see what you can give. That's a forward-looking philosophy. It's not a backward philosophy. I'm going to give people a bunch of stuff, and then I'm going to, maybe something returns, maybe it doesn't, but that's my philosophy. For example,
so
for years...
Well, hold on, let's do this. We've got a ton of people who want to talk to you, Scott. You get this last point, then we'll go to break and get some calls. Go ahead.
So to the point of reciprocity, there were a whole bunch of black people that I've helped personally and professionally over the years. All of them, every one of them came to me privately and said, oh, I see what you said. I'm cool with it. I just want you to know I'm cool with it. That's reciprocity. Now, if...
It's so bad, sis. This is so bad.
Yeah, I know what he's trying to say, but without the additional context, it's just... It just doesn't work.
It just comes off like the black friend thing. Yeah, my black friend was cool with it. It's like,
that is how it comes off.
If you can teach kids how to have these tools, how to build a talent stack that's a set of talents that works well together, not just a vertical, I'm a real good doctor, but I've got a bunch of skills like you and I do. We have a bunch of skills that let us have this conversation, right? So teaching people how to group their skills, have systems instead of just mere goals, and how to have a strategy such as the strategy of maximizing, if you're a black kid, you use the strategy of taking advantage of the fact that corporations want you. They want you badly. So there is a path, but it requires that we stop looking at the past, because I think looking at the past is what makes all these three-letter acronyms so distasteful to white America. And black America needs to know both the costs and the benefits of anything they're doing. Everybody does, right? Just ordinary. And one of the costs is that this backward-looking philosophy of what were the problems, who caused it, who's the demon, who's the victim, just never works. It can't work. It will never work in any domain for any person, except maybe in the short run. And people who work for a living on these programs are going to get paid. And that's about it.
It works great
got a big
for
problem
people who are in the
Black
business.
America.
It works great for people who are in the
Yes,
business
it works
of
great.
division. And I got to tell you something as we go
That's
to break,
right.
because a lot of people want you to answer their calls. I would have had this conversation with you without all that hyperbole BS that you were talking about in terms of the poll and what you want. Oh, yes, I would have. I'm telling you, I would have. I think a lot of people would. But, and I think we'll talk about it more as we go forward. But let's take people's calls.
His friends are trying to salvage him. We don't need to listen to the calls. The calls are not.
Are they interesting? No.
I mean, we can listen to them if you want. I mean,
well, I don't know. There's no one's giving him the business or anything.
Nah, not really.
Really?
They select the first call is like someone who loves Scott Adams, which is obviously nobody really gives him the business. They don't. They don't allow it. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
One person kind of half-heartedly tries to give him the business, but it's not really. It's not especially good.
So I don't know. So I don't, I did listen to Scott today, and he was talking about how good this interview went.
No way. I wanted to listen to him this morning, but I haven't had time because I
Yeah.
wanted to see I will listen to that after our show. So what was
I
what was it? Yeah. Give the rundown.
Well, he was just saying, I don't know. It just seemed like he thought that this interview went really well for him in terms of explaining, his take. And I don't see it. I don't see it. I feel like it's more just, to his audience, people that already agree with him. Yes. I don't see this as changing hearts and minds. I think the concepts, for someone who is like the big persuasion guy, the concept and the reframe he's trying to do is way too complicated to get people on board with. This is too complicated of a reframe. He's got to simplify it down.
Well, I could see this being interpreted by the FD signifiers of the world as like, oh, so you're saying if we just adopt white culture, then all our problems will be solved. Like that's
okay.
basically the way this comes off.
Well, okay. I don't think that's the key issue, because most people do not have a radical revolutionary idea that, that doing well in American society is participating in white culture, right? Like that's the CRT idea, and that's why we're against the CRT idea.
True.
But I don't think that's in the average person. The average non-white person definitely does not have that idea. So I don't think that's the concern, right? I just think they listen to what he's saying. It's too complicated. It just sounds like making excuses for racism. This is other people. I don't think Scott's racist, but I think that's how people will interpret, that segment.
Well, there is a lot of CRT people though. There's a lot of CRT blacks and a lot of CRT whites, and the CRT people will see it that
like
way.
in the general population.
Maybe
Maybe in positions of influence and education.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point.
So, anyways.
Yeah, should we read some super chats?
Sure. Okay. Are we going to talk about gun safety at all or no?
Do you want to? I mean,
I don't really want to.
I'll take it out of the title. I'll take it out of the title. But we'll do it sooner or later.
Yeah, we'll get.
We'll do it later.
On to talk about gun safety. I don't know what someone on is going to do. It's kind of, but because it's like, oh, get someone that knows about guns. It's like, well, you can know about guns and not be knowledgeable about, gun tracing technology or gun laws. But okay.
Heller versus DC. Yeah, you might not know about that. You might not know about Anthony Scalia's.
Well, I referenced Heller versus DC when we were talking on Sunday.
Did you really?
Yeah, that was the one that banned the handguns, right? And then they said you can't ban handguns.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Heller versus DC.
Yes, but in the dissenting opinion, though, Anthony Scalia basically endorsed common sense gun safety laws, which got a lot of people super chapped. So, I mean,
Scalia was in the dissent,
or in the affirmative, or
the
deciding opinion, I think they call it. Yeah,
right.
But he wrote the deciding opinion brief or whatever it is.
Right. I said that on Sunday. I said even in Heller, even the handgun ban case, they said the Second Amendment does not prevent anyone from regulating anything. So,
yes. Yeah.
Does not prevent the government from regulating at all. Was what he said. So
yes. Yeah.
Anyway. Junebug for $2 says AK Nation News to 40K subs. Well, there you go. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Metalworks 411.90 for $10 says I can't speak right now. Obligatory. Thank you. Obligatory late super chat. Besides the hello, best show podcast on earth. Hope you guys and chat are having a great day. So S class is the best class. And A team reigns supreme.
Woo!
Blaine worked for a gun manufacturer. He would love to talk to you guys about it. Oh, that could be interesting. I'd be down for that.
He might know the technology stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. I like Blaine, so I think I like Blaine. JD Bachant for $2 says Adam's tweet is based. Hope you're both doing well.
We are. Thanks. Thanks for asking.
It was nice today. For most of it, I got to just sit back and not actually participate in the conversation and just relax. Until I had to argue with Adam for like 30 minutes. And
But that's, that's what we do. That's what that's what keeps people coming back.
That's true.
People
That's
know.
true.
Well, if the guests aren't going to argue with them, they'll at least argue with each other.
Right. Adam get me. He's like, we need to spice up this conversation. I'm going to say something to trigger you to sit.
That didn't happen. I enjoy it because you keep the pressure on me.
Yes.
And it really forces me to think. It really forces me to be like, okay, how is this? Like, how am I miscommunicating this?
Right.
I do. I mean, you get that. I mean, we're using a scientific justification that people, that's the word, justification, not rationalization. We're using a scientific justification that other people use a religious justification. They're just fine with that. So.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right.
Justification is a better word than rationalization.
But you can't mix up the word justification and rationalization.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very dangerous.
Well, look, I'm in a heated debate. What am I supposed to do? Normally, you're very cooperative. Sometimes you get very combative. So.
Are you saying I was not cooperative this time, or that I was too combative?
Well, no, you weren't too combative by any means, but you were combative. You weren't like, sometimes you'll throw out.
So what you're saying was crazy.
Well, this is the thing. When I hear something crazy, I'll try to think of, okay, why am I perceiving this as crazy? Maybe there's another way to look at it, and I will start looking for those other ways.
Man, that's beta logic. Okay, as a strong alpha male, I assume anything that I hear that doesn't make sense immediately is wrong. Okay,
look, you washed me. It's okay. I lived. It's not a big deal. It's not the end of the world.
Okay.
What do you mean by evil, Adam? What do you mean? What do you mean evil?
Well, what do you mean by rationalize? That was the contention.
Justify. That's what I mean.
There you go.
The justification.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, Sammy made a new comic while she was away.
Yeah, she gave us a $50 super chat. What was that all about?
First of all, thank you, Sammy, for the $50.
Yeah.
Incredibly generous. I haven't seen you for a while. Sammy says, I have returned from a most epic hero's journey. People will be pleased to hear my enemies failed to kill me. I haven't been online, so I'm sure I missed a lot of important things, but I'm confident one of those things isn't a new PSA Sitch video.
Oh my goodness.
Oh!
She comes back swinging.
Oh. I know. I'm like, I haven't seen Sammy in a long time. And then, bam, dagger in the heart.
Look, she's got a little dig in there for me, too, with the hero's journey.
Man.
Can she really go on a hero's journey? Is that really possible?
Oh, look at sexist Adam over here. Okay.
Look, she's digging at both of us. She is. She knows what she's doing.
Yeah. Let me hold that dagger out. But thank you for the $50. And for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you, Sam.
Yeah.
That's very generous. Well, I hope your journey did well. Maybe we'll hear about it. I'm glad your enemies... I hope not only did your enemies fail to kill you, but that you slayed them in kind.
Yeah, you'll have to tell us what the epic hero's journey was, obviously.
Yes. But I sent you, she drew a comic during her journey, the downtime of her journey. She drew a comic, of course. Another degenerate comic, I assume.
Okay, here it is. Let's see what this is. All right, here we go. Almost there, guys.
Okay.
What's this
say? Almost there.
Yeah.
Oh, right there.
Do you have it up? You want to read along?
Yes. So in the first panel, we have Sammy saying, the truth is, I was in Japan studying a particular art style from a very specific talented teacher. This teacher is very strict and required no distractions from study. Thus, all my social media was cut off till I returned to the States. This is supposed to be Sammy's explanation for why she was gone. Okay.
Yeah, no, this is great.
Okay. If I'm to complete a proper doujin of, quote, two homies hanging out, then it's important to practice my manga skills in order to do it justice. It's what the fans want after all.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
Okay.
Panel 2.
So I'm assuming the particular art style so Sammy flew to Japan just to learn to better draw a yaoi gay doujin of me and Adam. That's what comic is implying.
I hope this third panel isn't like too hot for you two.
Yes. So in the second panel, Adam says, she's bluffing. And then you say in very small text, my wife is the only woman who doesn't lie to me. And then I say, is she bluffing? I don't like that smile. And then there's Sammy doing the very evil chibi smile face saying, am I? LOL. Look at that. Look, that's the face of evil right there. Look at
Yeah.
that. Oh my God.
So what's
And
happening
then
here?
Then well, let me read because the text is too small on my screen. But she lived in Japan before, and I'm like 80%. And I'm like 80% sure she has FU money. And more importantly, she is evil, so it's plausible she's telling the truth. Oh God. She has a real job, so she's got to be lying. Sitch, let us use logic here. People can't just fly to Japan in order to take degenerate art classes for a month straight. Well, I mean, does normal even apply to Sammy G? And look how she taught us by drawing a realistic, sexy anime version of me, Sitch. And then there's sexy Sitch in the top right. Oh my God, look at that.
Look, the tie is off. The chest
I
is
know.
out. Look at that.
How does Sammy know I look like that? This is before the face reveal. Oh my gosh, she must know what I actually look like. Incredible.
Fully waxed chest there, bulging.
Okay, well maybe that part's not real. But,
bulging pectoral muscles.
that part's definitely real. That's definitely an accurate depiction of my abs and chest. And then Sammy says, Adam has a point. Logically, people don't do that, but most people don't also find joy in messing with two streamers through gay-ish fan art. It's like a hobby in a way. So there you go.
Wow, this is awesome.
So that's why Sammy was gone. Sammy was gone in order to. Sammy literally took a month off the internet just to troll us.
Look at that.
Just to troll us.
Well, that's
oh
amazing.
my God! And she she said she has a second picture. I don't even know.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I was like, it feels like this story's not over yet.
Oh my God! The second. Wow, Sammy just likes to slap me around. I feel like a domestic abuse victim. Oh my God.
Okay, here's the last panel.
So this is me. Mom, can we have a sexy Sitch? And then it's the hey now, it's your boy, PSA Sitch. S class is best class, so why not join me? And there's Sammy G's beautiful drawing. And then Mom says, no, we have sexy PSA Sitch at home. At home. Hey now, it's your boy, S class is best class.
That's the PSA Sitch at home there. Look at that.
Wow. Hurtful.
Wow.
Damn. Sammy G came back to the internet with
a
violence.
Vengeance. Yeah.
Yes.
This is
so
like
funny.
the scene from Batman. How many people died making this comic?
That's true. This was like one of those, one of the things where you like think about a song and then it appears on the radio.
Mm-hmm.
I was really like, I haven't seen Sammy G in forever. I should DM her to see make sure she's okay. And then this is what happened.
Oh yeah.
Oh man. Okay. Well, thank you, Sammy.
I think you should DM her anyway, but I mean that's just my opinion.
There you go.
Whoever listens to Adam.
Yes. Anyways, thank you for the art, Sammy.
Yeah, amazing. I'm glad to see her still around. I was getting worried too.
Yes. Glad to see your enemies failed. Thunderstorm for $5 says, why is Western media and Jewish organizations, in Europe, in European nations trying to take away ethnic symbols and ethnic seasonal ceremonies? Well, I'm going to be honest, Thunderstorm. I have literally no clue what you're referencing. So someone will have to let me in on what the evil Jews in Europe are trying to take away now.
Oh, no.
They took away, I don't know if you noticed, Adam, the evil Jews, they took away the ability to say Merry Christmas in public. Did you know this?
Fuck that. I say Merry Christmas all the time. What are you talking about?
I was in Walmart the other day wearing my spandex with my big gulp in one hand. And I was buying.
Hanging out?
Yeah, exactly. My gut hanging out. And I was buying.
I said your dog.
Oh, okay. My dog hanging out. Sure, whatever. It's all hanging out. Okay. I was going.
Sure,
I was
whatever.
trying to cosplay. I was trying to cosplay as Carl from Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
Right.
And the cashier said, "Merry Christmas." And I threw my drink in her face. And I said, "How fucking dare you, you piece of trash." And I called up the Jew police. And within seconds, they like rappelled down from the ceiling.
They
and they
did?
took that cashier away to be re-educated,
Nice.
to say happy holidays instead. So
They gave her the Brazil treatment. I like that.
they did. They did.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Libertarian Trap for $5 says, if gender is a social construct, why must I take cross-sex hormones? True. That was my point. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I don't like that notion of just saying, well, it's all social constructs. It completely undermines gender dysphoria, in my opinion. Even why anyone should be able to transition. So, Nicholas Van Neal for $5 Aussie bucks says that definition of social construct is worthless and sounds mop and buckety. By that definition, the periodic table is a social construct. So we did talk about that, and we did talk about the periodic table directly. I don't know if Kai saw that super chat. Maybe that's why they brought up that example. But yeah, as I said in the conversation, if you have a definition for something that encompasses everything, then it's essentially meaningless.
Right.
And I don't know what the point is. And this is kind of why that book that I reference all the time.
Galileo's middle finger.
No, it's I forgot the name of it, even though I reference all the time. The social
social contagion.
Construction of what? The
so-
social construction of what?
Of
is what it's
queerness.
called.
The social construction of what?
Of what?
It's funny
Yeah.
you say I reference it all the time, and I've never heard. I don't remember once.
Okay, I've referenced it a lot, so I don't know.
Social
But
construction of what?
and it's kind of the author goes through what I think is very accurate, like how, yes, there are some things that are social constructs and some things that should be conceptualized that way, but essentially certain academic fields are trying to use the term social construct as a loaded word to say this is an oppressive category that is being imposed on society and we need to dismantle it. And that's kind of the underlying dog whistle to the term, so like saying something is a social construct.
It's not inaudible. Damn it.
So sorry.
It's okay. It's not your fault.
Gene the Angry Penguin for 5 months says social construct is a term often used to attempt to equate an observable scientific category with, quote, pink is a girl color. That's a good point too, Gene. That's a good point too. That is often what it is. So yeah, because you get in this side debate of, well, if every category is a social construct, like it really feels like the argument is, well, every category is a social construct, so therefore we should be able to change any category at our leisure. That's the real argument. And I think that's a terrible argument. You have to understand what the category, even if that's true-ish, because I think it's true-ish, ... Every category serves a purpose, and maybe there's a reason to change it. Maybe there's a reason not to change it. Just because it has a social constructionist element to it doesn't mean that you should just change anything on a whim. So.
Yeah, that would be silly.
Right.
You got to see the ramifications of what you're doing.
And again, if sex is not mapped in the brain, I still don't understand how anyone could have gender dysphoria. How can you be born feeling you're born the wrong sex or gender if you don't have something in your brain that tells you what the right sex or gender is? It doesn't make any sense.
I just think from a reproduction perspective, I feel like all animals have an innate understanding of sexual reproduction.
That's another thing. Obviously, see, and that would be the fault. I would say that the mapping of what sex is obviously exists even from breaking out from the gender dysphoria thing. We had to evolve as a species, as any animal. Okay, any animal that has sexual reproduction must have evolved a way to look at another animal and determine its sex, to determine, is this something I can mate with, right? Or is this a rival or a potential mate?
Yeah, birds are the greatest example of that because they have the most diverse gender expression.
Well, I'd say birds are the worst example because birds have such a specific visual difference that they don't necessarily need to map. Well, I guess they would have to map on like what that visual difference means to them, right?
Yeah, of course.
So,
And
but then I guess,
also in sexual selection, that visual difference is actually, they've done studies with the number of eyes in the peacock plume is what really, winds the girls up, winds the ladies
really,
up.
that's
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah. So that's an evolutionary pressure there. But this is
Sure.
why and nobody ever wants to talk about this. I guess it was talked about in Galileo's middle finger, but if you're looking to attract somebody, I mean, you got to have the tools to do that, right?
Sure. Well,
see, this is another reason why the transitioning without gender dysphoria, like you're against people transitioning without gender dysphoria, but if people who transition who have gender dysphoria and they feel like they live a more fulfilling life, it's not the same as if somebody wants to cut off their arm, because there's no, like, other people have not cut off their arm and proven that they've lived a more fulfilling life, but with transitioning you have that.
yeah, but okay, but I think you misunderstand. I think if a person doesn't have gender dysphoria and they transition, they're going to regret it.
Okay.
With like 99.9% of the time. That's why I have the view that I have.
Right.
If someone could transition and that made them happy and they lived the rest of their life happy, I don't care.
Autogynephilia, though, is the thing where I'm not certain that you're correct, though, because autogynephilia is not necessarily gender dysphoria.
Yeah, I don't. It's a very whole complicated thing that I don't really know enough about to get into. But
I just have read about it in all these trans books. So
right. Well, yeah, I know, because the person that wrote Galileo's middle finger was a big Ray Blanchett person, weren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they looked. Ray Blanchett was the scientist that they targeted, so she basically did an investigation on him. Yeah.
Right. Steven Sugars for 2 months says chemically castrating children and allowing teenage girls with sudden onset gender dysphoria to have their breast surgically removed is child abuse. I mean, I don't disagree. I don't disagree. I mean, it depends. It is if they don't have gender dysphoria and it's going to create worse life outcomes for them, then it is. If they do have gender dysphoria and it's going to create better life outcomes for them, then it's not. And that's sort of the difficulty in the conversation, is trying to pick that apart. So
the thing that also is bothersome is I made a bunch of decisions when I was a kid that all turned out to be incorrect.
Yes.
And they're not life-altering decisions, obviously, but
yes,
I think a lot of people can just map that experience where they're like, yeah, when I was a kid, I wanted to do this or that. And it just, as I grew up, I was like, that's ridiculous. Why did I ever want to do that?
Right.
So,
sure.
And these things are completely irreversible. So
I don't know if you saw Amazing Atheist uploaded our conversation to his channel.
Oh, did he?
And he put, it was titled, it was like trying to communicate with Sitch and Adam or something.
Oh, okay. Did he throw us under the bus? Because he was super nice to me in DMs. So.
A little bit, yeah. Because on the thumbnail, it's like the both of us, and we have like the loading sign on our foreheads, like we're stupid.
Oh, okay.
And then someone tweeted a bunch of comments that he hearted that were basically disparaging to us. But I mean, I don't know. He was. I was like, but okay.
Well, I'm glad I didn't see him, because he was super nice to me in DMs, and he also agreed to come back on.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got to look. This is the game. He's got to make some money off the content too, right? Like,
yeah, I don't care. I'm fine with him. Uploading it. That's not the issue.
He did that media video, and I sent it to you, and we should watch that media video. He agreed to come back on it in a few weeks and talk about the media video. And the media video is heavily socialistic, anti-capitalist. Like, I literally stopped listening to it like 20 minutes in. I think it's an hour long, because I'm like, okay, I got to take notes here. Like, this is going to be an interesting discussion. So
Okay, I didn't see the mini video, but I did watch. He recommended Pillar of Garbage's critique of Critical Drinker's Glass Onion video, and I watched it, and it was so bad. It was shockingly bad. I cannot understand why he thought it was a good critique of Critical Drinker's Glass Onion video in a very weird way. It annoys me too, because it's like, I feel like everything has to be politicized. Like whether you like Glass Onion has to be a political issue, which that's kind of baffling to me, because besides the thin veneer of like, oh, rich people bad, it's not a political movie.
Yeah,
really.
that's what I think.
But it's definitely broken up along lines, and I don't know if it's just because Rian Johnson did Star Wars or Last Jedi, I mean, and that for some insane reason got broken up along political lines, I guess, because it has a strong female protagonist. So of course it's going to get broken up along political lines. People just saying it's a fucking shitty movie.
A black female protagonist. Sitch, come on, she's intersectional.
Well, no, I was talking about Last Jedi, not Glass Onion. And I would say that actually Daniel Craig is the main protagonist in Glass Onion anyway. So
yeah, he was in the other movie as well. So
right. I will say that I thought ER did a much better takedown critique of Glass Onion than Critical Drinker did, in terms of, but it's much longer, so it can get into like more depth. But anyways, Salty Trisket for $20. Thanks so much. Says, anyone else notice similarities in the reaction to trans kids and ADHD? One side is like, quote, that's made up, you just weren't spanked enough. And the other is like, time to put my kids on dangerous drugs with no oversight. I mean, it seems like that's true of all, whenever something medical comes out. Yeah, there's just these two extremes. One side's like, you just need to spank them more, and the other side's like, just put them on drugs without thinking about it. Yeah, it's sad, but this is what I meant when we were talking about Scott. You know, unfortunately, whenever you talk about something, since most people don't give a shit about it or are stupid, you end up with this very low resolution, simplistic version of the conversation. And so, you get these two extreme, views essentially. But the problem is that and it's the same thing with ADHD. The problem is that we want our doctors and our psychologists and our psychiatrists are supposed to be the ones that are preventing, like supposed to be overseeing this stuff to prevent, bad medical treatments. And I feel like there's too many misaligned incentives. There are too many doctors that do make money off of prescribing kids guns.
Money. Yeah.
Yeah. Drugs.
Guns.
There you go. Listen, kid, you got gender dysphoria. Here's the cure: a gun.
No, that's not the cure.
That's not a good.
That's what we're worried about.
Yeah, exactly. That's not a good solution. But it wouldn't be a good solution for ADHD either. But no, too many doctors are over prescribing drugs, or no, too many doctors are prescribing drugs and they're making money off of it. So you can't trust their judgment about whether the person should actually be on the drug or not, because if they're making money off it, obviously they're incentivized to give people the drugs, right?
Yep.
And also because maybe there's a pressure, I'm sure, that they're like, well, if I don't give, too many people are also just looking for drugs, right? Because if you could have someone that goes to a shrink and they say I have ADD or I have gender dysphoria or whatever, and if they say I don't think you do, Ritalin. Right? And if they say if the doctor says I don't think you do, then what happens? They go somewhere else to a different doctor.
I need Ritalin. I have ADHD.
Texas SP12 for $20 says, thanks for getting back to me, Adam. That's how it is to live in the bad side of town. The landlord also sent notices about having to raise rent after 2 years of not because of the crooked politicians.
Maybe I think you were in the comments talking about growing up in a bad neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
I think I responded to a
What did you
comment
say?
about that. I think all I said was like, that sucks.
Right, that does.
Yeah. Oh, I think the comment was about, if I'm remembering correctly, obviously it could be somebody else. There was a comment about someone who lived in a bad neighborhood and one of their friends like stole from one of their neighbors. And actually showed up and started helping the guy after the theft. And he started to feel bad because the guy freaked out so much. I'm like, what? Okay.
Interesting.
Can you imagine like me coming over and, jacking all your
Right.
shit and then coming back? Oh, why are you so mad?
Well, presumably the person didn't realize that that person stole from them, right?
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Okay. Just making sure.
Yeah. Look, you don't tell him. You're like, oh, it was me. He's like, who would do such a thing?
Right. Right. Well, Texas SB knew somehow, so
Mhm.
that's kind of interesting. They told him, but not the person.
Right.
Anyway. Jack of Spades, thanks so much for the 11 months. Says NGL. Not gonna lie, gun grabber Sitch on Sunday got me questioning my loyalty to S class. I am now formally A team until Adam brings up MMT. Then it's S class again, baby.
Okay. So I just have to hold off on the
you go.
MMT stuff. I can't mention MMT.
Mhm,
Okay.
mhm.
I'll do
Listen,
my best.
I like how I didn't say I'm not in favor of even restricting, non-criminals access to guns, and yet that gets me labeled as a gun grabber.
Look,
How dare
learn
you,
to
Jack.
live with
How
it,
dare
because
you.
you're gonna.
How dare you.
I don't know if we start talking about this stuff more, Sitch is gonna go even more gun grabber. I guarantee it.
No,
Look,
I'm not one of those people.
I reread that book. Like all the fear mongering people are doing about the list is just completely dispelled in that book.
Right.
It's like impossible to do.
I like
It's
that you said,
constitutionally impossible to do.
Jack said, I'm going to be S class until you bring up MMT. And you immediately bring up MMT in the chat.
What do you mean?
You spam the MMT emoji.
That's mommy milker theory. That's completely
okay.
different.
That's a different one.
Right.
Gotcha. Alex Karras for 11 months. Thank you, Alex. Says Dan Clan dominates the land. There you go. A big Danimal simp. PC for $10 says, even if more science couldn't find causation, wouldn't more data points that correlate to outcomes be useful? Depression is diagnosed over a set of criteria, not just a single test. Yes, I agree completely. Yeah.
If that can happen, though, in this political environment, that's
the problem.
Yeah, huge problem.
But that's the thing, too. I mean, this isn't just for gender dysphoria. And actually, it would be probably controversial to get it started with gender dysphoria. It would start with something like depression, ADD, or anxiety. They'll take a bunch of brain scans of people that are suffering from some kind of mental illness, whatever it may be, throw it in the machine learning algorithm, and it's going to spit out some
diagnosis.
Yes, well, not a diagnosis, but it's going to be able to spit out basically a criteria of being able to figure out from brain scans what people got or not, which will be very fascinating. So that technology is going to come very quickly.
Yeah.
Oh, it's interesting.
Can't wait.
Put up.
What if
what
if I put my brain in there and it says I'm transgender?
I guess you better
And I'm
transition.
like, well, I don't even want to transition. But they're like, no. The
you have to.
machine has told us.
The machine has spoken.
Yeah.
Put him in the dick chopper. Send him to the penis explosion chamber.
Oh my God. That's it. Sorry.
Yeah, that's it. Joe the Big for $5 says, Adam, don't use sexual attraction. Use sexual orientation. It develops in puberty and stabilizes for the overwhelming majority.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Edgy said, sexual attraction changes. And I thought, I mean, I guess it does. I don't know. When I was like before I went through puberty, you would look at certain women and girls and you'd be like, they make me feel funny. Like for some reason, I want to walk over and talk to them. Yeah. But you don't necessarily understand it yet because you're not fully developed.
Well, I don't know. I feel like by the time I started to be attracted to girls, I understood what was happening. I wasn't.
Oh, really?
I mean, what age are you talking about?
I was like, 4.
Oh my God.
Like 3.
Adam was born horny. Okay. Adam came out of the womb like I was just in my first vagina.
That's so funny.
He's not denying it.
No, I do remember. Like there was a babysitter that I had when I was like, I must have been 4 or 5. And I was just like,
Interesting. Yeah, you were into.
I was like, man, she is smoking hot.
You know what?
But I
That's
didn't even
fascinating.
I didn't even understand it. But I was just like,
Yeah.
yeah, I was like,
You know,
I want to be close to her.
you know what? You're right. You're so right. There was I remember I was like very young. I don't think I was 4. I think I was like 5 or 6 or something.
Mm-hmm.
And there was an older female babysitter that we had that I was attracted to.
Yeah.
That I didn't really understand either. It was weird. I wasn't like attracted to girls my own age at all.
Yeah, because of course not, because they're like boys.
Yeah, but that's interesting because it's like,
Yeah.
what's going on? I guess because I'm like seeing, the sexual signalers visually, which you obviously would not see at a girl that age. Yeah, fascinating. So I guess I had the same thought too. There you
Yeah.
go.
But the girls always treat the young boys like, chimpanzees who are just a little too curious, right?
What do you mean?
Well, you're like, well, I mean, I got grabby hands. So, but
Oh my God, you were like 5 molesting your babies.
but when you're like 5 years old,
Oh my
they're
God.
like, don't do that. Look, you're 5 years old. You don't know what you're doing. You're just kind of like, hey, let me.
Adam is over here.
Let me
Adam is over
investigate.
here.
Let me investigate. Look, I'm investigating the babysitter.
Of
Okay?
course. I didn't listen. I didn't. It's so funny. You've unlocked like a core memory I totally forgot about.
Look, it's human nature. It is.
Which was no, I didn't. First of all, unlike Adam, I didn't molest anyone at the age of 5. I do remember though, like
well, technically, she molested me because I think she was like 14 or something, right? I'm 5.
She didn't touch you though.
No, she was like, "Get away! No, don't do."
Yeah, exactly.
Don't touch me.
I do remember that I like gave her a neck or shoulder massage.
There might be a Me Too story coming out about this now that I'm like blabbing.
There you go. This 5-year-old Me Too'd me. Yeah. No, I do remember. I totally forgot about this. I do remember at that young age giving her a neck or shoulder massage.
Oh,
she was all like, "Oh wow, this is really good," and I was like really enjoying touching her, and I didn't understand why.
Yes. See, so you know what you're doing.
But I'm assuming, but she obviously didn't. Well, I'm guessing she obviously didn't perceive it like me being into her sexually or anything. She's like, "Oh, he's just a nice little boy,"
She knew what was going on, but she was like, "Oh, he's doing a pretty good massage. Like, I'll take it."
I don't think so. I don't think she knew. I don't think she. Well, I don't know. I guess
what do they call it in apes? It's like shared grooming or something like that, or reciprocal grooming.
Reciprocal
when
grooming.
They groom each other.
There was no reciprocal grooming from her, though. It was all one-sided. It's funny. That's what started my. That must be what started my MILF fetish, right? It was at that moment.
Hilarious.
The young Sitch knew.
I just noticed that the grooming tag for chimpanzees is like that's literally what they do. The grooming. You've seen those photos where they like groom.
Yeah, but they pick the fleas and shit off their.
Yeah, and they eat the fleas. It's hilarious.
It's disgusting. Yeah.
It's like
right.
Why would you do that?
They're nutritious. Eat the bug.
A little flea treat here. Look.
There you go. It's efficient. What are you talking about?
All that stuff seems very biological to me. It doesn't seem cultural. Like who taught me? Like nobody taught me to be grabby with the babysitter. Nobody's like that's not a.
Yeah, you were born a fucking pervert.
Yeah, but that's all biological.
Yeah. Don't blame me for being an assaulter. I was born this way.
No, everyone comes in and they're like, you've been groomed by society into this gender role. And I'm thinking, nah, I just like boobs. Something pushes me to the babysitter. Yeah.
There you go. Frito's bookshelf for 5 R's says, Adam, retinal thickness does overlap between sexes. Accuracy of sex recognition with irises varies from 60 to 90% in studies I've seen. 75% is the average.
Oh, really?
So there you go. That's still significant.
You might have updated studies, though.
Right. Well, 75% is still significant, even if it overlaps, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think you meant it was 100%.
But the testosterone is it's the thickness is because of the ratio to M cells to P cells. And I don't know if it's the M cells that detect texture or motion, but one of them detects motion and one of them detects texture. And women have more of the ones that detect texture, and men have more of the ones that detect motion. I wonder why men like sports so much.
Yeah, sure.
It just makes perfect sense. And it's like, it's going to
Texture
push
and color,
that way.
right? Not just.
Look,
Or is that what you mean by texture?
Texture and color, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Like if in the ancient times, women were looking, doing the hunting and gathering, being able to see texture and color is probably more useful there. And if the men were going off hunting and running and throwing things at animals to kill
You
and
said
eat.
hunting and gathering. You meant gathering.
Oh, I did? Okay, yeah. Gathering. The women are doing the gathering.
Right.
Yeah. It's funny because actually I've seen studies. Oh, I think I brought this up before and someone in the chat said that that's a feminist study and that they lied about it. That the women brought home like 90% of the calories and the men only brought home like 10% of the calories. It does seem like a feminist study. So, because sometimes the men wouldn't.
How could anyone figure that out?
Yeah, I don't know. They made it up, obviously.
Like, we're able to determine the amount of calories brought home by cave people 20, 30,000, 40,000 years ago. I don't know.
They probably made that shit up.
You like, because if you would find like a site, say, where like, ancient humans lived, I mean, you would find like bone waste and stuff maybe, but you wouldn't find like non-bone waste, right? Wouldn't that all decomposed into nothing?
Yeah, of course.
So
people postulate that women came up with beer though, because they got wild grains and stored them in those holes that form in rocks. And then the water came and settled and caused the grain to ferment. So they went back to get the grain, but they're like, oh, this is different.
It's grain juice.
Yeah, it's grain juice. And they discovered, oh, beer.
Is that beer immediately becomes disgusting when you call it grain juice?
It does. Oh, yeah, that's
you want some grain juice, everybody?
Beer is delicious. Oh my. They had beer early on. That's one of the first inventions.
Yeah. Well, because since they didn't understand that boiling water cured,
right.
to kill the disease in it, beer was healthier to drink half the time than water.
Did they not understand that, or did they just like, we'll just drink beer? It'll be better.
Supposedly they didn't. I forget when. It took a lot longer than you would. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong, because it feels like that's something that people observationally should have figured out.
Easily, yes.
Well, maybe not, because,
well, they didn't really have cookware and stuff like that, right? How do you boil water?
Well, actually, no. You would think it would be once you had a society, and maybe this is why like Asian societies were cleaner, because didn't they drink a lot more tea than like European societies? And so you would notice that when you drink tea, you wouldn't get sick from the water. And so you think you'd figure out, well, maybe it's not the leaves or whatever putting in the water, maybe it's the boiling. So I don't know.
Caffeinated Tweaker made a great chat here. She said,
"No,
I mean, until Moonwatcher touched the monolith, he wasn't getting very many calories."
True.
Yeah.
True.
That's
a great 2001 reference.
It is, yeah.
Yep.
Amazing movie. Amazing.
She's referencing the book. Moonwatcher isn't in the movie.
Well, he's not called Moonwatcher, but he's in the movie.
He never tries to grab the moon, so he's not Moonwatcher.
You're right. They edited that out.
Yeah. They see that's everything that's so interesting in that book is gone from the movie. That little monkey character in 2001 is like an actual character in the book with very interesting thoughts and motivations. That's all removed from the movie. It's just a guy in a monkey suit banging a rock.
Yeah.
to epic orchestral music.
Yeah.
Silence You Idiot for $10 says, don't worry, Sitch. When I was in elementary school, a classmate and I would peek under our teacher's skirt as she teached. And I also hear we need to give Adam and Doomer moral support. So here's to you too. Thank you.
Sweet. Why do I need moral support?
It's interesting. That reminds me of something. If you see like older movies,
peeking under the skirt reminds you of something. Oh, that reminds me of something.
Yeah, exactly. Well, first of all, I didn't have any hot teachers to peek under their skirts. So,
okay.
Sadly, but in old movies, you would see a lot of like little kids who'd be like 8 trying to look under girls' skirts. That was like a trope in movies.
Of course.
8-year-old
yeah.
boys trying to look under girls' skirts. And it's completely like removed from media and
That's
culture
toxic
now.
masculinity.
Yeah, that's interesting. I completely forgot about that.
Trying to get a sneak peek.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Gene, I read that one. No, I didn't read that one. Gene the Angry Penguin for $5 says, we are animals with a complex layer of cognition on top. True. Pretending otherwise is great way to draw bad conclusions about how people will react to info. Yeah, no, I agree completely, Gene. That's why I laugh when I remember this fucking in high school when my psychology teacher was like, humans only have one instinct, the rooting instinct. And I was like, that can't be fucking true. That's bullshit. I know that's fucking bullshit. Come on, give me a break here. That's some cope.
Finding things?
No, rooting is the when you touch a baby's cheek, they'll instinctively try to suck and like breastfeed.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So the way that they defined
suckling technique.
It's a suckling, yeah. But the way that they define instinct is very much like, and I think I think they define it too narrow. It's just like an automatic behavior, essentially, like a reactive automatic behavior.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I mean, because I think tribalism is instinctual.
Of course,
it's a very complicated behavior. So,
tribalism is complicated. Oh man.
Well, it can be. But Spiro Floroploris for 10 Canadian. Thank you. Says, if Jehovah's Witnesses were allowed to normalize the idea that the Bible says you shouldn't be gay as part of education, why is the opposite okay? So I would say, well, it depends what you mean by the opposite. You said non-acceptance. So I think schools, public life in a liberal society should be promoting liberal ideas. And again, when I say liberal, I mean liberalism, not liberal Democrat. And under the concept of liberalism and individual rights, being gay is completely acceptable in that framework, to not discriminate against someone for being gay. And I think that's a totally acceptable thing to promote. Now, again, that's different than promoting that someone become gay, which is a different issue. But just accepting gay people, I think 100% certainty should be promoted. It completely fits within the framework of our liberal ideology that our country exists in.
Yeah, they can contribute to society in other ways aside from procreation.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. So there's also, lots of kids to be adopted, lots of positive things, for individuals to do in society that have nothing to do with reproduction. Lots of people don't reproduce, and that's totally fine. So yeah, I think wide-scale acceptance of being gay is totally a good thing and should be accepted. And I don't consider that as a problem or hypocritical to say like, one thing is tolerated and one thing is not tolerated.
Yeah. I'm
Calvin,
willing to tolerate trans people that don't even have gender dysphoria. Sitch, not so much. But
well, I don't like it because, as I said, I think it's going to cause bad outcomes, not because I don't like it on some philosophical level.
Right. So, but if you could be proven that they don't regret,
yeah,
then you're down.
Yeah, then I'm like, I guess if they want to do it,
right,
go ahead. But Calvin Pafford for $10 says, when I at 18 months was a kid, or maybe 18 years, I don't know. I guess you mean years. When I was a kid, me and my buds all went as girls for Halloween at least once. But what we did, basically, wearing wigs is different than what drag queens do, heavy makeup and low-cut tops. Yeah, but were you actually trying to, like... I'm assuming were you doing it as, like, a goof? I'm assuming you weren't doing it as part of, like, a drag, ideology or something, right? Or a drag performance, I should say.
As a costume. You've dressed up as a woman, I'm assuming, just as a costume. I've done it. I mean, it's not a big deal.
I'm sure I have, but I can't remember a specific time I've done something like that.
Oh, you'd remember it if you did.
Nothing elaborate.
I've done it, but I don't remember. You're like,
I've nothing elaborate. Like I can't remember like some elaborate thing.
Well, that's weird. I mean, if you go like,
is that weird?
Well, no. If you're sneaking into your mom's bedroom to just try her dress on over your clothes, that's.
Well, I didn't try to do that. No,
that's a little stranger than it's Halloween and we're all going to dress up like women.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
It's funny. I was listening to Destiny the other day, And he kind of, at first, he walked back from it. At first, he kind of seemed like he came around to my position on drag shows being inherently sexual.
Oh, really? Huh.
And questioning why they should, like, what is, as I've always said, you ask someone, like, what is the point of the drag show? Like, why should kids be involved with drag? What is the thing you're trying to impart to children here? So when he was kind of debating someone from the chat about it, he kind of seemed like he walked back from that position a little bit, but I was like, that's what glad to see him coming around.
There's still drama going on with him and Mr. Girl and that Lav girl.
I can't follow. I don't care about it. I saw that. I don't follow any of it, but it's not interesting to me. But I saw that it was happening.
Yeah. I mean, I listened to a little bit of it, but I'm just like, the one thing that I think is interesting about all of that is just people are so obsessed, well, and partially by necessity, with their reputation, and being in a situation where they feel like their reputation online is destroyed is just drives them insane, drives them crazy. I think that's something to be reckoned with. What are you laughing at? What, did someone say something in the chat?
Well, I saw Sammy G was doing the little writing emoji, and I'm like, I realized this is the worst stream for Sammy to come back with all this weird sexual stuff we're talking about. Literally the worst stream for Sammy to come back.
I think there's going to be a baby Sitch and Adam coming pretty quick.
There you go, dressing up in their mom's clothes. Yeah,
it's going to be one baby Sitch bouncing on one breast and baby Adam.
Oh God,
on the
that sounds a little too degenerate for Sammy. Dave L for $5 says the problem is if you disagree with any part of the ideology, these people think you're a bigot who want to erase them. It's ridiculous. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Mr. Ubercross for $20. Thank you so much. Says, please let me know if you can when you're talking about gun issues. I'm available later, but not right now. Oh, well, sure. If you're knowledgeable about the subject, sure. Our resident Sitch and Adam lawyer. We're not gonna really talk about it today, but.
Oh yeah.
PC for $5 says when it's your side, the unreasonable people are silly, but the other side is bigoted. True.
I think that was in response to me asking about the parent that, pushes their kids into transition.
You could take that comic off the screen.
Oh, really? You don't like it? Look, it's fan art.
I didn't realize it's been up the whole time.
It's fan art. It's just for super chats. What's
okay.
Where I forgot what I was gonna say.
Sage of the Four Winds for $5 says you guys should simultaneously stream the stuff on Rumble. I feel like these conversations would benefit from being over there too. Why? I guess. I mean, I don't know. It's an honest question. I don't know what would be the benefit of streaming on Rumble.
Sitch and I are both intersectionalists. It's the intersection of laziness and making money. It's do people make money on Rumble? Is there any? I don't know. I guess we make money here off of the. Oh no! Now I'm going to talk myself into actually having to do it. We do have a lot of people who subscribe to the channel and stuff like that, so we do make money there. But they're watching it here, right?
Sure.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll look into it. How about that?
Look into it. Thank you. Gene Penguin for $2 says, gonna start Overweight Cynic Story Hour.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Overweight Cynic Story Hour.
Is that a manga or something?
It should be.
A manga? A
manga. Calvin Patford for $10 says, it's hard to understand trans people for me. Gay people can be like, you know how you like girls? I'm like that for guys, and I get it. Trans people are like, you know how you feel like a man? Like, not really.
Yeah, we've argued about that extensively.
Right. That is an issue, yeah. It's probably too difficult for people to understand what's happening there.
And then when you know about all the biological sex differences, you think, well, how exactly? Look, men and women have different hearing. Are you saying that you hear like a man, or like
you're? I'm not saying that. But...
But if you hear, see, and feel, pain wise,
Yeah.
like a man, like if you take medication that affects you like a man or a woman,
This is all irrelevant. I don't understand.
how is it?
So we're talking about an internal sensation, not whether you see, hear, or take pain medication like a man.
Okay. So you can just have, yeah, you're right. It's your internal, uh, so you're basically, you have all the sense apparatus of a man, but your internal feeling is
Well,
of a
maybe. Obviously,
woman.
there's also overlap. It's not like every man has the same eyes, ears, and pain tolerance, and every woman has the same eyes, ears, and pain tolerance.
Right. Yeah. They could have very effeminate hearing.
There you go. Your hearing is very girly. As an artist, Adam, your eyes are very girly.
Girls have more sensitive hearing.
Mm.
So,
Calvin
which is great for when you're married.
Calvin Pafford for $2 says, "I am what I am, and that's all that I am." Thank you.
True.
Guy for 8 months. Thanks so much. Says there are deaf people that have an identity based on being deaf. Is your guest saying that their existence means a hearing capable identity must exist? Yeah, I don't agree with sort of, I understand what they were saying about like, well, technically everything is an identity, but I don't think there's usefulness in conceptualizing it that way. But I think he agreed with me when I explained why I thought, quote unquote, the social contagion aspect of the cis identity is far more favorable than the trans one. But,
Right.
because you don't have to do anything. You're just cis. JD Bachant for $2 says, "Is dead naming antithetical to freedom of speech?" No, I'm not sure I understand the question. Why would it be? Are you saying like like a law against it would be anti-free speech? No, maybe you shouldn't. I don't think you should do it. I still think it's rude to do. It's an asshole thing to do. But the act of doing it is not. I don't know how the act of dead naming someone is anti-free speech. I'm not sure I understand the logic.
Everyone's dead political orientationing me, so.
There you go.
And I
There you
do
go.
feel offended by it.
A guy for $20 says, "Adam, there are neurological conditions where people's body space don't map correctly onto their body. It's called somatoperiphenia. Transgenderism could work the same way. The brain can perceive the body incongruent with reality."
Right. So they have a female sensory apparatus in there that's hooked up to a male body. I mean, that could be
Possibly.
happening.
We don't know. Yeah.
This is why I kept going on about, look, I want to know what the real situation going on here is. Because I listened to these YouTube videos about how you tell if you have gender dysphoria, and the people sound like they're crazy. It just makes absolutely no sense.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. You know about the mirror box stuff? That's super weird.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
There's the So if some people, if they lose a limb, they'll get called phantom pain syndrome.
Yeah. My monkey tail.
Yeah, exactly. Your monkey tail. Yeah. Someone will get extreme pain for the limb that they don't have. Now, there's been some theories about what causes this. Some of it's that the brain is trying to remap around it. And there's some good evidence that that's possibly what's happening.
That's interesting.
Yeah. But the weird thing is, and I'm not sure if they know exactly why, if they put if you lost an arm and they put or let's say you lost your hand and you put your arm without your hand in this box that basically has a mirror of your other hand. So it makes it so when you look at it, it looks like you have a hand that almost instantaneously stops the pain.
Yeah.
And unless they've done new research on this, my understanding is don't understand why. That seems to be counterintuitive as to why that would solve the problem. But it's very interesting.
Yeah.
The mind-body connection is very strange. Ralt of Givia for 1 month. Thank you, Ralt. Says, would it be better to call it sex dysphoria, seeing as how the treatment is to alter sexual characteristics, not gendered ones? Probably. It probably would.
That's a good thing.
Oh, yeah. Part of the reason it wasn't probably because like originally it was called transsexual, and then that for whatever reason got a bad connotation in like the 80s, and so that's probably why they decided to use gender. So, JD Bachant for $20, thank you. Says hot take: religion is not an ideology, but religious people can follow an ideology. A religion focuses on the supernatural answer to the question of meaning, morality, or both. Ideologies focus on socio-political systems.
I mean, I don't consider that really a hot take, but I disagree because I think I think of ideology as just a way of it's a system of beliefs that allows you to interpret the world. Look, and that's a definition. That definition is a work in progress. I actually saw Carl on Twitter arguing about ideology and the meaning of ideology. So I looked a little bit in. Do you have a definition of ideology that you use?
No, I think I just use the normal definition that most people mean or intuitively mean when they say ideology. So.
What is it?
Just a set of principles that generally guide someone's beliefs or theories of the world. A set of principles and ideas, probably.
Ideology, an orientation that characterizes the thinking of a group or nation, imaginary or visionary theorization.
That's just a complicated way of saying what I said.
Yeah, and what I said.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Well, the characterization of the thinking has to do with how you interpret the real world, obviously. So I get that religions do have this like spiritual component, supernatural component. They believe in supernatural things, but that's a component of the ideology. There are secular ideologies that don't contain that, but they still function. Like obviously communists believe. They have to believe in an entirely different human psychology in order for them
right
to think their system would work in the world. But they do think that.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say religion's an ideology. I mean, it's going to become a Sitch's law about how we're defining the term ideology. So, but whatever. I don't think it's that important to the conversation, honestly.
Right.
Grendel Vivat, thank you so much for the $100. Thank you. Grendel says, I have been trying to gift memberships forever. I finally switched the phone and it's not an option on the app. Really? Oh, I didn't know that. I'll try and catch up next stream. TV streaming is just fine. Shaking my head. Can't wait to get a new computer Thursday. Well, thank you so much for the $100.
Yeah.
I hope your computer comes in awesome. So.
New computer is always fun.
Right. Manny Fresh for $20 says, there is also a, quote, schizophrenic brain. However, their inclination to believe they are God is antithetical to reality of their mortal coil. Their beliefs go against reality. Yeah, I mean, you get into the realm of like, again, this is what I've said. If there is a treatment that can fix the issue in someone's brain that is an abnormal thing that causes pain or distress, then that should be obviously the first course of action if that treatment exists. So,
yeah. Well, there are all these elaborate justifications. I guess I was just trying to. This super chat touches on what I'm talking about the reality situation. I think some of the controversy comes into play because people don't want to accept that reality. Like they're willing to accept a reality where somebody wants to live as the opposite sex, and that's like a project that they want to embark on.
But I have probably the most medicalized, sterile take on transgender issues than I've ever heard anyone ever discuss it on the internet.
Right.
Because I'm trying to look at it from purely the medical position, the clinical position. That's why I've always said, if there was an alternative treatment, there was a magic pill that fixed it, that would be the course of action to do.
Right.
But then again, but you don't agree with that because you think people should just be able to do it anyway.
Well, people do crazy shit and
Okay.
don't look back. So, yeah, I admit it's like a crazy project for people to do, and the conservatives are going to be completely against. They're going to be like, no, society will fall apart. They always do that. Society will fall apart if we allow this to happen. Oh my God, it'll be. But I think that's a safer perspective to avoid society falling apart than, teachers going into classrooms and being like, okay, some of these people are, they have this brain condition that I have to ferret out, which maybe is true, maybe is not true. Like if we just conceptualize it as a society, like,
well, teachers shouldn't be doing that anyway. I mean,
yeah, but the medicalization of it is what inspires them to do that.
No, I completely disagree with you because no one was doing that with ADD.
Look,
no one's doing that with depression. It's not, but wait a minute. I think you have it backwards or incorrect. It's not the medicalization that inspires that. It's it's changing it from a medical procedure to an identity that must be protected. That's what causes that behavior.
Let me pitch this to you. So suppose society looks at this.
2023. Society's looking at
say society looked at it exactly like goth or
yes,
punk rock or any of that kind of stuff.
Then none of this would be. We wouldn't be in the situation we're in right now.
Look, yeah, but you wouldn't have My point is you wouldn't have these ideologues going into classrooms looking for the child that, oh no, they need to get on puberty blockers, so they won't commit suicide. If we just looked at it like this is a project some people like to embark on as adults, and you may want to embark on it too, and throw away all this idea.
Yeah, no, right. I understand.
Well, don't you think that would be a safer environment for children?
So it is true that the threat of suicide is the cudgel that sort of allowed a lot of the trans conversation to go the direction it went.
Yes.
However, it's not just that alone. It's combining that with the identity aspect, because once you combine it, once you say that being trans is a protected identity, right, as opposed to being a medical condition, then suddenly it enters the realm of affirmative care models where you say, you have to affirm a person's lived identity, internal experience. You're not allowed to question it. It's like super anti-pro-felicity.
Well,
right.
How does the identity thing touch on the motivations of the teachers who want to save the person from?
Because if it wasn't an identity thing, then it's just like, oh, maybe this kid's a problem, go to the doctor, right? They're not actively looking to promote it. And this is the difference. Because I understand what you're saying. The difference between is like, oh, maybe this kid has something, go to a doctor, versus I need to promote this identity. Because that's the way, whenever you see the blue-haired teachers on, libs of TikTok, right? They're trying to promote an identity. When we were talking to Kai about Drag Queen Story Hour, it's trying to promote a queer identity and a queer aesthetic. It's always about promoting an identity and whatever. And there's a whole bunch of baggage that comes with that identity, which is why it's trying to be promoted, which is a different topic. But it's the identity aspect that's causing the behavior, I believe, that you're primarily talking about, not the medicalization.
I think it's to save the children. I think that's what's driving them.
No, the save the children is the excuse to promote the identity. It's not the motivation.
Well, that's way more. That's like way more cynical than my take. You're basically saying, oh, these people are, NPC ideologues looking for a reason to like proselytize to their kids.
Yeah.
And they're
trying to promote this identity for whatever reason, and then
you could be
right. And if you say I don't like this identity, you say, well, if you don't promote this identity, kids are going to die. I mean, it's like that's the perfect way to frame the argument.
Well, they used to use the same argument with Christianity, like their eternal souls on the line here. We got to get these kids saved. Something could happen; they could get in a car accident on the way home.
Right. I mean, we saw this on Sunday with the Jon Stewart clip. Oh, you have to do what I'm saying, or children will be killed by gun violence.
Yeah. That's that shuts people up right away.
Exactly, because like,
what are you, a monster?
Yeah. Do you want think of the children? It's funny because like in The Simpsons, it was like the right-wing religious person saying, think of the children. And now it's the left with the trans issue. Think of the children.
Yeah.
So
Everyone wants to indoctrinate the children. It's so sad.
Mitchell line for $20. Thank you, Mitchell. Says the classic conservative quote, hard times create strong men's is a non-religious coping mechanism to help people get through hardship.
Hard
Sure.
times creates strong men. Yeah. That might work. That's the alternative to the religious God is going to make it right.
Well, I mean, that sort of is true, though usually in those hard times create strong men, there's very often a religious framework involved in that, creating the quote unquote strong men. So
yeah, there's a lot of like praying and
right.
Self-sacrifice.
Fondue for $5 says abolishing social gender will not make people give up on the category. They will just default to nature. Yeah, I don't think I think we can live in a society where people don't prejudge people that much or to a large extent on their gender, but I don't think it's possible to just eliminate the categories. I don't think that's feasible.
Well, and I was thinking when we were having the conversation, there are biological sex roles that are just, they're biological. The act of sex is, that's completely biological. That's not a role that was thrust upon us by society.
Right.
And you can't reproduce without that act.
I think the goal, the Star Trek future goal the way it would look would be sort of akin to more of like the 90s, 2000s, where like, people joke about sex differences, but everyone feels comfortable to do it because they feel comfortable that no one in that society is not actually judging them based on sex differences, but acknowledging that there are average sex differences behaviorally. I think that's the way like the quote unquote perfect future would look. I don't think that a true abolishment of these things is impossible, and to me not likely at all, without a strong authoritarian government essentially forcing it upon people.
Yeah.
Prince Gabbles for 2 months says the Danimal guy mentioned he had a podcast or something. What is it called and where can I find him? Also, S-Class is the best class.
You can find that on MySpace. Go to MySpace and search Danimal's podcast.
Okay, listen, Prince Gobbles, if you want us to promote, we'll do it. You don't have to pretend.
Well, with that S-Class business in there, I'm like.
But yeah, Danimal's podcast, Danimal Talks is on a podcast with Gava.
Yeah.
And Gobbles. And it's called Three Homos and a Pussy.
Right.
Or is it a pussy and three homos?
I was going to put it in. I didn't know what to put in the description. I DM'd Danimal to send me whatever he wants in the description.
Mm-hmm. It's on Kava's channel.
Okay.
Which unfortunately, Kava's name is not intuitively spelled in a way that people can look up.
I know. I can't even find her channel.
And
I was trying, all these people with their fancy names, I was trying to look up that darn Kitta or Kittith or Kitty.
Yeah.
Because she did I saw she was doing a live stream breaking down the CRT talk we had with Wicked Supreme.
Right.
And I might actually hang out with Wicked Supreme IRL after all his,
wow, nice.
And evidently he lives relatively close to Mr. Important too. So we might all hang out in person.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna add this to my list to watch this.
Did you find the Kitta one?
Yeah, it's that darn one word, and then it's kitten, but only with an H at the end instead of an N.
Which, oh wait, I put the N. So kitten, but with an H?
With an H, yes.
Okay.
Darn Kitta.
That's not coming up.
I linked it in the chat.
Okay. There's a million. I was only looking it up to share it in the chat. So, if you did it already.
I did, yeah.
Nice. Nicely done.
So
working together.
Yeah, I'll definitely watch that. I am interested. Assuming that I did everything right and true and good in the conversation, and Wicked Supreme is a big dum-dum. Though it says Adam friended versus Wicked Supreme. It should really say Sitch versus Wicked Supreme with Adam causing interference, but
Oh, the one I have says Sitch and Adam.
no, it does. The thumbnail says that.
Oh, it does.
I'm just joking.
Nice.
I'm just teasing.
I mean, I was going at it.
You were.
I was
yeah.
waiting for the DM to drop.
No,
Adam, you need to like chill out. Wicked was completely cool about it, though.
I don't need to DM you because you sensed it on your own.
Oh, I get heated.
I've conditioned you.
Oh, I feel it. I'm like, dude, I'm fucking
like,
pissed.
You're like the the elephant that you
I'm pissed.
That you tie to the pole, and whenever it moves, you whip it so it learns not to move from the pole, even if it's not tied there anymore. That's you, Adam.
You got it's like the little chair.
Yes.
The little folding chair.
Yes.
And I'm still like hanging out, even though I could just drag that chair.
Yep. Yep.
I know. Yeah. It's getting better. Oh my God.
Gene Namer Penguin for $5 says, to be fair, I might be willing to alienate an entire people group for good enough barbecue. I probably would choose harmonica enthusiast, the worst people. True.
What?
True.
Harmonica enthusiasts are the best people.
True.
Well, that's why it's not coming up. It's all one word, that darn kidda.
It's all one word, yeah. No space.
I keep calling her that Darth. Darth kidda.
Darth Dawkins is unholy daughter, Darth Kidda. WT1A for $10 for $20. Thank you so much. Says day 3 of spreading the Lord that is Foamy the squirrel. Adam, don't let Sitch mislead you. Foamy is still kicking, and you likely agree with the squirrel's takes. He's just having trouble understanding the new algorithm at the moment.
Foamy the squirrel? Oh, okay.
So look it up, Adam. Foamy the squirrel. You check it out.
I mean, I thought I searched for it, but I didn't find anything interesting. So, and I told you already, I have a new squirrel friend.
There you go. Naxalus for 11 months says gender roles aren't assigned, they're innately preferred, and then society observes them and reinforces them as a norm. Gender abolition is impossible. Yeah, I think that's generally the order of events. I think that's generally the way it happened, probably.
That's so true, but very bigoted. No. People are fighting against that, but I think that is the reality of the situation. So,
Andrew Clark for $5 says book recommendation: anti-social online extremists, techno utopians, and hijacking of the American conversation. Dane says it's amazing.
Sounds great.
Danger Stats for 3 months says cool. I didn't even know I had this. Well, thank you, Danger. Probably gifted it by some amazing fan.
Yeah. Use the emotes. I like the Hufflepuff. The murder face.
I got to add Bad Faith Barry and Good Faith Gary. Get rid of Hufflepuff.
I just noticed how Murder Face is remarkable. Has the same expression as Ragamuffin. They're like twins.
They are, yeah.
That's such a great CT did such a great job on that ragamuffin expression. That's exactly what she looks like when I grab her. Come here.
Jesus.
Come here.
Adam, stop assaulting babysitters when you're 5 and stop assaulting your cat when you're
I mean, I feel like I got a couple good boob grabs in there. I really do. I feel like before she
Oh my God.
Before the babysitter swatted me away.
Jesus Christ.
Look, you're 5 years old. You can get away with anything.
Yeah, okay. Naxos for $10 says, in the first talk, you speak of trans people having brains like the opposite sex, and that's wrong. Trans people have brains similar to people who are gay. I study sex differences in the brain. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's true. I think we're just trying to like simplify it for the sake of the conversation. But that was my understanding as well. Nax.
Yeah.
I'm curious as to what you study, though. You study sex differences in the brain. What is your field?
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons why I wanted to do YouTube, was to encourage young people to actually do all the shit I should have done when I was young.
Right. There you go. Adam was broken from the start. True.
Broken? I think this is obviously, I was thinking about it in the context of my bias on transgenderism, since I'm, very focused on, the
Oh my God,
opposites.
it all makes sense. Adam was attracted to his babysitter, and he copped the feel, and he found something he didn't expect.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that it's easier for me to conceptualize people wanting to change their outward appearance to attract the type of person that they're interested in.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's what was a guy who studied autogynephilia?
Ray Blanchard.
Ray Blanchard, yeah. And Ray Blanchard just spells this out in his book, and I was like, now that I can understand. Yeah.
Andrew Clark for $2 says Walmart is pulling out of Portland. All of them. Wow.
Good.
I baited a actual justice warrior. I don't know if he'll take the bait. I tried to bait him into doing a response video to the video we watched with Renegade Cuck video, where he said shoplifting was totally fine. So I'll see if Sean takes the bait and does a response video.
Cool.
The IJP Mexican for 7 months. Thanks so much. Says subscribe to the IJP Mexican. This message was sponsored by Sammy G. Also, sorry for not doing fan art in a while. I've been busy. S-Class is the best class.
You don't have to apologize for anything. We, do the fan art at your pleasure.
Thank you. Yes. Suck for $2 says, why did the Brits evolve to find birds attractive?
Why did
you don't want to know the answer to that one.
What did they?
They took the bird pill
to find birds attractive.
Yeah,
because they are like birders and stuff.
I guess.
I like bird watching.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now we know why you're really trying to lure that crow with the money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Neandra Falls for 11 months says Scott Adams isn't reframing, he's retroframing, making it seem like this was all intentional. No way. I like that. Retroframing. That's a good term.
That is good.
Yep.
God, I'm so lost here. I don't know where you're reading these from.
Adam Unfriended for 2 months says sexy PSA at home is why I joined S-Class. S-Class is the best class.
You must be reading backwards.
I'm not, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Frito's Bookshelf for 5 R's says RJ definitely politicized his films, Rian Johnson. Not in a right versus left way, but in a deconstruct/subvert frame, flirts with the entire lefty concept of deconstruction. That's a fantastic point. So that does make sense. Obviously, if he's going to be super high on himself about deconstruction, that's going to appeal intuitively to people with left-wing moral intuitions and put off people with right-wing moral intuitions. That's a great point.
Yeah.
Very good.
Subverting expectations.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Well, not the subverting, but more the deconstructive element of it. So.
Of subverting expectations instead of being like nostalgic for old characters.
Yes.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Of course, he did it in the shittiest way possible, but
Yeah. He's a tard. What are you going to do?
True. Isaac for 5 months says, my dog died last month. I'm sorry to hear that. I still think of him. Love your content and community provide. S-Class is now Simp Class.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Isaac. I think like Wormy's probably going to last maybe another year tops. And I think I'm going to be in your frame of mind. Yeah. I guess, what do? You get a kitten like as soon as possible, or you get a puppy as soon as possible?
Basically.
To like get over it. Yeah.
Yep.
God, I despised our other cat, Nibbler, the one that used to yowl on the stream. And when Nibbler passed away, God, it affected me way more than I just thought it would, which really surprised me.
Really?
So now I'm thinking Wormy's I'm going to be devastated. I'm totally going to be devastated. Yeah.
Sorry to hear that, Isaac, but
Yeah.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, Adam, I was girl crazy from that age too.
Yeah, nice. Good. Look, all my friends were girl. Sitch, You seem like odd man out here. We were all girl crazy when we were kids. What's
We'll have to
going
do a
on?
poll in the chat. I feel like I had a much more normal experience as growing up than Adam did in terms of being attracted to girls, but not obsessed with them to the extent that Adam was.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know why, I guess.
Andrew for another $2 says, wait, not that crazy. Hands were normal. There you go. Proving my point.
Look, did I get you in
Proving
trouble,
my
Andrew?
point. Yeah.
You didn't get you didn't get handsy with the 11-year older babies?
No. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay. Look, times have changed. You might get me too now. I don't know.
Right. Realt of Give You Up for $5 says, how come live streams are so quiet? I'm maxing out my soundbar today at 40, but the VODs are normally around 23. I didn't know. I don't know. Maybe there's something in the
test. Everything looks.
I mean,
good on
it
my
sounds
end.
normal on my end. But maybe there's something on YouTube when they encode it, like when it's live versus when it's a VOD. Maybe it boosts the volume. I couldn't tell you.
I mean, we're peeking out. I like to touch that red bar a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. I know the video, the Jon Stewart interview we watched on Sunday, the interview itself was very quiet. So, Aaron at Villarreal for 3 months says, cheers, guys. I'm be having some grain juice when work's over. Boosh. Well, thank you, Aaron.
Nice.
Boosh.
I stopped drinking, but I do miss an occasional beer.
Sammy G, thank you so much for being an 11th month Order of the Enlightened. Thank you, Sammy. Sammy says, Sitch, I think you need to dress in one of those anime maid outfits and share photo proof for science, of course.
Yeah, once Sitch does his face reveal, he'll be able to do crazy stuff like that. It'll be awesome.
There you go. Well, I see. I'm worried because Sammy put she had a picture of someone who was dressed as Cloud from Final Fantasy VII, but when Cloud was cross-dressing, so in a little dress at an anime convention, and she put the Sitch face on it. So now in the face reveal, she's going to be able to put my real face on it, and that's troubling.
Uh-oh.
That's troubling.
I remember sitting across from Sitch at dinner.
Yeah.
And I try to remember your face because it's been like 5 years.
Jesus Christ.
I know we talk forever, but I don't ever see your face.
You don't even remember what I look like anymore.
Well, if I focus on because some people took pictures, and I remember it's easy for some reason. It's easier to remember the pictures. Yeah. You know, when I'm having dinner with you, I don't want to like stare at you like, oh look, look at your face. I'm just studying your face here.
Look at every pore in my skin. Yes.
You might think I'm like, I want to go back to your hotel or something. Yeah, so
how much do I have to
you
super
try to
chat
keep
to see
it
that
cool.
reality? That's not gonna. There's no amount of money, Sammy. Okay.
What do you mean?
I will not be paid to dress in an anime video.
Look, I put the gold shirt on. You're not gonna dress up when people ask.
Okay, if Adam cross dresses as an anime maid, maybe I'll do it too.
No way.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, I might do it just to like get you to do it.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm glad you put it on the table. Look, someone timestamp this because
here I'll do it. I'll do it after wink, wink. After Adam does it, he has to do it first.
Nah, I did that with my best friend once. I convinced him. I put like my pajamas on over my clothes, and I was like, "Yeah, it's a pajama party. Let's go."
Oh, you're such a bad person.
So he puts his pajamas on.
Oh my God, you're so evil.
And we go to the party.
Yeah.
And I'm getting out of the car. I'm like taking my pajamas
off.
Oh,
you're such a dick.
as I'm like getting out of the car, and we walk up to the house, he doesn't even notice that I'm not wearing my pajamas anymore.
Wow.
And we walk in. Oh God, that's like the best practical joke ever. Everyone's like, "Hey Rob, why are you in your pajamas?"
I'd be like, "'Cause I'm fucking chill. That's why."
He's like, "Fuck you, Adam." Fuck you. Yeah. Oh God. That's an amazing joke.
It's pretty good.
That was a great party. Hey, Everyone was asking, "Hey, Rob, why are you in your pajamas?"
That's a good listen. That's a great way to get attention.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Like, whoa, what the fuck? Rotisserie protocol for $5 says, so we all agree that it's cool to pee in the shower, right? But is it accepted yet to pee in the bath? I'm sick of being made fun of.
No, you can't pee in the bath. What are you doing?
You
Come
can't
on.
pee in either, okay?
Look, you can't stand up and aim across to the toilet. What are you thinking?
Well, first of all, not everyone has a bathroom configuration where they can open the shower door and reach the toilet, okay? Unlike the movie Wanted, I don't have the ability to piss around corners. Okay.
Oh, I guess if it's around a corner, obviously.
Right. Secondly, why are you leaving the lid up on your toilet, you disgusting fuck? The lid should be down at all times unless you're sitting on it.
Oh yeah,
Using it.
no. I would reach over and pull it up, obviously.
Oh my God. You can't just hold it? How long are you in the shower for?
Well, no, we were talking about the bath. The shower, you just let it rip.
No, but what? No, stop. Just
What?
hold it.
In the shower?
Yes.
I mean,
Don't pee in the bathtub or the shower. That's disgusting.
You're fine in the shower.
No,
Don't
stop.
Look,
It's
in
gross.
the bathtub, you're marinating in it.
Don't piss in the shower. Just fucking hold it. How long are you in the shower? You can't hold your pee for 5 to 10 minutes?
What if you just hit the drain like perfectly?
No, stop. Stop.
Oh man,
That's gross.
I don't think you'll die. I don't think anyone will die.
It's
if you do it.
gross.
It seems safe enough.
What do you mean safe? It's gross.
Look, everyone
Don't do
pees
it.
in the shower.
Is it? No.
Look. We might have to do a poll on this.
Right.
Yeah, I feel like
Right.
everyone pees in the shower. But if we do this poll and it comes out like, if we do this poll and it comes out like 10%, yeah. If it comes out like 10%, I'm going to be super sad that I said this on a live
Is
stream.
it okay to pee in
The shower.
the shower? I feel like it's
Look,
going to skew.
It's in a Jane's Addiction song. Everyone does it.
I feel like if we had more girls in the audience, we get more no.
Is
A bunch of disgusting men are going to be like, yeah, that's fine.
just to do the last poll on Scott Adams. Is Scott Adams winning you over with his reframing? It's no is 67%, yes is 32%. Which every poll we've done with our audience skews conservatives. So a lot of conservatives who would be on Scott Adams' side in this are still not being won over by the reframing. So
Right.
that's a testament to our audience being like under, we're the galaxy brains of the YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Is it okay to oh, I accidentally hit yes.
Abby said this is the new third question. There you go. Do you pee in the shower?
Look at
Instead of
that.
the POV question, the P question.
85%.
I know. Look at this.
86%. That's
86%
right.
of you are disgusting.
That's right.
God,
PP Brothers. Hit that yes.
it is disgusting. Yes, hold it and go to the fucking bathroom. Jesus. You can't hold
Sitch,
your piss for
look
like
at
10 minutes.
this. It's his shower.
Oh my
It's your
God,
fucking
disgusting.
shower.
It's disgusting. Gross.
Sitch like pees on his leg. He totally gets off on it.
Listen, my dick is just so massive, Adam, that it's very hard to control.
Look,
Okay.
he's lying. Sitch,
Very hard to
Sitch
control
aims
the
for
shower.
Sitch aims for his foot.
Yes, of course. I have a compulsion to just aim for my feet for some reason.
Sitch aims for his foot.
God.
He's like, oh look, the pee's warmer than the shower.
We got a bunch of degenerate lefties that don't have a proper disgust response to peeing in the shower. That's what's happening here.
Look, that is how that poll should read right there. 85% say yes.
No.
It's okay
Oh.
to pee in the shower.
God. Gross.
Look at this. And we have an international audience here. So it's whoa.
We need
whoa.
more women. We need more women in the audience. That's the problem.
Well, if I don't have if a woman pees in the shower, isn't it kind of running down her leg though? Isn't it like a different thing for a woman?
Yeah,
to
I
pee?
mean it's harder. Not
Yeah.
necessarily, but it's definitely harder.
Hmm.
But yeah, but I'm assuming even if you ask a woman, I would guess if you ask most women, are you okay with like your man peeing in the shower? They're gonna say no.
Yeah. Maybe. I mean,
Imagine, but
yeah.
the women squat. God, it's even worse.
Yeah,
So apparently,
Contrast says you aim at the drain. It's
There you go.
practice.
But yeah, no,
It's
the whole thing
practice.
about urine being sterile is not true. That's like a weird thought that people had back in the day, but that is not true.
What? That's so. What?
Pee is not sterile.
For real?
Yes, for real. Your days of drinking pee are over, Adam. Pee is not sterile.
Well, I never drank pee.
Of course,
but
pee is not sterile.
pee is sterile.
No, it's bullshit.
Look, adult human urine is not sterile.
Yes. Okay.
The resident
it's
bacterial
very simple.
community may contribute to urinary health and disease.
It's very simple, Adam.
And
if you take sterile water,
what?
Okay, imagine you have a Ziploc bag, right? Are you following me here?
Yeah.
Imagine you have a sterile Ziploc bag.
Okay.
And you pour sterile water in it and you zip it up. That water will stay sterile forever, right? If you pee in a bag that's sterile and you zip it up, that pee is not going to stay sterile. That pee is going to become real gross. Okay.
Yeah, and not in like
so
record
obviously
time,
it's not
too.
sterile. There's obviously something in it.
Does pee sterilize? Don't do it. Urinating on a wound to clean it. What?
No.
Don't do it. Urinating
Supposedly
on a wound
there's something
to
about
clean
peeing
it.
on like jellyfish things or something, but that's not to sterilize it. It has some sort of weird chemical reaction for the burn or something. But
Does pee sterilize? Don't do it. Urinating on a wound to clean it is an emergency has become fodder for urban legend. But new research debunks the idea that urine is sterile.
Yeah.
Wow. We might have saved some lives here.
There you go.
Look, I might stop peeing in the shower now that I know this. Look, how do I change my vote on the poll?
Sammy G says, we live in a society where women don't feel comfortable peeing in the shower because sexist men like Sitch and Adam making fun of them. Oh, I guess we figured out which way Sammy voted in the poll.
I guess we did. Look at that.
There you go. There you go.
Okay.
At least the number dropped down to 80%.
Yeah. Well, now it's going to drop even lower now that I said that. Everyone's like,
yeah.
This is like the poll that changed people's behavior, just like that Scott Adams poll.
Right.
They've seen a poll. This poll changed my life. Now I no longer pee in the shower.
J-Mac for $10 says, some of us old folks have prostate issues, Sitch, and we take our urinary relief when we can get it. All right, listen, if you have a note from your doctor, it's acceptable, okay?
Yeah.
Get a doctor's note, it's fine. Otherwise, no.
If you got to go, you got to go. Come on.
There you go. I can't believe you would literally, Adam, you would fucking, you would try to pee from out of your shower into your toilet?
Only in the bath. Because I don't want to marinate in it, obviously.
Yeah, but okay, I don't know if you know how pee works. You understand it's not like a continuous stream that the second you stop just shuts off, right? You know there's a line of pee on the floor when you stop, right?
Yeah. Maybe a little.
Okay, just letting him know. But you thought it was sterile, so you thought it was okay.
Well, look, you got to choose. If you get out of the bathtub, you're going to have like a huge puddle on the floor because you're going to be standing in front of the toilet.
It's not pee. I mean,
well, a little bit of pee or a huge puddle of water. Sometimes, look, I don't know if you read Thomas Sowell, but life is about trade-offs.
Okay. Okay.
Look, a couple drops of pee and, getting your aim solid, like a good...
Who has aim? Let's listen. Unless you have some like problem down there, you don't have an aim problem. It's not very difficult. It's okay.
Sometimes,
Yeah, sometimes it acts wacky, but normally it's okay. First of all, peeing in the ocean, totally fine. Peeing in the pool, not acceptable.
Right.
Under any circumstance. You get out. Don't be fucking lazy. That's gross. Oh no! I don't know.
Depends on the situation.
No, you can't pee in the pool. Don't pee in the pool.
Look, my rule of thumb is don't pee in the pool.
Yeah, but wait, that's not a rule of thumb. It's just a rule, period.
Look, I don't like being cold.
Oh my God.
If the bathroom is very far away.
No. Okay, if you're peeing in the ocean, you pull down in your swimming trunks. You don't pee through your shorts. That's gross.
Oh yeah, of course.
Hey, come
Yeah.
on. Your pee is stored
You
in the
take off
pool.
your trunks and you hold them over your head.
There you go.
You don't.
There you go. We need Adam is the kid. We need that, like, they put that chemical when you start peeing in the pool, it like turns a different color so everyone knows who did it.
We used to always go swimming in my friend's pool.
Yeah.
And his parents said that they had that stuff, and
Yes.
I totally believed it, but that stuff doesn't exist.
This stuff does exist. What do you mean?
Nah, it doesn't exist. That stuff
Chemical.
doesn't exist.
Okay, wait a minute.
That's the thing that
Color
parents tell their
change,
kids.
Pool, chemical. I saw it in a movie, so I assumed it was real. But it could just be a
No.
fictional thing.
Yeah, it's a fictional thing.
You're right. Pool chemical that changes color with urine is a mythical substance.
But it's
Wow.
saved a lot because the parents
There you
know.
go.
They're like, look, I got 15 neighbor kids here in my pool. They're all going to be peeing.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, that's sad. I remember seeing it. I don't remember if it was like a Malcolm in the Middle episode or something.
Oh, of course.
So,
yeah. I'm sure they faked it and stuff.
sad.
Oh, I do.
Sad.
I remember that Malcolm in the Middle where he's like in
Yeah.
the pool and it's like, oh,
Yeah, and the color changes. Yeah,
it's like
so,
surrounding him.
Yes.
I didn't pee in
So
the
sad.
pool.
That's so sad. So sad. What was that movie? Oh, it was was it Caddyshack where they have the Twinkie bar in the pool and everyone thinks it's like shit?
Yes.
And then Bill Murray just takes a big bite out of it.
Oh, that's awesome. Caddyshack was a shit. My
It was a good movie.
uncle took me to see Caddyshack when I was like too young to see an R-rated movie.
Mm-hmm.
And my mom was kind of a stick in the mud. Like she wouldn't want me seeing an R-rated movie. So my uncle told me, yeah, we're going to go see this other movie. I can't remember what movie it was, but it was something neither one of us wanted to see. And I thought it was so badass
Right.
that my uncle was just like, yeah, I just lied to your mom.
That was a Baby Ruth. Oh, okay.
Of course
The
we're
Baby
going to go
Ruth
see
bar.
Caddyshack. We're not going
Yeah.
to see that shitty movie. Just you tell your mom we saw the other movie.
Uh-huh.
I was like, oh,
Yeah, I guess the
man.
Baby Ruth bar looks more like poop. Caddyshack isn't bad. Well, to be fair, I haven't
Caddyshack is
seen it.
amazing. What are you
I haven't
talking
seen it in years. I remember years ago I thought it was hilarious, but
That gopher is so realistic. I don't know
little
how
gopher puppet.
I don't know how they do it.
Okay.
I mean, it looks like a real gopher.
That was such a weird against
Obviously it
type
doesn't.
role for Bill Murray too. To play this like bizarre autistic,
Dumb shit.
like curmudgeon. I
Mhm.
don't know. Anyways, Rotisserie Protocol for $5 says, so we all agree that it's cool. It's cool to pee in the shower, but is acceptable yet to pee in the bath? No. Contrast for 11 months says, hey Adam, there's an economics professor's.
What?
I can't even read this. Contrast says, hey Adam, there's an economics professor called Dr. Gangbang Bukaki. You should Google him for his views. It's legit.
Okay.
Hey,
That's not good. No one's falling for that shit.
Dr. Gangbang Bukaki.
Okay.
Do you want to see the economic theories of Dr. Gangbang Bukaki, Adam?
God, I wish it would be hilarious if I could pull an economics professor up that was actually named Gangbang Bukaki. Oh, look, I found him right here on YouTube.
Oh my God, it's real. It's real. Look, it's real. Dr. Gangbang Bukaki. Very unfortunate name. They did their thesis statement on why MMT is legitimate and true.
Of course.
Here you go. Their name's actor Dr. Gangbang Bukak. So it gets, they got made fun of a lot as a kid.
Gangbang Bukaki. Okay,
you
I'm
go.
Googling it.
There you go. There you go. Doctor.
Mhm. Oh, yeah.
You don't want to
help.
you don't want to see the wrong thing.
That'll help. That'll really help.
Chad for $5 says online rhetoric is getting worse, but the media is covering trans issues more critically. Seems to be going out of style. Kids are DID systems now. Do you mean DIY systems?
Do it
Do it
yourself.
Or do you
I
mean
don't know.
dissociative identity disorder systems? But yeah, I mean, it's, it was the New York Times kind of pushing back on the CRT, on the transgender stuff is kind of interesting. So I'm curious to see the direction that goes. I always said that was going to be the turning point was on transgender issues. That was the road too far.
Yeah, that's going to get us back in the evangelical voter base for the next 20 years, right?
Right. JD Bichamp for $2 says, I wish I had a higher character count on this. Yeah, I know. You type something out and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Because you have so few characters. I understand. Jonathan Smith for $20 says, philosophy is not limited to any sphere of thought. The best way to describe it is that it's the study of how to do something. The scientific method is a philosophy. Every college and university holds to a philosophy.
Yeah, true.
That's fair.
Empiricism is scientific method.
Calvin Pafford for $2 says, path like laugh. Oh, I said it wrong. Pafford. How was I saying it? Pafford? Well, thank you, Calvin. Calvin Pafford. Jonathan Smith for $10 says, an ideology is an attempt to bring a philosophy into existence. It doesn't matter if it's religious or economical or anything else.
That's a good definition. I like that.
3x3 Nilo for $2 says, when are you having Metzger or Mr. Girl back on? I mean, hopefully never, right? So
I'm game for both of them. Let's do it at the same time.
Nobody else caught, but Adam said gopher instead of groundhog. Was it a groundhog? I thought it was a gopher.
It's a gopher. What are you talking about? It's not a groundhog. Get out of here.
Are you conflating Groundhog's Day with Caddyshack?
Oh, they both have Bill Murray.
They do. I don't remember if it was a groundhog or a gopher. It's been a million years since I've seen that.
Gopher.
I'm assuming it was a gopher because it was.
Gopher from Caddyshack.
You generally think of gophers as the things digging holes causing problems, right?
I thought I might have a gopher in my yard, and I was like, "Oh, nice, a new
You were
friend."
excited. I don't even know what is the difference between a gopher and a groundhog.
One's a
I'm assuming
pig.
it's like the same type of looking, little
My
rodent
God.
creature, right? What? You're looking at the terrible puppet and you realize how bad it looks.
It's amazing. What are you talking about?
Right.
Oh my God, this is hilarious. Okay, I'm bringing the gopher up, guys. You got to see it.
Okay.
It's funnier than you remember.
JD Bichamp for $5 says, then I would reply to your answer by saying it depends on the religion. Are all religions a form of ideology? Can you call an ideology a religion? I mean, under my definition, I would say all religions are a type of ideology.
Yeah.
And
I mean, you can have more than one ideology, right?
oh my God, it looks so stupid.
The gopher?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Oh, it's so fucking dumb.
It's hilarious, isn't it?
It is funny, but it's so stupid.
Oh my God.
Right.
Oh my God.
That little thing.
This movie,
Pretty cute.
This movie completely affected my childhood.
There you go.
Look how young Bill Murray is. Jeez.
I know.
He looks like he's 20.
It might have been. Though Bill Murray always looked old. I saw some movie where he was like 25. I think it was like Stripes or something. I'm like, he always looked fucking like an old man.
And he's always like bald. Yeah, same with Jack Nicholson. Like he's always been bald in his 20s.
Well, but even like, yeah, here he looks young, but I feel like when his face got like kind of, he's like I don't know what's going on with Bill. He's like the pox marks or whatever on his face, kind of like Ray Liotta, and made him look old. Like,
oh, you're right, the pox marks. Look at that.
But
what's he got? Oh, he's gonna put water in the hole, or
he's gonna put
gasoline
water in the hole,
or something.
Right. Oh yeah, that's right. When he blows everything up.
Hey, spoiler alert. Jeez.
Oh, sorry. I ruined the fucking ending of Caddyshack, a fucking 50-year-old movie.
Oh, this had Rodney Dangerfield in it, too.
Yes, of course it did.
He is hilarious.
Yes. Hey, we're all going to get laid.
Maybe this movie affected me. Nah,
it did.
I was feeling up the babysitter long before this movie came out.
That was always so sad. Rodney Dangerfield is such a legend.
Oh, I know.
So sad. He never made that much money. Just kind of
Really?
surprising. Or I think he had like, I think he had drug addiction. I don't know. I remember watching some special on, I don't know, like a while ago. But
Well, there's nothing wrong with drug addiction.
oh my God, Angry Joe and Eric July are beefing over April O'Neil. Don't tell me Angry Joe is like fine with the new April O'Neil look, because that's fucking true. You know, first of all, fine, you're gonna race change another redhead, fine, but like you got to make her like frumpy. You can't even make her hot. It's like,
She looks like she's 40 too. Someone was saying that the character's supposed to be 12.
oh God.
Yeah, the one girl from the 80s, I mean, she looks like she's 22. She doesn't look 12. And the
Right.
and the new one looks like 40.
Well, there are new versions of Ninja Turtles where they make them all younger, including April.
Oh,
But
okay.
that new version that I'd never seen before until you posted the picture on Twitter is like
It's
she looks
awful.
like, yeah, it's terrible. But April was not originally black, no. But I mean, it's a black and white comic. That's true. So who knows? Adam Get Boff for 7 months says Adam on Sunday. Tuesday will be the shortest stream ever. The Tuesday stream 4 hours in. True. And it wasn't my fault.
5 hours now.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, only did 2 things, so
True.
who cares?
Who cares? No one cares. Our audience cares. They like it long. They like it long.
They do, yeah. They like all us joking around about peeing in the shower and
Yes.
you feeling up the babysitter.
Jeez. Stug for $2 says, I can immediately think of 2 possible tangible explanations for dysphoria. Each is maybe occurring to some degree, and maybe there are more types. The brain is looking for 1, certain hormonal organic signals and isn't finding them, creating discomfort, or 2, certain social reactions from others which they're not receiving, or rather are receiving the incorrect ones. I mean, the first one's more possible than the second one, in my opinion. The other explanation, beyond just having a structured brain for being the opposite sex, which was, I saw a video, I forget who it was. I wish I remember her name. There was a scientist lady who did a bunch of brain scans, and she found that she thought there was a birth defect, a congenital birth defect in people with gender dysphoria in the area of the brain that recognizes self-processing. And she thought that was the explanation for it. So the most dope for $2 says, first children voting and now gender dysphoria isn't even a real thing. A-Team really does have the craziest takes. LOL, this is why I just had to be S-class.
I mean, it's going to suck for you if I turn out to be correct, but everyone in the chat is saying Angry Joe is accusing everyone of pedophilia who doesn't like the new 40-year-old design of the character.
How does that make... Oh, I'm assuming his argument is you want April to be hot, and so since she's not hot and a child, you're a pedophile? Is that the argument?
Well, I this is the thing, because people are saying, oh, the character is 12. Well, why'd they make her look 40 then?
Well, why did they make her 12?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's like a script thing. Maybe she has to be 12.
There were in the other Ninja Turtles where they make April like a child. She's not like horrendous looking. I mean, she might not be like, oh, look, she's hot, but she just looks like a human being that's like 11, right?
I have not seen a version that doesn't look like she's 20, so. But whatever.
Okay. No, there's a couple cartoon versions where she's young. She's like a kid, but she doesn't look like that. Supposedly there's one where she's black already. I'm not familiar with that, but they made her like dumpy looking. And you're right, she looks like 40.
She does. She looks 40.
It's the art style, so I don't know.
Look, if you get charged with statutory rape, the judge is letting you off on that one. Definitely. No, there's no way they're like, what? This woman's 12? She's got wrinkles.
This is from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem. It's from the new movie version. So, anyway. Yeah, Thoth just sent me a picture of Black April O'Neil and Rise of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Yeah, but she didn't look. I mean, that's fine. She looks young in that version, without looking like a. Well, I don't know. She kind of looks old in that version too. Whatever.
She's stacked.
Anyways.
What are you talking about? In the 1987 version?
That's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. Where was I? Adam, I really much. Stug for $5 says, does Adam think extreme drugs like heroin should be legal? For the record, I'm conflicted on the issue, but it's similar to his trans take.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Because I've known a bunch of drug addicts. I guess, yes, because, yeah, I think enough people can handle their shit that they shouldn't be inconvenienced by these people who can't handle their shit, and making them illegal just makes it, more difficult for them to get. They become, incarcerated and stuff like that. So there's still a drain on the society some way. So I'm not sure it helps.
I don't think so. If the substance wasn't physiologically addictive, I think you'd have a better argument.
Well, and this is another one of my biases. Have you heard the term chipper? I'm like a chipper. Chipper is someone that can like smoke once and doesn't get addicted, or drink once and doesn't get addicted.
Right. Okay. So yeah, you are biased.
Do heroin once and doesn't get addicted. Like,
right.
Yeah. So I realize I'm in a superior position. Some people, that's why I say you just got to be able to handle your shit. Some people can't handle their shit, man.
Right. Yeah. I would assume most people do not have that experience that you have with addictive drugs.
But we don't know because they're not legal. So maybe more people can handle their shit. They just never give it a shot.
Okay. I'm skeptical. Solodoge for $2 says, I know we made peace in DMs, but I'm not above a public apology. I do apologize for being so insulting on the Sunday stream.
Wow.
Being a friend of the show, such as words, not mine. It was uncalled for. Well, thank you, Solodoge. I do appreciate that you said that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
He sent me a nice DM too, so thanks, Solodoge.
Secret Boy for $2 says, can somebody explain to me why it's a problem exactly to be referred to as a man or a woman? That seems to be the entire basis for defending the non-binary identity from Kai. Yeah, I mean, I don't understand it either. But look at this. Scott Adams was watching. He's a big fan of our stream.
Oh no, not Scott Adams. Is he going to reframe the stream or something? He's going to.
Yeah, Scott Adams for $2 says, you see, Sitch, I was the fourth dimensional chess master the whole time. Mm-hmm. True. And for $2, Scott Adams says, I think Scott Adams for $2 says, I think Scott Adams is racist. MSNBC took a poll of its audience and about 90% of them said that he is. So according to this poll, Black people should move away from people named Scott Adams. Not all Scott Adamses, though. There you go.
Wow.
There you go.
There's got to be like 50 Scott Adams, though.
Right. Oh, my God. Look at this. Joseph Joestar. Wow.
Wow. Jojo.
Points to Scott Adams and says, next you'll only be saying you're pretending to be retarded. True.
Isn't he saying that now?
Yeah, that is what he's saying.
Well, there's nothing to apologize for because I did this deliberately.
There you go.
Fuck you.
Go. The perfect meme for Scott. Yes.
And I paid the price of being canceled. I'm not here complaining. I'm here trying to sell some books.
I'm kind of shocked no one's made. I'm sure someone has. I haven't seen it. No one's made the meme of like they put Scott Adams' head on the little stick figure saying, her, I'm retarded, only says her, I'm racist. And then people say, let's get away from this racist.
Oh, really?
And then he says, oh, I was only fooling.
Is that from a Dilbert?
No, there's like a meme of someone saying, oh, I'm retarded. And then they say, let us get away from this retard. He says, joke's on them, I was only trolling. So.
That's a great way to get rid of people.
True. My mother for $2. Hey, Mom, what's going on? Says, Sitch, I'm here to ask you the real JQ. When are you going to rewrite this comic? You need to restructure the whole comic to mimic Dilbert. Then you could take Scott Adams' place in the papers. Strike while the iron is hot.
That's a
Is
good
that doable,
idea.
Adam? Can we redraw and rework the entire comic to be like Dilbert?
No, I think he means the Dilbert comic. There's like an opening now. They're like they need something to fill the Dilbert spot.
Okay.
Maybe we could. Sammy G has good ideas for comics. Maybe we could get
There you go.
some Sitch and Adam theme stuff going.
There we
and
go. We'll have a
syndication.
three-page Sitch and Adam comic in papers. In the papers.
In the papers.
In the
There's
papers,
Sitch's-
kid. Gonna make you a
Sitch's
star.
Old timey voice.
Yeah. Because newspapers are an old-timey thing. I mean, really? We're putting
Kinda.
ink on pieces of dead tree? Come on. It's the 21st century. What are we doing?
I wish Scott Adams would. Well, I guess he really can't do that. I'm just curious about the financial situation. Everyone came out and said immediately how much Kanye lost, but nobody's talking about how much Scott Adams lost.
True, because no one cares because he's white.
Well, they
The
care how
black-
much he lost.
Speaking of, the black community phone for $2.
Oh, nice.
The phone that Scott Adams used to call the black community says, Adam, I've been here the whole time. Had you just given me a phone call the way Scott Adams did, you know what to say the way he did. I hold the thoughts and dreams of all black people. Just give me a call at 555-BLACK.
Okay.
There you go.
I'll call now.
555-BLACK.
Operators are standing by.
God, remember like TV shows when you used to have to call up a company to buy their product?
Yeah.
And they'd always say that.
I've never done
Operator.
that.
I never done it either, but like it was a thing you were supposed to do.
I was like, scam. I'm not going to call.
Dill's brain gender machine for $2 says, hello, Adam.
Mhm.
The results are in. Soon to be faxed to your resident. Yep. It's snip time. Not like you had much to lose anyway. Boom. Got him. S-class is born loving MILFs. A-team does test runs with their cousins. There
Come
you go.
on, I
Thank
said
you,
the
Dill.
I said the babysitter. Don't rewrite history here.
Well, that's what little do we know. Adam was being babysit by his cousin,
No, that's not what was going on.
by his uncle. Oh my god.
Oh, shit. It gets worse. Damn you.
Dotems for $6 says, I'm seriously skeptical of the health cost benefit of transition long term. You're talking about changing pubertal development and invasive surgeries, even with 100% accuracy diagnosis, the benefit seems marginal at best. There is definitely been a consistently measured benefit, but it's not like 100%. So it's not a completely, I don't completely disagree with what you're saying.
A benefit to transitioning.
Yes. There's been a consistent benefit, but it's not like it doesn't alleviate gender dysphoria entirely from any study I've ever seen. It just helps somewhat. And it's obviously different amounts for different people. So J-Mac, who's been outside the simulation for 11 months. Oh my God.
Wow.
Said, been feeling down today, but this Tuesday stream cheered me up a bit. So thanks, guys. Well, don't feel down.
Yeah.
You've all the love from us, your surrogate children. Thank you, J-Mac. Thank you so much.
I guess he tweeted something out about having some kind of surgery or something. So
Yeah, back surgery. I hope
Yeah.
it's going well. I hope you're recovering.
yeah.
Silence You Idiot for $5 says, I have my sources, Adam. I just heard Doomer needs more of an imaginary fan base. Here's to you. I'm D-team today, Doomer.
Sweet.
Doomer isn't D-team.
I thought it was the D-bags.
He's the D-bags. Yeah. Doomer's the D-bags. So. It's just Avi for $2 says, you guys better reach out to Purin. I watched that video. It was interesting. It was about the Wagner group.
Oh yeah,
Did
that's
you
a
watch
great
it?
one. Yeah.
It's kind of an interesting point. If I should have brought this up when I was talking to you and TJ. If Russia is doing so well or has such capabilities that they haven't utilized yet, why do they have to rely so heavily on a mercenary group?
Hmm. Well, that is their plan, though.
No. But I'm saying, why, if they really have it all together, why do they have to rely on a mercenary group?
Well, that's their. I don't. I mean, I don't really understand the question. If the mercenary group's fighting for Russia, they got their shit together. They got the good mercenary group, right?
Yeah, but that means that they're military. I mean, I know because I watched the video that they're sort of like a quasi state actor,
Yeah.
right? But it does say something. It does say something about the quality of their state military being dog shit.
Yeah. It says that their institutions suck.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. No, they don't have a civilian military. They basically have guns for hire.
Yeah.
But isn't that the situation in all autocracies?
I don't know the answer to that question.
I bookmarked a Peter Zahan video that we could watch that he talks about the situation. So, but Peter Zahan may be full of shit. I don't know. But I went back and I listened to that after we had the stream about the Russia situation. And I was thinking, did I like just dream that video? But no, Peter Zahan goes through all the things I talked about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So they're waiting for warmer weather because it's like frozen tundra over there. So
CT made this guy Adam's meme, but
I know. Should I bring it up?
sure. She also sent me a picture saying, "Personally, I like the new direction of April O'Neil." And it's a picture of Danny DeVito as the penguin.
Oh, okay. That's sweet.
That's pretty funny. What is this? I don't know if I've ever seen this picture. Kava has a Sammy G comic we've never seen before.
Oh, really? Let's bring it up.
Yes.
Let's bring it up.
I'll send it to you.
Where is it?
I'll send it to you.
Here's the Dilbert comic. Let me see here. It says, "Hey guys, look how racist I am." And the two people say, "Fuck off, racist." And then look, Sammy G did a great job. You picked great pictures here.
No, CT did this.
Oh, yes. CT, you did a great job. This is, we have Scott Adams looking as smug as can be. He says, "Joke's on them. I was only pretending."
Yeah.
Dude,
Pretty good.
I'm not sure people buy it. That's the thing. It hurts Scott Adams because we know the truth. We know that Scott Adams,
Yeah.
he's a big anti-racist, man. He really is. He was super butthurt over that poll. He felt personally wounded by it. He's trying to rewrite history now. But the only reason you feel personally wounded by that is because you've got like a lifelong investment in trying to help the black community. Yeah.
That bottom panel, have you ever been in a situation? That bottom panel meme is so good of just Scott saying "jokes and I was only pretending." Like you'd only have to put that out there to convey the meme message, that it almost makes me wish I didn't like Scott just to promote the meme. But I like him, so I don't want to. That's a really good meme.
I'm trying to
It's a
be
really good
nice. I'm trying to be nice.
Good job, CT.
I did feel bad. I wanted to share that video immediately, and I'm like, for Scott Adams. Well, technically, he said he did good in that interview, so I should share it. Okay.
There you go.
He wants me to share it.
There you go.
Look, I didn't share it because I thought it made it look worse.
Mm-hmm.
So am I doing the right thing if I don't share it? Or
I don't know. He said he
share
liked it. So.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if he's trying to gaslight me into sharing it, then sure, I'll share it.
Andrew Clark for $2 says sex isn't assigned, it's observed propaganda. True.
Look at that. Look, that's it. You're very turfy today.
Sex isn't assigned, it is observed. That's a true statement. That's not turfy.
I mean, I accept that.
Okay. WT1A1A for $5 says, acting stupid foamy the squirrel video. Acting stupid foamy the squirrel. I guess that's the name of the video. Acting stupid foamy the squirrel. Video will make you chuckle if something specific is needed to toss you up the squirrel tree. So you can look that up, Adam. Acting stupid foamy the squirrel.
I'll look it up.
This is Kava said, in celebration of Sammy G not being dead, here's the piece she made for me. Here we have Kava saying, and that's why women should not be allowed to vote. Thank you. And we have in the background, we have a Sitch Chan saying PP equals D, simp class, hypergamy. There's a poop, gender theory, crazy to hot scale, no-go zone, fuck zone. We have a population chart, spending habits, many emotions, driving statistics. We have an MPreg butt. I know it's the stomach. We have Andrew Tate University, Housewife for Dummies, Kitchen 101, and Sandwich Encyclopedia, liking women equals gay, and femboy ride. And then we have me, Adam, and Rags at the bottom, and I say, ... we don't have normal female friends, do we? Adam says, I swear she's not usually like this. She's actually really smart. And yeah. And then Rags says, ...
That's awesome.
That's a pretty good comic. Thank you. Thank you. Well, you're a good sport, Kaval. You're a good sport, I'll say that.
Should I put this in the watch together? Is that the
Put what in the watch together?
Foamy the squirrel?
No. We're not gonna watch it on stream.
Oh, okay, good. I found it.
Yeah. It's copyrighted.
Oh, it is?
Of course.
Okay. We got a copyright strike on our last video because of that fucking... God, I hate his guts now. What's his name?
Who?
That Jon Stewart dipshit.
Really? Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
I didn't even see this.
Yeah. He got all our money.
You don't want to dispute it?
I mean, you can if you want. I don't. Okay. Yeah.
The
maybe.
problem is, like the overwhelming amount of money we make from videos is from super chats.
Yeah.
So neither me, Adam, have any motivation to really care for them to dispute the copyright. It's
Yeah.
like if we actually made money from the video itself, I'd be like, okay. But
I mean, we do make. We just never look at how much money we make. But when I do,
it's not a lot.
Well, sometimes I look and I'm like, here, I'll look at one.
You know why? Because I spare you guys. I don't insert ads into the show. I gotta start being a fucking asshole. I need to be an asshole and start clicking that insert ads button.
No, you don't.
Okay?
Look.
Yeah, I do. Yeah,
Why?
I do. Okay. Because I want money. Okay. I want money, Adam.
Those background lights aren't cheap.
Those background lights are not cheap, Adam.
Yeah. I mean, mine were pretty cheap to be.
The Govies,
to be honest with you.
I'm pretty surprised. The Govies $150. The Philip version of it's $300. And I was looking at reviews and people were like almost the same thing. I don't know why the Philip one's so much more expensive.
You bought a $300 background light?
No, I bought a $150 background light.
Oh, look, Vosh is streaming. Should we raid Vosh?
There you go. We'll send them to there, yeah.
It's Vosh or Timcast.
We'll send them. How about we send our viewers to the Shadow Zone, okay?
Look, we'll send them to Steven Crowder. We have
Steven Crowder's streaming right now?
We have a lot of overlap with Steven Crowder, so look.
These are our options. We don't have any better options. Jesus.
Chrissy Mayer is streaming.
How about we just murder our viewers, okay? I think they prefer that to just die afterwards. After the stream ends.
Where do you guys want to go? You want to go to Vosh or you want to go to Tim?
Send him to fucking Joe streaming. You send him to Joe.
Vosh would be more funny. Because Vosh would see it pop up. Sit it out and say they're audience.
Send it to friend of the channel Joe, not Vosh.
Look at you guys could go into Vosh's chat.
Oh my
and
god,
be like,
stop it. Jesus Christ.
Oh, Dev is streaming. Someone said Dev is streaming. Okay. Dev it is. I came here to look for some. What were we
Andrew
talking?
says Adam always sends us the videos and not streams.
Because the people look when I set it up, they're not streaming anymore. Because like we stream so long, it's like it went.
Oh.
They stopped streaming, so
By the time we set it up,
it became a video.
I want to live, but I prefer death to watching Vosh. There you go.
I just think it would be funny if Vosh sees Sitch and Adam sent you their audience. That would be hilarious. We got to do it, man. Just for the shits and giggles of it. Come on.
It is kind of funny, but you should send it to Dev or Joe. Silence You Idiot for $5 says Silence You Idiot for $5 says alert alert Crowder is streaming and apparently has Russell Brand on. More drama for the future. Peppo hype. Interesting.
Yeah, Russell Brand was on. Oh, what was he on? Bill Maher.
Yeah.
God, I opened this
I don't
up
like
to
Russell
search
Brand.
for something else.
I don't like Russell Brand.
Russell Brand is really good as a comedian, but I think I don't agree with his politics. He's very much a commie.
Yes, that is true.
And he is very much kind of like a conspiracy theorist.
Yep. I feel like he's basically one step away from the America Bad camp. Like he's not quite there, but I feel like he's in the realm. He's close to it. He's approaching it. So Andrew Clark for $2 says S-Class is Weird Al class. So are they really the best? Of course.
No.
Weird Al is based and amazing.
Follow your intuitions. They're terrible.
What?
S-Class is evil.
Wow.
Look, I'm not afraid to say it.
Terrible.
Look, I made TJ look so cool in the thumbnail I made. And he
Did you see his thumbnail?
No. I'm afraid to look, to be honest.
Should go look at it.
Nah. Yeah, I'm just not going to look.
Shadow
It'll
Too
be
Brave for
fun.
$5 says, what happened to the gun safety talk? We ran out of time. We'll talk about it with some actual gun person on so you guys can stop whining, okay? Whining like itty bitty babies. A-Team forever. There you go.
Whining. Look at you.
There
So
you go.
mean. Whining.
Andrew Clark
like
for $2 says,
itty-bitty
no
babies.
one to get in trouble with, not anymore. Sad face. Sad face. Result of Givia for $2 says, did you miss my member chat? Sorry if I'm wrong. I don't believe so. Yours was about calling it sex dysphoria, right? Yeah, I read that one. And I said that they probably changed it because the term transsexualism got a negative connotation in the 80s. So even though what you're saying is true, it would make more sense. I'm assuming that's why they changed it. Lucius Cornelius Sulla for $5 says, Sitch, how far are you willing to go to stop crime? Ignore the Fourth Amendment? Not trying to strawman you, but some of your statements on Sunday took me aback. I'm willing to go to any distance. You know, have you ever seen the movie Hercules where he says, I can go the distance? I'm willing to go whatever distance it takes to stop crime, okay? I think that we should get rid of the Fourth Amendment, the First Amendment, all amendments, all just to have a ordered society. Our society is in the throes of chaos, Adam. I don't know if you know this. Okay.
Really?
Yes.
What do you mean? I thought we were
We're-
legalizing heroin.
No. We are in the throes of chaos. We are one step away, one match strike away from complete and total
From-
anarchy. And the only solution
From
is
legalized
order.
heroin? What?
is order.
Order.
Order,
Oh,
you fool.
Order.
Now, I know this is very
Order
difficult.
the world randomly. That's what I say.
Here's the problem. If you give one person the power
Mm-hmm.
to just create the ordered just society, it's very dangerous because, what if they abuse that power?
Yeah. What
Right.
if they turn out to be like Stalin or Mao or,
Yeah, right. So I have a
or
solution.
Scott
to that.
Adams?
I have a solution to that. Give me the power.
Oh,
I am the
you?
most trustworthy person. I can be trusted not to abuse the power. Okay. I will order society justly. I will stop all crime. If you vote for me,
Mhm.
Sitch, in 2024, I will stop all crime. Okay. You will live in a crime-free society. Death penalty for every infraction,
Oh, that's a
no
good
matter
idea.
how minor.
That's a good idea.
You jaywalk, you get killed.
How about
Okay. You
littering?
run a
I
red
hate
light, you get killed.
litters. I hate
You
littering.
litter, boom, headshot.
What about graffiti? Oh God.
Graffiti, you get hung. Okay.
Okay. I like it.
In public.
Publicly. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Can we
Actually,
hang
no,
them
no,
by the
no, no, no,
dingling?
no. You get drowned. How about that? You get
Oh
drowned.
yeah. That's
Okay.
good. Tie a weight around their dingling and throw them in the ocean.
There you go. This is going to be my campaign slogan. PSA Sitch 2024. Death penalty.
Doomer could clip this out of context, and he's going to make a Sitch and Adam are unironically evil if we keep this
There
up.
you go. There you go.
Because this is not sounding very good.
We must inspire order in the people.
Listen, I just want everyone to be able to do heroin legally. So,
Thank you, Chitachi. Pee in the shower, headshot.
oh, no, no,
That is a capital offense. Okay.
headshot, headshot. I remember that video game. What's that video game?
Unreal
That's,
Tournament.
Unreal Tournament. Yeah.
Headshots.
Headshot.
Double kill.
Oh yeah, double kill. God, that game was
Triple
so much
monster kill. Ultra kill.
fun. That game was so much fun. Oh my
That was a lot of fun. Yeah.
Okay.
Unreal Tournament. Capture the flag on that like space map with the low gravity. That was lots of fun.
Here's our Elon Musk versus journalist meltdown show. Show 222. There's $150 in ad revenue on that.
Okay, you know what? We're gonna dispute it. Fuck you, Jon Stewart. You're not getting our ad revenue.
Yeah. So I mean that's nothing to scoff at, right?
True. That is
Yeah.
not. No. Okay. I take it back. We're fighting. Get fucked, Jon Stewart.
Not only that, Jon Stewart is, God, he's such a sanctimonious piece of shit.
I know.
We come out here and work for 10 hours straight, making jokes, making people laugh, cheering people up, and that sanctimonious fuckhead steals all of our ad revenue?
Nope. Not on my watch. Not on my watch.
What a piece of work that guy is.
There we go. We're
Bad
fighting
enough
boys.
he's got to lie to the American people. He's got to steal from us.
I know. What a scumbag.
Yeah. Like he needs it. You know that guy's got like 16 Maseratis.
I know.
He wants to talk about, the pores when he's got his own private jet.
Yep. Private. He has a cruise ship.
Of course.
He went past the yacht and went straight to cruise ship.
He's been on Epstein's Island like 14 times.
I think he bought Epstein Island when Epsteined himself.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Damn.
Shadow 2 Bravo for $2 says peeing in the shower keeps athlete's foot away. That is not true.
That's why, I heard that was
is
true.
Not fucking true.
Look, I got a little athlete's foot down here. I'll just take care of that real quick.
There you go. There you go.
Oh my God, no.
There you go.
Oh, that's great.
3x3 Nello for $2 says no, Sitch. Chicks like the shower thing more. Well, there you go.
Oh, they like peeing in the shower more?
According to Nilo.
Well, they would have to sit on the puddle would be outrageous.
They would squat. They wouldn't sit. Well, they can lift the leg, right? Like
Why?
a dog. Can't they just lift their leg up in the air like a dog and just,
I
mark
can't
the
believe
drain?
You sexist piece of shit. I can't believe you compare women to dogs. I wonder whatever happened to that crazy lady on Twitter that was having sex with her dog and freaking everyone out.
Oh my God. She got banned, didn't she?
Do you remember that?
Yes. Yes.
Oh,
Wild.
God. Wild, literally.
Yeah, literally wild. Chad, thank you so much for joining the Free Will Seekers, Chad. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Stock for $2 says Bear Grylls says to drink your pee. Yeah, but Bear Grylls turned out to be a big phony, so you can't trust him. I bet he's never even drank his pee. The liar.
Okay.
JMac I read that one.
I'm
Rotisserie
going
Protocol.
in. I'm going to look up the Amazing Atheist thumbnail.
Okay.
Oh, it's not that bad. Oh,
Yeah, I didn't say it
man.
was that bad. But
Okay.
it's a little insulting.
Trans ideology, leftism, Rittenhouse, and more attempting to communicate with Adam and Sitch. Yes!
You're so happy about being insulted first.
No, just the Adam and Sitch. TJ
Uh-huh.
TJ knows what's up. He's
Okay.
cool. TJ's
Okay.
cool.
Right.
This thought, oh look, I imagine this being so much worse. This is not bad at all.
Okay.
Do
I
I need,
hyped it up, so.
do I need to look at the comments? Here, I'll bring it up for you guys just so you can take a look at it.
Our rotisserie protocol for $5 says the pee question is supposed to be, do you pee in the bath? We already knew the shower is fine. As class is just sissies. Okay. No one. Okay.
That's
no
so
one is going.
true.
To, no one is going to agree to peeing in the bath. That's like the most fucking disgusting thing imaginable.
Bunch of sissies. I
Who the
can't
fuck would
believe
do
it.
that?
Why would they just not pee in the look? It's just a shower.
Oh my god. CT for 5 Canadian says, chat, hear me out. We all raid Voosh. We all have to invite him to pajama party. Oh god. No, not
Oh
doing
yeah.
that.
Oh, that would be a great joke.
No.
Someone's got to get Vosh on. Look, you guys can use the pajama party thing. It's so much fun. You got to try it.
Right. It only works in person.
What do you mean?
Metal works for $11.90 for $2 says, Adam, where is pee stored?
In your bladder.
It's stored in the pool, Adam. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay.
Pee is stored in the pool.
Do people still go to like real life parties? I mean, this was like, my college days.
Do people still go to real life parties?
Are you Googling that?
No, I'm not Googling that.
I'm curious what
I don't know what to Google. That's retarded.
Do people still believe in Greek gods, speak Latin, use Facebook, still use Snapchat? Do people...
Doomer, you said delete this emote, and then there's no emote, so I don't know what you're talking about. What emote, Doomer, are you whining about? You don't like the murder face emote, Doomer?
It's Doomer and
You gotta delete that
it's
emote.
Doomer and the cat.
You gotta delete that emote, okay? Yeah, guys. My big signs are very important to stop.
Doomer finally showed up in our chat.
I feel like we're being so. I feel like we're crossing the line. We're being too mean to do.
What? Look, look, that was
Too
been
much.
my position for the last
Too-
6 months. I like Doomer.
I like Doomer too.
But now you're like, we've gone too far. Look, we've labeled him murder face now.
It doesn't even make sense.
Look,
It's
I've
hilarious.
seen Doomer, and Doomer's a decent looking guy. He's not.
Yeah, he looks like Jay from Red Letter Media.
Yeah, he's not a murder face,
True.
but he definitely has that murder face attitude.
It's the energy. He has the murder face energy.
Why are you guys always hating on me?
Oh my god.
Oh my god, I love that. I love that we have a murder face emo for Doomer. Can't stand you, Chad. I wish Doomer would make amends with the chat. Look,
I don't. I love that
Look.
Doomer is like a nemesis of chat.
Look, we've had our fun. We've had our early hazing of Doomer, but it's time to look. We don't want Doomer to Minecraft himself.
No, we're not
okay?
sending you a link. We're trying to get out of here.
Who wants to come in here?
No,
That's hilarious.
no, he's gonna insult us and then leave.
No, we're wrapping up. Look, we don't
Yeah,
have
we're
the
wrapping up.
luxury of just leaving whenever we feel
Right.
like it. Okay.
Nicholas Van Neal for 10 Aussie bucks says, been meaning to congratulate Adam on the debate performance against the Bad Faith Bros. I didn't know where you were going with the sexist angle, but you really stuck the landing.
Ah, nice. Yeah. Sitch and I actually talked about that. I guess we had a meeting for about an hour before the day before and kind of thought through the direction we wanted to go, which I think helps a lot, obviously.
Yeah. I
Sitch-
mean, we didn't talk about you coming out as sexist.
No, none of that was said.
That was improvised.
And the first question was improvised by me too. We didn't talk about that, the owl question, but yeah.
There you go. Nicholas Van Neal for 10 Aussie bucks says, been meaning to congratulate. Oh, I read that one. Texas SP12 for $20. Thanks so much. Says, I'm the one whose apartment said steel gas gets shot. The one from Portland. Yes, I remember.
Mm-hmm.
You showed, remember those crazy pictures. Yes. That's wild, bro. I'm glad you got out of there. Electromaster for $10 says, Sitch, my friend says to tell you that face reveal is lame. He'll only accept a 3D Sitch model with full body tracking. Listen, I gotta do the face reveal. That's where it's at nowadays. People don't like the cartoon Avatar anymore. It's from a bygone era.
Is it?
It's time to evolve or die. It is. It is. I mean, it's kind of hard to interview Jordan Peterson with a cartoon character, right? But
what's wrong with a cartoon character, Sitch?
oh God. It's so funny because there's like a 15-second lag time, but just you do the voice and I already know what's happened.
We can both be corny on stream together.
Oh God.
We can joust with our cobs.
Oh my God. So tempted to just hit the end stream button right now.
Look, don't think homophobic thoughts, Sitch. This is just good, clean fun.
Anyways, JD Bachamp for $10 says, you convinced me. I belong to several different religions, capitalism, socialism, and communism. It doesn't matter if there is any deity involved, they're still religions. I'm being hyperbolic.
Well, they're ideologies. Are they not ideologies?
They're ideologies. This kind of came up when Adam was having the conversation about whether wokeness is religion, what exactly differentiates religion from another ideology. But so.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the case is, it's hard to reverse that. It's hard to say, okay, Christianity is not an ideology.
Right.
I mean, that seems...
King Luck for $20. Thanks so much. Says, keep up the good work. This podcast gets me through work. S class is simply the best class. Well, thank you, King.
Nice.
Truly, you are King. Andrew Clark for $4 says, come to Portland and rent in the Pearl District. Look it up. The Pearl District. What is the Pearl District?
So I got Texas P12 wrong. I guess he lives in Portland. I'm the one whose apartment said steel gas get shot.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The Pearl District is a fashionable, livable shopping destination with hip brands, restaurants, craft breweries, and artesian coffee shops. Okay.
Oh, nice.
Very hoity-toity. Zoki for $5 says, I saw that Twitter like of Dylan Burns from Sitch. As I come from Tamaulipas and know of the kidnaps, I wish to talk about it, but can't fit it in a super chat. Oh, you mean the kidnapping of Ukrainian children? I mean,
is that
if we're gonna talk
city
about that
in Ukraine? Are you Ukrainian? Let's see. Here.
I assume. Wait, no, this is in Mexico.
Oh, okay. The people that.
Oh, the people that just got kidnapped now.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, if we talk about it, sure. I don't know. I wasn't really planning on going over it. But 2 Americans dead, 2 found alive in Mexico kidnapping. Damn.
Oh, they killed him. That sucks. Dang.
That's wild.
Lame.
Kidnapping survivor was shot 3 times in the legs.
And they let him bleed to death?
No, he survived.
Oh, okay. Jeez.
Yeah. Well, Scott Adams was a big advocate for going to war on Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
Or I'm sorry, going to war on the cartels if Mexico won. So I don't know if the kidnapping is related to that, but Fondue for $2 says Conrad Sitch, the 8th Primarch. True. I'm on board, baby.
True.
True. This is the true.
That's your true from the A-Team reigns supreme. A-Team reigns supreme. True. Very true. Where is it? It's in my DM somewhere here.
Oh my God.
What?
I just got a letter from Doomer's attorney.
Oh, did you?
Yes. Doomer's attorney, his name is Nick. First name is Nick. The last name is Her.
Don't read that letter, okay?
He's trying to get me in trouble.
I think you're going to get in big trouble if you read
He says,
if you read Nick's letter.
Yes. He says, Dear Sitch, we're writing this letter on behalf of Doomer, who has brought to our attention that you have been committing defamation by misrepresenting Doomer with an emoji of murder face. It has come to our attention that you have been intentionally spreading false information about Doomer, which has caused harm to their reputation and character. This type of behavior is unacceptable and has serious consequences. We demand the immediate cease and desist from any further defamatory statements or actions against Doomer. Oh, wait, let me...
failure to do so will result in legal action being taken against you. Please note this defamation is a serious offense. You may be slightly liable for damages caused to Doomer, my reputation and character. Fuck you guys.
And I sound like Cartman. I'm like totally lost murder face.
We strongly advise you to take this matter seriously and refrain from any other defamatory actions. We expect a written confirmation from you within 7 days of receiving this letter that you have ceased all defamatory actions against our client Doomer. If we do not receive a response or if the defamatory action continues, we will take all necessary legal actions available to us. Sincerely, Nick.
Space. Her attorney at law.
There's not Sitch. I got my lawyer on you.
Oh, man.
There you go.
That's not right.
Thank you.
That's just not right.
Thank you.
Oh, my God. Can we use that AI thing to make a murder face?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Where's the chat? Where's the chat bot for Murderface?
Yeah.
The deep fake Murderface voice. Yeah. Vosh for $2. Hey, Vosh says, if I were you and you were me, then I'd use your body to get to the top. You can't stop me no matter who you are. Holy shit.
That's basically true.
That sounds like rape. Dotems for $2 says, I've heard people cite benefits of transitioning. Are those benefits just in relation to dysphoria reduction, or are they measuring overall quality of life or overall survival and health outcomes? I've seen different studies. There's been multiple studies. I've seen them measure all three of those categories. I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but there have been studies that measure reduction dysphoria, quality of life, and obviously whether people are more likely to commit suicide or not. So, and they're not consistent. They're not, I mean, you could look it up. They're not consistent. They're not like the best thing ever, but there is an improvement generally overall. So at least that is what my memory serves. That's what I remember. So, where was I? Here I was.
Here I was again.
Here I am.
Here I was.
Anyway.
Again. Oh, that's it? That's the anyway. That's it.
Anyway. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you for coming on and talking to us, Danimal and Kai. It was an interesting conversation. And thank you who made it to the end of the stream. You are the true heroes, and we'll see you all on Sunday.
Fuck Jon Stewart. Bye-bye!
Bye, everyone.
No.